Well, hello everyone, and welcome to Uncivil Law, where we learn from the misfortunes of others. As always, I hope you'll enjoy this legal education content. And today will be the day I earned that subscription. For today's content, we are discussing the day that was May the 17th in the Johnny Depp trial. Very exciting. It was a momentous day. It was a day, if anyone had any hope for Amber Heard, I know that hope was remote, but that hope died. It died hard. It died really hard. It's like, you don't want to overemphasize things. You don't want to oversell things as an attorney. And as an attorney, you always want to give your client reasonable expectations. But because you never know what juries can do, because juries can surprise you. But in this particular case, I don't know, ma'am. I think Amber Heard is cooked. I don't know. I'm hard pressed to think of anything that reminds me as much as of what I saw today, especially the way she stormed off at the end. It was incredible. It was incredible. That level of disrespect, I don't know if it's entitlement or she's just oblivious, which I suppose is the same thing in some respects, but she is just incredible in so many ways in terms of like her profound disrespect for the jury, profound disrespect for the court in every way. It's not just the walking off, mind you, and doing that. It's just their entire attitude about things. How are you doing, Sean?
I'm doing great, Kurt. I was just going to let you go for a minute, so.
Fine. No, it's fine. Want to make sure to welcome everyone here in the 3,000 of you who are currently watching as the redirect thing kind of partially a little bit works. So we'll see.
Kind of.
I'm going to remind Alita if she'd be so kind as to remember to tweet me out as well. So I'll just send her a message. Please.
Seems like it worked pretty well so far.
Also tweet. Smiley face. Great. All right. So yeah, we're going to cover this and we're going to, I think, talk a little bit, at least on my end, about this, about the emotional aspects of the thing and about like the disparity between what we saw. Your practice is criminal as well, right?
I do. Yeah, mainly criminal stuff, but I do some civil. But
yeah,
mainly criminal.
Yeah. So the thing I want to spend some time on, and I hope other people will join so we can have a more robust discussion, because I think it'll be interesting to see a wide range of perspectives on the issue, is the emotional aspects of this. And for me, in terms of like how it hit me, was very kind of slow boil, because I'm maybe less emotionally reactive than a lot of people, like because I had a hard time reading her on the first day. Very famously, I had a difficult time assessing her, was kind of favorable. Then on day two, I thought she really came apart, in terms of like making these outrageous claims. That was last Thursday. And then then on Monday, we had more of the same thing. And then today, when we got into the remainder of Vasquez's cross, like Vasquez's was devastating yesterday. It was really interesting because yesterday it was all about, in terms of the thematic, and I don't know to the degree it was deliberate or not, but it certainly seemed to play that way. Yesterday was all about the like factual absurdity of it, right? It was about, here are the things you testified about, that happened on these particular days in terms of what he did to you. And here are photographs in the immediate aftermath of those events. You said that your lip was split, and every time you talked, your lip would split again. Here's you the next day talking on a talk show with no visible things. He said it was on your back. Here's a picture of you in a backless dress, and so forth and so on. So yesterday, to me, was all about the juxtaposition of the evidence, which was where I thought that things should go. Vasquez did it better than I would, but we shared the same idea. Today, what I didn't really see coming, and what was difficult for me, and what I hadn't thought about, because it's not really how I think, is in terms of like the manipulative aspects of Amber Heard. It was incredibly uncomfortable for me personally listening to those tapes, more so than it had been before. I think it's because even because we heard some of those tapes to some degree, even in Johnny Depp's things, but they didn't do as much for me then, in terms of like it having an impact on me. And I think it had more of an impact on me as well. Um, in terms of, because I had been listening to her for several days, and like, I guess the cognitive dissonance or the logical trying to find a way to logic it out, trying to find a way to reason it out, became increasingly harder and increasingly more taxing, and increasingly harder to justify mentally. So on like day one, I was able to excuse a lot of it away. Thursday, I was not really able to excuse it away because the juxtaposition was too great. Monday, more of the same. The rehabilitation efforts went nowhere at all, and more of the same in terms of the contradictions. And then Vasquez, with the last 2 hours of her, with the first 2 hours, I should say, I guess, the first 2 hours of her cross yesterday, just pointing out the factual distinctions was devastating. And then today with the emotional stuff. So I think it's partially because like my mind has been having a harder and harder time, trying to make it work. And so I think it had more impact in terms of the audio today because I was logically drained, I suppose. My mind was unable to really had been unable to make it work and was overloaded because nothing made any sense. And I like a rational universe where things make sense. And so listening to those tapes and listening to her manipulative behavior and listening to Johnny Depp and the way he behaved in terms of trying to pacify her and trying to talk to her and the way she laughed about things and the way she responded. I said this on Legal Advice channel as well. Although obviously not to the same degree in my own life, I've had relationships that very much remind me of that. And I see a lot of I see in my past relationships aspects of my behavior that mirror, or at least maybe parallels better because they're not really one for one, but they parallel to Johnny Depp's behavior. And I see aspects of former relationships with girls in which the girls parallel Amber Heard's behavior. So it was interesting on a personal level because I felt very exposed because I don't know the degree to which I hadn't realized it before, but if I either way it felt very raw on a personal level. And then I felt just very I don't even know what the right vocabulary was. I ran out of words at some point because it's like, what do I feel at the end of this? And I couldn't even really put a good vocabulary on it. Do I feel confused? Do I feel sad? Do I feel angry? Do I feel despair? Do I feel empty? And like, I don't know. Maybe it's because I don't normally think in emotional terms because I didn't really have an emotional vocabulary to describe what I was feeling because it's not normally the terms I spoke in. So whatever I was feeling was some confluence of emotions that I didn't really have a good descriptor for. And I
Cathartic.
also was left not knowing how to feel. You can talk anytime.
Oh
I'm
no
just
no
killing
no.
time.
No. I was just letting you. I think you. I think you had something to say there, and I want to let you say it. But
No,
I think it
that's.
was very cathartic. I think that's probably how it feels
I'm
to you
not
at
sure
the
I
end
got
of
to
the day.
catharsis, but maybe
Uh,
later.
okay, well,
I'm not sure I got to catharsis, but maybe later.
I think for some people it was though. You know, you've either a lot of people have either been in Johnny's situation or they know somebody or their friend, their family members been in Johnny's situation. So I think for a lot of people this is very relatable. What happened
Yeah.
today, what they saw. Um, I think Camille, Fortune smiled upon her by giving her that 2 hours yesterday. It gave her just enough time to get all the absurdity out of the way. And then today she just started chipping away at her. And I I I I know a lot of people were hoping Amber was going to fall apart and start to lose it up there, which she did. Um as much as I'd like to think that it's going to happen, usually it never does. And at the end of the day, yes, Amber might be manipulative and she's obviously not as smart as Johnny, but she's still smart enough. I mean, she kind of engineered and orchestrated it this far. And I think you saw that a couple of times where Camille tried to get her, and then she's like, "Oh wait, it's on page 64," and she was able to weasel out of enough things that happened. Um,
Who, Amber Heard?
yeah, that part where she said, "Where was the issue about in her declaration?" She said Johnny never. oh crap, trying to remember now. She's like, oh yes, I did. It's on page 64 of this paragraph.
Yeah, but it was like the
It's
wrong timing. It was
sure,
dealing with
sure.
completely different
It it
evidence. So
it
like,
was, but I mean, she was able to a couple of times. I think Camille got a little, too excited to take the shot, and it let Amber, sneak away a little bit. But by the end, she really was chiseling away at Amber, and I think Camille did it right. She didn't underestimate Amber. She went in there and treated her as a worthy adversary, and by the end, Amber was toast. And I think the way she ended that with the whole thing about Tasha or Tasha, you
mm-hmm,
know, you abused her, didn't you? And then just
mm-hmm,
left it and walked away. I thought that was brilliant. And then I think the way Elaine handled that, I mean, she started to ask a question or two, and I think she got sustained right off the bat, and then she left it. So this whole domestic violence thing now is just sitting there and never got addressed, and the jury heard it, and there was never an explanation for what happened.
no,
And I know Amber tried to say like, oh, it's a conspiracy. Oh, this was planted. Well, like, what? Did Johnny go back in time to 2009 and plan a story about you? Like, no, they took a story and they're using it. You should be able to say, no, the charges got dropped, blah, blah, blah. But even then, at that point, she's toast because Dr. Curry comes in and says, well, yeah, in those situations, she probably did get her girlfriend to drop it because that's what happens in abusive relationships. So,
yeah,
they left, I think Elaine and the redirect did almost more damage than Cross itself because they left so much unanswered. And they didn't try, you can't explain away everything. You can't because after a
mm-hmm,
while you're making excuses.
mm-hmm,
But they just
yeah,
weren't, she just didn't. I'm surprised. It's like Elaine didn't expect it to go that bad, but I don't know how if knowing what you know about the case, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I would have dreaded giving redirect for Amber Heard,
yeah.
knowing what I know now. I think I would have come up with a plan, but I would not wanted to do it. So I think that was more devastating for her at the end of the day. And I think you could see it when Elaine just kind of stares at Amber like, oh my God, you just, you killed us.
Mm-hmm.
And then walks up and goes and sits down. I think that was it.
Nate, what were your thoughts about today?
Um, first starting out.
I'll pour one out for your girl, though. Sorry, Amber.
Yeah, no, she's she took a hard one today. Cross. I'm comparing it to the one from yesterday. Yesterday, I think was better, and I think yesterday was better because maybe of time restrictions. You had an hour and a half. You wanted to start off explosive, so you got to take all the junk out and just hit all the high points. And it's a true commando raid, right? An hour and a half. You got to get in and you got to get out on time because the judge is going to call Tom. When the ball is over, Cinderella, she turns back into Cinderella. So you got to get her now.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I think the first time was tight, on point. Like I said, commando raid.
Mm-hmm.
The next, so I honestly don't think Camille could have got any better from that. That was like probably the best she could have gotten.
Mm-hmm.
The next day, Cummington today. I think starting off, we started off with the nice same kind of tone, but there were a lot of times within the course examination where it was like I felt like we were building to something, and I never got that payoff. Right? Like here's all these questions, here's this, no payoff. So I got a couple of those times, but those were kind of buttresses with all the times that we did get payoffs. Hey, you said this. Here's what you said. Here you said this, and I think at the end of the day, the last 2 or 3 points, the show of the knife, the bringing up the prior DV, and the fact that she pushed her on all of the lies with the pictures and all of the other stuff, the edited pictures, it was enough to where yesterday I feel like I was being unfair because yesterday is like, I don't know if you guys play sports, but like being in the zone in basketball or being, or being in that spot where if you play a game and you're like hot, you're on that time, you can't miss a shot. That is where I think Camille Vasquez was on yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And today she was just regular, really, really good all-star, really, really good super attorney, but she wasn't that God from the day before, the God attorney from the day before. And I'm judging her based on that, and I don't think that was fair. So looking at this presentation, which she did today, I think that it was fantastic because it was real in terms of Sometimes you get stuff, sometimes you don't. But I think at the end, she hit the 2 points that she needed to hit. And this was all about who is telling the truth. Is it Johnny Depp or is it Amber Heard? Because this is a relationship where it's really personal. And at the end of Amber's cross-examination, I think we're at the point where it's really just the he said now, because whatever she said is really not credible.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with Nate in large part. I mean, yesterday's 2 hours was perfection. I was hard pressed to find really any flaw at all. I had to work really hard to think of anything that even was potentially flawed, and I'm like, it's just basically perfect. And this morning stuff where she was kind of doing the same theme of yesterday, no, I wouldn't think it was quite as perfect. But then again, like, who can ever like be perfect all the time? Even Vasquez has limits, right? But she was still like, if yesterday was perfection and like 100 out of 100, I mean, she was still well in the 90s in terms of like her ability. So she didn't drop like massively. She was incredibly great today. Still, like I would have been quite happy to see that performance yesterday. Yesterday was just like a level above that makes me question my ability to call myself a lawyer. Like that's it's like, you know, I'm a mere mortal here. Right? It's like I don't know. It's like I don't know how you get to that level of perfection.
Again, I'm not. I just want to make it very clear. I'm not saying she was bad today. I'm just saying that I was unfairly comparing it to what she did yesterday, because that's a bar that no one can truly achieve every cross examination. That's just not going to happen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that was the performance of a lifetime yesterday. So today is always going to be a letdown.
Well, if this is her normal, though,
that's what I mean.
That's what I'm saying. Her normal is extremely good. Her normal is you know, one of the best lawyers on the planet. That's like being normal for her.
Yeah, if that was how if I would do cross like that for the rest of my life, I'm like, I'd accept that right now.
Yeah, she's only the best 1 out of 100 today. Yesterday, she's the best 1 out of 10,000. It's like,
we really didn't lose anything. Really didn't lose anything. But I will say, I think start strong, because you know there's themes when you're doing cross examination. Start strong, end strong, control the witness, those type of things. And if I had a checklist, I don't see where I even give her a B. Right? She's getting top marks, controlling the witness. Many times she controlled the witness. You know, got all the BS out from the other side, because they were throwing a lot of just theme breaking objections. You know, let's just throw an objection in there just to break up the flow. You know, hey, let me look at the documents. I think that's what if any missteps in this one, I think sometimes like Amber Corder with that. What was that one with Amber Corder which she didn't? Which she was like, no, I did actually say it.
Yeah, that was like on the her big affidavit or interrogatory she submitted, I think.
Yeah, that shows me that somebody messed up. Somebody didn't read the whole thing through, because after Amber said that, then she just moved away from it. But it was good because it showed that she was able to maneuver on the fly. All right, let me just drop that and move to my next point. But that I thought was something that was a critical. That was a little bit error, because I'm assuming somebody just didn't do their homework and read it all the way through.
I think I just think that was maybe they got a little lazy with the questions, because if you leave it, and that's the thing, Amber's smart enough that she could say, that's not what you asked me something. When I talked about her dental records, she said, you asked me if I provided dental records. She said, that's a different question. And that's true. So, you know, you have to make sure you're very specific with your words all the time, because somebody like her will pick on those little things and then point it out. And then, you know, you are kind of stuck, because you have to say, yes, you're right, I did say that. And that's not what I just asked you. So I just think that was a little bit of a lapse, and Amber was able to pick up on it, and that was the only way she was going to survive, is by doing all those little, you know, picking at the little pieces like that. But Camille did a great job of keeping it locked down.
Yeah. And I also want to say this too. That little flub, even though I think it could have been avoided, I still think the magic of what she did was, you got to get out of it, because some lawyers will get trapped in that bubble. Oh man, it looks so bad, you know. But it was like a little bump. Okay, let me just move it aside and let's get back to kicking your behind. So that also is a skill in lawyering, right? You got to understand when to just leave something when you're not making a point. And there were a couple of those today, and I think there were a couple of unforced errors in those today. But but again, it's like I'm saying, instead of being a plus, she's just an A, right? That's essentially what I'm doing. I'm nitpicking between an A+ and an A.
Yeah,
I think that's right, Nate. You know, it's just like quarterback throws an incomplete pass. All right, next one's going to be good. and she went up there and she took care of it.
Yeah, she's 20 for 20. She's 21 for 20, right? Or 20 for 21.
Yeah, she just didn't let it get to her. Which Elaine, on the other hand, as soon as she started, she started just it got to her.
It's more like, oh no, she only threw for 30 yards. It wasn't a touchdown this time. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Elaine kind of seems overmatched to me. I don't know if she's a trial lawyer, because a lot of the objections, her response to objections were pretty bad. It seems like she was just flustered and couldn't really get out a real coherent question, because, but on the other side, I'm thinking that could be client problems, because you can have that type of client who is really fighting with you on everything, and you want to get certain information out of them. They might be fighting you. So I just don't know which one it is, though.
Yeah. So that was like, I agree with Nate in terms of like the continuation from yesterday in terms of the theme. And where I'm a little bit more pressed to evaluate her one way or another is sort of like the second half of her cross-examination today, which, for lack of better description, got more into the she's the devil territory. Like yesterday was just like logical contradictions for days. This doesn't make sense. And that was the first half of today. For my money, the second half of the cross today was about like, she's just basically evil incarnate. She is just a horrible person and like manipulative. Yeah, just manipulative. I got no other words. I'm open for I'm open for synonyms here.
I live in a super liberal city, and I have a friend who watches me who's a liberal, hates my channel, but it's a friend of mine. And she texted me while I was live streaming earlier about the trial. She texted me and she said, "I can't believe I'm going to tell you this, but she's a liar." And I was like, "Wow, you believe that?" She's like, "Yeah." She's like, "She's a liar." And I think sometimes people just don't want to come to that conclusion because of the time we're in. And it shows you one thing too, how the pendulum has swung too far. Because when did believing facts and evidence become such a hard thing to do? And I think that's what this case is doing, is that I think cancel culture has become to the point where facts and evidence are presented to us, and it's still, we want to believe the narrative versus the facts and evidence. Because if Amber had facts and evidence on her side that were even comparable to what we're seeing here, then I would be, this is 50-50. Who really knows? Johnny doesn't have anything. But right now, this is really just one. It's almost unfair to watch her go through this. But it is what it is.
Yeah. I just hearing those tapes, and it makes you wonder a lot of things. Like I was talking about this to some degree, and I hope to talk about it more with Spidey and Dr. Tracy and in some future stream at some point. But it makes you think a lot of things, like to what degree, if any, if any, I hate my life. To what degree, I blame you for this, Elaine. To what degree is Amber Heard cognizant or aware of what she's doing? Because, I have a hard time believing, for example, that she is like just the biggest long-term planner ever, that she is conniving and manipulating to such a level that she is thinking things out and gaming things out months and years in advance for contingencies, at least with any sort of consciousness. I don't think she has the raw intelligence to be able to do that, among other things, like being able to see that far into the future and predict that many contingencies and like do that. It's like, it just doesn't seem true. So I think some of that's probably correct, but I think more of it's probably just innate to her, and it's like the degree to which she's aware of it or could control it on some level or anything is interesting. And then also, on the other hand, the degree to which I should care about whether or not it is purposeful or not. Like, should I care either way? Should I care if it is, in fact, a truly Machiavellian, brilliantly evil, well thought out, manipulative plan? Or should I care if it's like none of those things, but it's the same behavior anyway? Do I care about her own sort of malice, for lack of a better description, in her behavior? And so this was part of the question I was trying to ask a little bit too. It was interesting as well talking to Dr. Tracy because she says that this was her in the past. And it raises a really interesting philosophical question. And that's why part of the reason I asked her about, like, would it be okay for me, in your view, how do you judge her versus how you judge yourself 10 years ago? Was one question I said. And then also ask her, would it be valid in your view for me to say about her and also yourself 10 years ago implicitly that this person is basically beyond redemption and should just be condemned? And she said yes, which was not surprising, but was an interesting answer because presumably she's not like that anymore. So it's like, to degree, and then it raises interesting questions even more because it's like, okay, if Dr. Tracy in fact has changed, we'll accept the premise for the moment. If she has in fact changed, then it raises the interesting question about the next person you meet who is like Amber or like Dr. Tracy, which is one and the same, basically, as I understood her description of herself. And it's like, well, can they change? This is like asking maybe a question about a criminal or repeat criminals. Like, can they change? To what degree are they rehabilitatable? To what degree should I care? To what degree should I worry about their machinations or the fact that they're just instituting things that are disruptive to society, and just be like, I don't really care to some level the degree to which you are mentally culpable and twirling your mustache. I just care about the fact of your effects on the world, and that's good enough for me. And so that's where I broke out the West Wing quote about, like, they're causing more damage, they're going to do more in the future, we should end them. The village idiot comes to that conclusion before the Nobel laureate. The village idiot can't do anything except the simple. He can just say this is evil and it must be rid. The Nobel laureate is the one who's running, the super complex, like, math in their head with these really big ideas. And it's like, it makes you question the wisdom of thinking at some level. And I'm like, okay, this is raising all kinds of uncomfortable questions for me today.
Well, I think that's very fair. I've never heard Dr. Tracy mention all that, but that does give you pause. But I also think that's, they can say they're that person or they were that person, but you also have to think, given how Amber is, I don't think, is it to the same level as what Amber is? Because, I mean, this is, I guarantee you, if she were to probably be independently assessed, she would be off the charts in this entire situation, because this just seems like it's completely run amok. Now, does that mean she could change? Not certainly. Everybody can always change, but is she likely to change? And I don't know. I mean, that's an issue of, she's gotten to where she is. I don't think that you can just attribute this to any sort of mental health issue. At the end of the day, for her, she's done a lot of intentional act that I think even if you stripped away all the mental health concerns, Amber Heard is probably still a very unpleasant person that you wouldn't want to be friends with or associate with. I just think the mental health issues exacerbate this insufferability and the being unscrupulous.
Do you have any opinion on this issue, Nate?
Yeah. It's I'm looking. While you guys were talking, somebody sent me a tweet. Supposedly the UK has confirmed, a reliable source in the UK confirmed that there's a potential police investigation for perjury.
Australia's looking into her too for smuggling the dogs.
Yeah, and the perjury on the form. The perjury in the UK is about specifically, though, it's very specific. It's about, she said under oath that she actually donated the money to the charity, and she had only pledged it. So that's the so they're saying that that's a false, and that she may not be able to ever work she may be barred from the country. Yeah. Wow.
Oof.
Yeah, whether or not you can criminally convict her and whether or not you can bar her from the country are definitely two different legal propositions. I mean, I can't speak to the UK law in terms of how they make each assessment, but you don't have to be necessarily criminally convicted in order to be barred. I mean, at root value, basically any country can exclude any person who's not one of their citizens for any reason. Basically, it's basically an absolute power.
Yeah,
it's one of the fundamental aspects of sovereignty. It's like you can control your borders.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's some Treaty of Westphalia.
Yeah, exactly.
Foundation.
Exactly so.
Yeah.
So I don't know how their foreign ministry, because that's the equivalent of our State Department, how their foreign ministry makes such decisions. But I am not surprised at all that the UK is looking into this, because now they look like complete incompetents, and they're well motivated. They're well motivated to try to get some face out of this in one way or another. So they have every motivation in the
Yes,
world.
they do.
They have every motivation in the world to do perjury, to exclude her from the country, or do anything else they can think of doing, so they don't look like complete incompetent jackasses. They've just had egg smashed on their face by a trial judge and a court of appeals judge, dismissing this out of hand, saying, "Oh, there's nothing wrong." And now the U.S. is like, "Oh, we look like incompetent jackasses. Maybe we should do something about that." So yeah,
Yeah, it's making this does throw a lot of shade in the UK, because it's like, how do we get to it again? How do we get to this conclusion?
Yes.
Was this evidence? It's funny because somebody was arguing with me just now about it. They were like, "Yo, what happened? She didn't he lose in the UK?" I said, "Well, I don't know why." But I've sat through every piece of evidence in this trial, and if they had showed this in the UK, then the UK must be a very corrupt place, because there's no way that you lose in this one.
There was like a nepotism issue in the case at some point.
Yeah,
with the judge. I mean, there was stuff that would never fly here.
because the judge's wife was related to like the editor of the article or something like that. Wasn't that the deal?
I think so. Yeah, something with somebody at the Sun was related to the judge. Yeah,
Not great. Not one of the better moments of the UK criminal justice system. It's like,
but just imagine now she gets kicked out the country for perjury. What can Johnny Depp do? Like, that's your case now. You told me that she was telling the truth, and now you're kicking her out for perjury for lies she told in that particular court case against me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this is where I know a lot of people want to see her get in trouble, criminally. This is what This is where you need to think about. Is this what is the concept of justice here? Is it better for Amber to be known throughout the world as a scumbag and a liar, barred from, not just England, Britain? There might be Commonwealth issues for her, but think about how many movies film in Britain if she gets in trouble in Australia. I mean, there's so many places she's going to have trouble going forward.
Yep.
And I mean, that alone is far more than any court can ever punish her.
Watching the UK and Australia exclude her from their countries would be kind of hilarious.
Yes. Oh, I think so. And I think that, and this is where I wonder if, there's other countries that might just say, sorry, we're not going to let you in either.
But
I can see that.
But if I'm Amber Heard's PR team, I'm spinning this like a top. Look at this. I wrote that article. In that article, it said, when you report that powerful women abuse you, this will happen. And you look, it happened to me. It happened.
Yeah.
I wrote it in the damn op-ed. It actually happened. See?
Yeah.
I wasn't
and she
lying.
could say, and now she could say maybe there really is a big worldwide conspiracy, but
oh yeah, because the entire world is against me.
Yeah. I think at this point,
multiple countries banned me from their country just for speaking out.
Yes, I told them my truth, which was not the truth, but it was a version of the truth.
And this is the part where their foreign ministries say, "Get fucked."
Yeah, that's where I think at this point nobody's there. Everybody's gonna say, "Wow, that really sucks for you, Amber. You better work on paying Johnny. Start snapping out those feed pics, girl. Let's go. Chop chop."
It'd be funny if the Joyce says,
OnlyFans needs some people, man. You got to raise that $40 million somehow, man.
She'll be that top 0.01%.
Oh no, she would go right to the top though. She joins OnlyFans, she's going right to the top.
Oh yeah, there'll be a lot of guys simping for her. So
yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how that develops. I can definitely see her getting excluded from one of those countries. Criminal is less likely, but being barred from country is pretty big insult by itself. So yeah,
and it's not like it's a country you don't ever want to go to.
No.
Yeah.
But I can see a comic making a very great joke about this. See, when men do it, they lose their job. When Amber lied, they kicked her out of Australia and the UK.
The prison island.
Yeah.
The jokes write themselves. She can't even get into prison, how bad she is.
Yeah, and I will say, though, Nate, and I think you left Joe right before somebody brought this up. If Johnny Depp were just some dude, he'd have already been in jail by now.
Mm-hmm,
like, this would have been it. And he'd have been done.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the sad part about this. Had he not been able to take care of himself like this, you know, if he just had a couple $1 million, this would have been, you never would have heard about it.
Or if the genders were reversed. If the genders were reversed, we wouldn't be talking about this like this. This wouldn't have gotten this far. This wouldn't have gotten this far. But it's a clash of both what we believe men and women's roles are and our overgeneralization of the two. You know, men are generally the abusers, women are generally the victims, but not in all cases. I think that this case kind of illustrates that. And then second is that, you know, we want to believe victims, but we don't want to evaluate their claims because it's starting to become faux pas to say, you know, well, I believe what you're saying, you know, you're telling me, you know, but now I got to investigate it. I got to verify what you're saying. I got to build a case. And that's the part that people kind of don't want. It's like they're fighting against, right? It's like, well, we should skip that part and just believe those allegations and go straight to trial. But it doesn't work that way. You have to have something to corroborate some form of story. And going into this case, that's essentially what we had. It was like, okay, we have two people, one person both people telling their truth. This is our truth. And now we have to match their truth to reality for all of us. And how do we do that? Well, does anyone else seen what you said you saw? Has anyone else had these same experiences? Do you have any documentary evidence that we can see? Can you bring us to the scene, video, whatever, to try to get a picture of what the truth is? Because you have two of these diverging stories. But now I think it's clear one story is made up out of whole cloth. The other story is parts of it is made up. I don't believe everything Johnny said, but the evidence aligns with his a lot more than it aligns with Amber Heard's.
Yeah, I like this question from the chat. It's like, did you guys see the video of the security guy on Twitter? Looked like he's getting Amber Water's bottle from trash after she left. If I didn't see it, but if that's true, that's really freaking hilarious.
That's funny.
I don't. I mean, that's just they don't want people trying to sell it. You know, it keeps her DNA from getting out in the world. I mean, also maybe they want her
DNA. Maybe they're going to put it in CODIS now.
Yeah,
if she pops up.
Yeah. See how many other violent attacks she's involved in. No, but I think there's also just the idea, you know, maybe on the off chance that's water mixed with a little bit of a sedative
or alcohol or anything.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Oh, some Finlandia in there.
If they test that and there's drugs in there, man, I'll be like a kid in Christmas, man. Be great.
But you know, we sit here and we're you know, it's one. We know who won the day, but now I don't think that's the easy question, right? The chat wants the hard questions. What would we do if we were representing Amber Heard? You know what I'm saying? That's the question, though, right? Because we know Johnny Depp's team, they've essentially won. What would you do if you're Amber Heard's counsel and you know you got to go in there tomorrow and do something, right?
Yeah.
What's the hell the plan going forward?
Do I have to do something?
Yes, you got to do something, Kurt. Remember, you're
I have to zealously represent my client. I'm not sure what's left here.
Remember, you're probably taking some of this on contingency that you get some of that 100 mil. So
that was a bad plan on my part. If that,
it's a bad plan. That's a damn bad plan. 20% of nothing.
Yeah. Well, I just I really hope they don't just have canned depositions to play.
It sounds like where they're going.
I know they need some bodies to throw up on there. They need to just, I think I forget who I was. I think I was telling Joe, like, you got to get her up first because if she bombs, you need to create distance and time from that. And the farther you can get away from that flaming wreckage, the better. So the jury can't see it anymore. Yeah. But yeah, when you do the depositions though, that's almost like they're not paying attention, so they're just still looking at the burning wreckage. I don't know what you do though. I mean, who do you have left that can show up? Because her sister can't testify. It sounds like that's not going to happen. I don't know where you go.
Well, you know what she needs? She needs a fact witness.
Yeah. She
needs a fact witness to an event in which something like this happened. But even with the sexual assault events, generally you don't have fact. It's a one-on-one. That's why it was really important to have some type of medical stuff. But she doesn't have that. But she needs a fact witness to something. And I don't know if she has that coming forward.
Yeah.
Whitney would have been a fact witness, but
maybe there's I think there's like a fact witness for the James Corden show where they said, I think
they had like the makeup or the hair person was supposed to testify that they saw some kind of bruising.
Yeah, but but I wonder, but remember, it's still Amber's just done now. They've got to bring in somebody like that to say yes, there were marks.
They'd have to be really severe marks because even if like the makeup person saw something, right, it's not going to be
Yeah.
The broken nose with the
No, it's
swelling and
not.
beaten by the rings. Like at best, she said, "Oh yeah, maybe at best maybe it's like, oh yeah, I saw a little redness on her cheek. I saw maybe a little discoloration under her eye."
It's
Stuff we've
it's
already seen before,
it's better than nothing. I mean, you gotta get
Is it the
something going.
yeah, right? Yeah. I
I
don't know
mean,
what you do, man. At this point, it's like
yeah, no, yeah, you
there's
know,
only so much you can do as a lawyer. Really, there's
yeah,
only so much you can do. You can only do so much with the facts, and sometimes you can only do so much with the client. And this also, incidentally, is a good cautionary tale to at least some people who are thinking about going into law school or who are lawyers in terms of how they want to deal with clients. Because at least in terms of the ethics rules, right? The goals of the goals are set by the client, but the means to get there are set by the attorney. Which means from a straight ethics perspective, the client tells you what they want to do in very broad terms. Like, for example, I want to win $100 million for this defamation cause of action, right? I want to win that. Great. That's what you want to do. Fantastic. Now, basically, every other decision after that is mine as a lawyer, professionally. I can, right? I get to choose what witnesses to call. I get to choose what questions to ask. I can choose, like, basically the entire prosecution of the case, the entire handling of the case, right? Now, you can fire me as the client if you don't like that. But from a straight ethics perspective, like, I can ignore you. Now, I'm more the kind of guy who would be like, hire me or fire me, but I'm in control. If it's my case, it's mine, not your case. You're hiring me because you want me. So it's me or not me, but you don't tell me what to do. You don't tell me what witnesses to call. You don't tell me what questions to ask. You sit there quietly until I tell you it's time to talk, right? And I think that is not necessarily the right answer for everybody, but this case is a cautionary tale about going too far the other way. Because if you give the client too much control, if you give them the power to determine what questions you're asking and the way you have to ask them, because they won't listen to you, they won't take your advice, they won't follow your directions, and you're put into these boxes, like Elaine's put into these boxes, where you are forced to basically try to get away with asking leading questions because you can't do anything else because your client sucks. So, like, if you can't get control of the client, it may not be the right client for you, because this is the cautionary tale the other way. So, just a point worth noting.
Is it worth? I don't know. I hate being in a situation where, I would work on two tracks, to be honest with you. I would ask the client to contact the other side and say, maybe we can work out some type of deal, something that's reasonable, right? I don't think it's going to happen, but hell, right now we're looking at all options to get you out of a $50 million judgment.
The only possible settlement I would even begin to consider would be one with a full, absolute, unqualified admission. I want it in writing. I want it before a whole bunch of press cameras.
Not even just in writing. I'm writing it for you.
Yeah, no. I was like, here are the words. I want you. And you go out there and you make any statement inconsistent with this, deal's off, right? You're accepting responsibility or not. She can't do it. She literally can't do it. Like, even if she could say yes, she'd get 2 minutes into the statement, she'd blow it.
Listen, but now we're talking about what type of statement we're writing and that type of thing. Because, there's some Sarge's points. I want to give up. I understand I got to give up the whole rape and all this other stuff. But on the other end, I don't want to. I want to have something left coming out the other side. So it doesn't have to be as vicious. But
I don't care at this point.
But if it has to be, I agree. But I'm saying if it has to be all or nothing, then it's not a negotiation. It's a notification, right? So again.
Yeah, I'm not saying I won't even necessarily pay you the money. I won't necessarily demand the money. Like, I'll negotiate for the money. I'll negotiate all the way down to $1. But I'm not going to negotiate that statement. There's no way in hell.
Agreed. Hey. But again, I'm saying we're talking about the contents of the statement. But if you're willing to even negotiate and talk about a statement, then I think that's a win for me, right? Because we're talking, right? You could say, hey, we want to see what the jury's going to say. That's a loss. The fact that you want to talk is a win for me, right? Number two, I think I would try to turn into mutual abuse. Right now, the problem is Amber is turning away from mutual abuse. She's turning away from that. She's saying that I'm an angel, he's a devil.
Yes.
My strategy going forward, it'd be like, listen, we've lost that. No one believes that. If I ask the chat right now, if you do a poll, who believes Amber Heard was, nobody's going to believe that, right? Nobody believes that now.
So
So
your
my
strategy
strategy would be
is
to
to
turn
get up there
into that,
and in your closing argument contradict your own client. That's
not
always the
contradict
time.
my client.
Your client's
Steer
already
into
said that
that.
she's an angel who does nothing wrong.
I know, but I'm steering into that. I don't have to say she did any of that stuff. I just have to steer into that. Relationships sometimes are toxic. Sometimes things happen on both sides. Sometimes things get so muddy where you don't know really what happened. But we know things happen. We know he's saying that she did this. We know he said he pushed her and so forth and so forth. In a relationship that's so toxic where abuse is happening both sides, right? And someone says, hey, I survived that domestic abuse. Johnny survived and my client survived. They survived each other. That is a story. And if I get you to buy they survived each other, then you know what? Those two statements go away because we got mutual abuse. And then I expand the definition of abuse. Abuse is exactly what Dr. Curry said. Economic abuse, right? This. Why do you think she was begging for $7 million? She didn't have the numbers. He's taking her to private islands. She's growing up on horse farms. Yes, economic abuse, right? So I'm making economic abuse a huge thing. Now we got abuse. Now we got this, and then I go home, right?
That would have been great, Nate. And I'm not saying you don't have anything better, but that would have been great. Right up until Amber got on the stand and said the vicious beatings with the bottle rape and all the rest of it, because you can't sell that argument anymore. You could have sold it before she testified, but not now. It's like it's like, oh, economic harm is enough, for verbal harm is enough, emotional abuse is enough, but she said about the bottle rape.
But again, like I'm saying, in closing, what I want to do, I'm trying to wrap both stories, and it's gonna be hard to do. Again, this is I'm trying to say what would I do if I was in that position? Because I think that's what makes you better, right? The winning position is saying how they're going to win. I think that's easy. It's if you're in a losing position to get at least a draw or make it a fight at the end. I think that's the skill, and the skill here is not to if I'm going to go down, I'm gonna go down, but I'm gonna make it as hard as possible. And I think this is the way you make it as hard as possible. We survived each other. It's going to be my theme, and I'm going to have I'm going to be doing a lot of that stuff. We were bad to each other, and I think if I could sell that, then I can get something out of this.
Just want to read this comment real quick. Uncivil Law, Emily D. Baker at 390,000. Nick the Nose at 400,000. Get your grift on, homie. Also, nice to know that LawTube can pull those kinds of numbers as you go full time. It sure is. Also, of course, congratulations to my good friend Nate the Lawyer, who hit 200,000 today. Also, of course, my good friend Alita from Legal Bites, who also hit $200,000 today. So a lot of people are hitting some very major milestones. And I'm at about 73 last time I checked. I'm hoping for 100K by the time this case is over. So if you guys would be so kind as to subscribe if you haven't already done so, it would be heavily appreciated. And I do appreciate every last one of you who are here. Thank you.
You know, Nate, I think your idea is a pretty good one. The only other thing I could think of is you also go down the road of, look, Amber is just so messed up that, this is where she went with it all. Like, look how bad she completely, mind screwed out of this whole thing, that she thinks all this stuff happened. Like, so how bad really was it? And I think that, yes, that gets you to the idea of, well, I'm not going to lose completely. I'm going to have some chance out of here. But I think the other big hurdle with that is, and somebody mentioned it in chat, and I agree, there's a good chance Amber fires you before you get to that point.
Yeah, it may go down, but I think she'd be making a mistake. Because, again, I think right now the only path is path to victories. That's why we call them path to victories. The best path to victory is she has to own her part to it, and she has to do it in a way that's okay. And that's the way I think her lawyers can convince people there's some reality here, because right now what she's giving me, she's giving me a lot of tell but no show. I always call it, it's show and tell, but she gives me tell but no show. I want to see show. I don't think she can give us show.
Show not tell is the right answer.
But I think she can tell us something that is reasonable for us to hang our hat on, based on what we've already seen. Johnny said he pushed her. Johnny said he did this. He said that, right?
Yeah, he said he grabbed her.
Here we go. All right, so we, again, it was horrible for both of us, but we survived.
You guys talk amongst yourselves. I need to pour myself another drink. Okay. It's been a long day.
All right. Well, you guys. How long else? Well, at least I know she goes for like 9-10 hours.
She did
Then
a
she
full
does the
12
rebound.
today. She had to stop because she almost. I think StreamYard caps off at 12, so she had to stop.
Oh,
Yeah, she
because I
went
know
all
they're
day.
reading the super chats. I know that her Nick goes all day. I don't know how these guys do it.
Yeah. Well, I've done you know, I've covered a couple of trials like here and there, but usually you only get 7-8 hours. But yeah, I don't know if I could do a full 12. That's just
Yeah.
too much.
Yeah, well, if I wasn't doing other things, like I got the clients and stuff that I was taking care of.
Yeah.
Well, I just finished my last client, but then I have to pick up kids and all that stuff. So I just don't. I just honestly don't have the thing to sit down there and watch it. But I've covered trials, but I usually cover them till like lunchtime or something, and then that's what happened with this one. I covered it till lunchtime, and then I went to go pick up the kids. I came like it's cross examination. I'm like, oh my god, I missed it.
Yeah. But no, I do agree with you. Yes, she does have some chance to stem the bleeding, but it's just a matter of, what other witnesses do they have left? If they're all deposition witnesses,
the
the jury's not going to pay attention.
Yeah, she loses big time.
Yeah, like you said, she needs some warm bodies, and I think that's where you just pick the random people. Like you get that lady, the makeup lady. Yeah, she's not going to be able to say, yeah, she looked like she fell off the back of a motorcycle. But she could say, yeah, she had some disfiguration and some injury.
Yeah.
And you just kind of build from there.
Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, they're not. I don't envy them tonight.
Oh no.
Yeah.
That's what we'd have been talking about. But I think I don't think I could pull off a miracle. But if you get some sympathetic witnesses up there, some people will throw some shade into it. I think you can make something out of this, but it would be hard. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult. I still think it's easier for her. At the beginning of the trial, it was easier for her to win, right? She just needed to show something. Now I think she's the one that's got to fight her way back. Her claim is done. I don't think there's any way her claim is going anywhere.
She didn't even justify the number at all
her claim is
with 100 million. She didn't come close to it.
No.
Because Johnny Depp made so much money on Pirates, I deserve more, but that was part of the divorce settlement or not. What are you talking about?
Yeah, her number's John.
Yeah. Amber started out not, all her only goal was don't lose, and she was going to be fine. Now Johnny's to the point where he's got to ride out the clock and just no seriously unforced errors at this point.
Yeah.
Jason asked about Australia versus U.S. ethics. I can't really speak to Australian ethics, but at least in terms of U.S. law, the normal divide is that the client sets the goal, the lawyer sets the means.
Yeah.
And so the client says, "What do I want to have happen?" So that can be whatever it has to be. Like, I want to buy this piece of property. I want to win this defamation case. I want to do whatever. It's like, you set the goal. Great. Then my role is to set the means, which is basically all the other things. So I'm not sure. Yeah. So no, in the US, I don't have to follow their instructions except to the extent of accomplish the goal.
Yes.
That's the only instruction I have to follow.
Yeah. Yeah. The way I explain it to people at times, and it seems like it helps when I explain it. We're all going to go out to dinner. Kurt, if you're the client, hey, you get to choose where we go tonight. I take care of everything else. I choose the route. I choose the car. I choose the time. In fact, I choose what you're going to eat. I choose how you're going to eat it, what you're going to wear, where we sit, how long we're there, what are we doing afterwards, what's for dessert, whether or not I walk you to your door or I kick you out at the curb. I control all of that, but I promise to take you to dinner where you want to go.
That's not a bad analogy.
Yeah.
And then it just becomes your ability to actually what you want to do in terms of how the degree to which you want to enforce that. But there's an argument to be made that it's actually unethical for a lawyer to give up too much of their control. And I don't know whether this falls into that category, but I would show at least a pragmatic reason why you might want to avoid it. Because if you have a client that you can't control, you can't really facilitate them. Like one of your jobs as a lawyer is to zealously represent the client in terms of what the client actually wants, in terms of the goal. So if my client is getting in the way of that objective, I can't actually zealously represent my client because of my client. Yeah. So like I can't actually fully fulfill my own ethics roles because of what you're making me do. So there's a problem there.
Oh yeah, that's I've every once in a while I've been asked, especially in some of the courts I'm in, if like a sovereign citizen or a Moorish American, which is generally a black sovereign citizen, they believe a whole different set of things. Yeah, and I get pointed, like the court will say, "Hey, can you come talk to this guy? Like, nobody else can work with him, so I'll give it a shot." Yeah, and they want you to do stuff, and you're like,
No.
I can't do that. That's against the rules. Like, you are not worth, you're not worth
Also,
my
I
law
can't
license.
make legally inane arguments. I have to
Yes.
make arguments that are legally tenable,
Yes.
either supported by the current law, or I
Yes.
have to be able to make at least a plausible
Mhm.
argument of why the law should be changed. Which you
Yeah.
can do, like, hey, the law is this right now, but the law sucks. Here's what I think the law should be, and here's
Yes.
a whole bunch of reasons why.
Mhm.
You can do that,
Yeah.
but I can't go with like, hey, court, have you ever thought about the possibility that courts don't have power over this person
Yes.
because they don't want it?
Yes, Your Honor. Have you ever thought that you should abolish your office?
You ever thought about
close
ever
down
thought about
your
this fact
court
that the
office?
person should be allowed to do anything they want with no repercussions
Yes.
whatsoever?
Yes.
I bet you haven't ever thought about that before.
Yes.
Hey, quick question. DUI guy just tweeted out when Io testifies that he heard Amber Heard drop her phone twice and scream, the jury woke up and begins writing furiously.
Yes, I saw that tweet. And then on Joe's channel, her name's what was her name? Her channel name's Fair and Balanced. She's a
great
reporter.
name.
Yeah, it's clever as shit. I mean, damn, I wish I could something close to that. She said that somebody, I guess, when Amber and Elaine were leaving, apparently Amber and Elaine had it out, or Amber was just screaming like a lunatic. Who knows? Probably that, more likely. But it was reported by people that heard it, like they overheard it. It was that bad. So, yeah, I think there's going to be some. I don't know if we'll see Elaine anymore standing up.
Yeah. Also, with the sovereign citizens, I tell you right now, if I ever become a judge, my patience is zero. The moment they open their sovereign citizen's mouth, I'm finding him in contempt immediately and just calling it a day.
Yeah, you just got to understand their lingo. And
no, I really don't. See, that's the thing. The moment they open their mouth, I'm like, you're in contempt. You're going to jail for a month. Next.
Why are you against free men just trying to travel the land, bro? That's all they want to do.
Contempt.
They just want their cardboard license plates.
Take them away. Contempt. I cannot be bothered with this. I've gone through too much education to deal with this
Your
bullshit.
Honor, but Your Honor, you are holding a court martial with that Admiralty flag.
Mm-hmm. Great. Tell it to someone who cares. Next.
Well, now you're in my federal lawsuit.
Oh, yeah. Good luck with that plan. Oh, yeah. The judge felt me in contempt because of my bullshit. Good luck. What rights am I depriving you of exactly? I'm sure the federal court will love to hear your case. Good luck.
Article 4, free and habited. Come on.
Sure. That should go over real well with the federal court. I'm sure the federal district court will be overruling me any day now.
Well, listen, gentlemen, I am going to go to bed. I got to get up early tomorrow and do my thing as I do every day. So, if anything, good luck. I will see you guys tomorrow. You guys, I'm assuming you guys will be back. We're back around I call it the circuit now. I go to
I like it. The circuit's not bad.
I go to Nick. Then I check out.
It's not bad. We come up with we come up with panels. We can be different circuits of courts of appeal. That's kind of cool. I like that idea.
Yeah.
The Uncivil Law Circuit. This can be the Uncivil Law Circuit. Nate can be the Nate Circuit.
Yeah.
No, I like jumping around to everybody else because you get so many different perspectives. You know,
we got 3 people on here. We got 3 panel decision now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tomorrow I actually might be starting a different case. Depends on if I can get somebody covering it or not.
Yeah.
So. Later, guys.
Yep.
Later, man.
See you, Nate.
Oh man, good times. I'm first of all, I'm glad to smile because it was a rough emotional day there for a long time, Sean. It was. Did you have the same emotional reaction? Different? How'd you respond to that portion of the cross-examination?
Well, I think for you, part of it is I think you were trying to be a lot, impartial as much as you could and trying to be balanced on it. I kind of saw where it was going, and I had the idea of where it was going to go and how it was going to end about that last 30 minutes leading up to it. I'm like, okay, I know where this is going. I like how this is going to play out. It wasn't as emotionally draining for me, but I was just, I don't know how to explain it for me, but I was doing work and I was kind of on the edge of my seat, doing some emails, and then I would talk with Joe and listening. But it's like I saw the trap coming, and just you're waiting for that. Like you ever watch the hunting shows where the guy's sitting up in
Yeah.
the tree stand and the deer's walking along, and you know the deer's gonna get it. It's just you know it's gonna happen. You're just waiting for it and waiting for it and waiting for it, and that it was exciting to know. I saw that coming, and then yes, Camille just slammed the trap shut on her. Um,
I couldn't always see it coming.
yeah,
Sometimes, more frequently than not, I'd say. Not all the time, but
yeah,
more frequently than not. She'd be
sure,
laying trap and I couldn't figure out where she was going. And then
yeah.
the trap would lay and I'm like, oh, okay, that's clever.
hmm
But it probably goes a long way to proving that she's smarter than me.
hmm Well,
So,
I'm not trying to tell you that I'm smarter than you. I kind of had an idea of how she. I did think she was going to end it the way she ended it. Like
yeah.
once she said she was done, I was surprised at that. But I knew where she was going to go, and that was going to be once Amber started getting angry, that's when I'm like, okay, now the scripted part of her cross is really coming forward and
Yeah.
coming together.
Yeah.
So,
It's just, I don't know. You want to think there's some justice in the world, and it's the just world fallacy, I suppose. It's like you want to imagine the world at some level is just, and maybe I don't believe that to its most extreme elements, but maybe at some residual there's something there, and I'm like, yeah. Fair and balanced. By the way, do you have a Twitter or something? Because I'll send you a link to this. I just don't know that you're on the law tubes.
uh, yeah,
Does
I
she have
don't.
a Twitter? I'll send you a
I
link.
think she does. I know she has a YouTube channel. Um, oh, what was I looking for?
Anyways, while we try to figure out how to invite her to the
hmm
chat, and I enjoy my gin and ginger ale for those guys who are asking, I'll read a few super chats that have been coming in.
Yeah.
Pamela 2A gives $50. Very generous. Thank you. It was a great day, and all of you on LawTube are great. And Kurt, you're amazing. Thank you. For me, though, the gaslighting was very hard. I think it was affected by everyone in different ways. Yeah, the brazenness of it, the lack that it's like, I don't know if it's lack of self-awareness. I don't know if it's she believes her own lies, but the fact that she can get up there and they ask her, like, for example, this was more about Monday where this was coming in, but they ask her, like, you know, I think it was the Russia incident in particular where she was at that dinner. As like, this is the day after you allege that he hit you in the nose, and she just says he did hit me in the nose. The fact she can deliver that with apparently no trepidation or no whatever is disturbing on. I don't even
Mm,
understand what it is, because like you would think that, like, even if she's not self-aware, you would think that if she's just a manipulative person, you
hmm
would think that she would understand that that doesn't work.
Well, I have a bunch of different thoughts about why Amber is doing what she's doing, and another thought I have is that she realizes, like, well, I'm screwed. This is it. I'm not just gonna give up. And once you've
Lie
already,
until I die. That, I
yeah,
mean, that could
I, I
make
mean, I
sense.
mean, you may as well write it out because it's not like if you quit now, you're screwed. There is no backing out. This is unconditional surrender. That's the only thing Johnny's going to accept. So either you give him everything he wants or you let him march over you and take over. So may as well make him work for it, I guess, at this point. That's the only other thing I can think of other than her being mental.
This is an interesting comment. My psychologist cringed today when I told her I was watching the trial. Told me to be more careful. I told her I'd never heard such lies in my life, and being told, like, you believe it. Yeah.
hmm
I mean, there's something just so, like, unabashed by it that's like, it's like the big lie, it's or something like that. It's just like the juxtaposition between the truth and the lie. It's like you at some level you can't believe
Yeah,
what you're
it's
saying.
unsettling.
It's kind of like if you're at a store and you see a guy just come in and pick up a TV and just walk out the door. Like,
hmm
he's not running, he's not doing anything. It just comes in,
hmm
walks up, picks the TV, and just walks out. You can't believe that anyone would be ballsy enough to just do that. Like you can't fully believe what you're seeing.
Sure. No, and I agree. Yeah, it's just, can you believe this person is lying like this? And, clearly, if you were to tell, like, I think if Camille were to ask Amber, you know, look out this window and tell me what do you see that tree out there? She'd say, "Oh, that's not a tree. That's a deciduous plant." Or she would try to come up with something and, just try to run around it. And I think it's almost bordering on you can't believe it, but you almost border on the belief that this person is, you want to laugh at her, but you also, at the same time do feel like I feel sorry for this person if this is what they think they got to do.
I mean, I was
I mean,
laughing
it's
in
a million
part.
emotions at
I
once.
was definitely laughing in part when she was going through it, and I made a note of this when I was on with Legal Bites. Is like the fact that I was laughing at least in part was an interesting reaction to observe in myself. It's like because I'm
Mm-hmm.
at least self-aware enough to know that I'm doing that, right? I'm also self-aware enough to know that a lot of people wouldn't necessarily think that's the right reaction. So like I'm self-aware enough to know I'm doing it. I'm self-aware enough to know that people might look at this laughing and think that why is he laughing at this horror show?
Mm-hmm.
And like it's just interesting being able to reflect upon myself and the obvious answer is obviously that I'm using the laughter to diffuse the tension. But it's just interesting like making those observations about myself and then also interesting to like consider that Amber Heard can't do that. It's like not only am I not because I'm self-aware about myself and also self-aware about the perception of myself or a probable
Mm-hmm.
possible perception of myself and she's not aware of either of those things.
Yeah, no, there's, when you realize that you're able to be somewhat introspective and you encounter someone that's clearly not, yeah, it's definitely a weird feeling because you're like, you're like, at least you're willing to admit, okay, I could admit I messed up today, but I don't think Amber would ever admit she's ever done anything wrong, really, if it came to it.
But
And
I
it's,
totally understand Johnny Depp. I'm not sure what it says about me as a person either,
mm-hmm,
because I totally think, and I have been manipulated to lesser degrees like this, but I totally can see myself doing what Johnny did. I can totally see myself doing the peacemaker thing and
mm-hmm,
trying to appease and trying to make it work and trying to satisfy. And it's like I can almost hear Amber Heard's laughter on that tape as though she was laughing at me. And
mm-hmm.
it's very distressing.
Well, I mean, that's, I think there's something to be said about the realization knowing I've been in this position to a lesser extent and maybe but for fate or the grace of some being that has control over my life that I did not end up in that position. I
I'll
mean,
answer this
that's
one right now because
yeah.
it's responsive and also it's a very generous super chat. Not this the only $50 one we've come in, but it's
Mm-hmm.
responsive to what I'm thinking. Adventures in Lauren Land gets $50. I know everyone's different, but Amber reminds me so much of my ex-husband. I had to walk away
Mm-hmm.
from the screen more than once during her time on stand. This is her wanting to continue the abuse. I don't think she cares about anything else. Yeah, I mean, I had to walk away from the screen because I was emotionally I don't even know what I was.
Mm-hmm.
This is where I was. I'm not sure. Was I emotionally depleted? Was I emotionally confused? Was I sad? It's like I'm not sure what's going on in my emotional state. So it's like I need to walk away because it's like I feel something. It doesn't feel good. I'm not sure what it is, but something's going on here that doesn't feel right in some way. So I should probably walk away while I contemplate this, and I did, and I didn't get any smarter for it. But still, at least it gave me a break. And like, is this her wanting to continue the abuse? See, this is like also, I'm not sure it matters or it should matter. This was part of what I was saying much earlier in the stream. Like, does it matter if she's Machiavellian and she wants to do this? Is she striking back, or does it matter? Does it matter to the degree to which she's self-aware and twirling her mustache, or completely oblivious and doing any way out of instinct? I mean, does it really matter to the degree either way? And I think I'm leaning on the conclusion, which is why I told the joke in Elita's chat. I think I'm leaning on the conclusion like I'm not a medical expert, but I've diagnosed her with rabies and she just needs to be put down. I'm leaning on the simplistic answer because maybe like the complexity is a delusion. And maybe the simplistic answer is just the right answer. Maybe there's a point at which intelligence or thought becomes so infatuated with itself that it ignores simplistic or obvious conclusions in the name of over complexity. I mean, I've even seen people in this chat, incidentally, accuse me of overthinking it and overanalyzing it. I've seen your comments like saying this. It's like, yes, I see that. I don't, to some degree, know how to do anything else. I'm doing what I'm good at, which may be to my own detriment, but this is where we are.
I don't. Yeah, I mean, but I think that's, I don't know. I mean, I think that's where, there really could just be the easy answer here, but I don't think there's anything wrong with going down the roads of actually trying to make sure that you're not missing some deeper meaning or understanding for yourself, and how this can relate to your life or how this can relate to what you're doing. I think this is one of those times where it's, I think it's probably isn't just the easy answer or the obvious answer. I mean, this is a, it's almost like, for Amber, this is like a psychiatric autopsy almost. Like we're watching her just get cut open.
That's a nice phrase. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, and I mean, they are just going through her, and you peel, you cut her open, and we're peeling off layers, and you get to see her just. Yeah, I mean, it's like watching the alien dissection video almost. We're just seeing like everything every time. It's just something new. And even if it's not something new, it's something that she just keeps on doing, which, the capability of her to keep going and going and going.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Do me a favor, Sean. If you can dig up a way to contact Fair and Balanced, you have the link because it's in the DM thread. See if you can send it to her directly or something while I answer some super chats.
Yeah.
€5 from EIMZ. Contribution to your self-care fund. Like that you're willing to be so open where I'm working through stuff like earlier. It's like I one of the things I sort of believe is like it's good to thinking is speech, and they're one and the same because, at least for me in particular, because one of the ways I think I think out loud, and sometimes I talk to myself. I'm aware that I'm doing it, obviously, and as I've told other people when they catch me doing it, if it makes you feel any better, at least I'm talking to the same personality that is me instead of a different personality. I'm not sure that makes them feel any better. But like one of the ways I do it is by like thinking out loud and actually working through things. It helps me think sometimes. But yeah, I it's like, okay, I have a problem in terms of thinking about this. Let me work through the problem. And talking about it to some degree is helpful because sometimes people in chat or some of my guests can provide a particularly insightful point, and it helps me a lot. So like I'm engaging in a dialogue, not just a monologue. Like I'm talking, but also you guys are talking to me back, so it becomes a dialogue. Mm-hmm. And so we're actually two logos thinking together and trying to work through problems. I'm like, okay, this is how I'm approaching the problem. This is how I'm thinking about it. And then I get to see your guys' thoughts in terms of you're thinking about it wrong, you're overthinking, you're thinking about it right, or whatever. And I get to consider a whole bunch of perspectives as I'm trying to work through it. So it's a nice, because I'm a logical guy, I'm basically outsourcing my thinking. And so I appreciate that you guys are here to help with that to some degree.
Yeah. Hey, Farron, I just emailed you the link just so you know you have it now.
Janie Kennedy gives £5. In Scotland, we say that she had a face like a skeptical arse on the stand. No empathy, no emotional connection. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. James Kennedy gave €5 or £5. We're not even talking about dress. She might show a wee bit of back and cover up bruises. FML, it was an exposed back and what dress? I mean, a little bit, to be fair. Yes, it's right. Lord Luke M gave €5. Redirect worked for me. Also, laughing tape hit me like a massive freight train. Made me feel so weird inside. Yeah, the redirect worked about as well as it did yesterday. It seemed like about roughly 10% of the audience followed me over from the redirect, so it's not working perfectly on YouTube, but we take what we can get, and we do appreciate the 3,569 of you who are currently here. Thank you very much. LNG gave $2. AH looking at the jury mirroring Dr. Curry. I'm not sure the degree to which that's true, to which it's advice from counsel, which was very, very common. To the degree it's because of her as a manipulator or anything else, I don't know. That part in particular didn't really do anything for me, except to the extent that the way she did it was like creepy. There's something about it that was what's it called? The Valley. It's called with like facial recognition, the Surreal Valley or something like that. Do you know what I'm talking about? Where like you get to simulations of things and they reach a point where they're almost correct, but they're not quite correct, and you reach this point where there's that deviation.
Yeah, that
It's like-
deviation.
It's called something Valley.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, whatever
Yeah.
that's called. It's something like that.
Yeah, the Uncanny Valley.
Uncanny Valley. Yeah, that's what we're calling. Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah, the Uncanny Valley. Lisa Mal gets $2. Did the jury see your timeout? Thanks for the coverage. They sure did. And the fact they did, I see you, Mike. I'll get there in a second. The fact that they did was unbelievable. The fact that they saw this woman storm out in front of her in a, for lack of better description, Karen entitled. I need more adjectives in my life. I need to read a dictionary or thesaurus or something. But like the fact that they were doing this was just truly unbelievable. Law Talk with Mike is here to fix this all up. Mike, please explain all the things so I'll be less confused.
I would never have gotten an Uncanny Valley reference, so I'm lost.
Yeah.
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing all
I
right.
sent you a link the other day.
Yeah, I didn't get to it in time. I had some
I figured.
Twitter and I have had some philosophical differences, so I wasn't able to access my account for a little bit.
That's okay. We'll find other opportunities to bust on Chili.
Yeah, it'll be great.
Mike, Law Talk, talk to me. What are your thoughts about anything about the day?
I'm exhausted because that thing went long and I had a hearing in the middle of it.
Hey, Mike, you
I'll fix
come
it.
up a little bit. You're a little
I'll fix
quiet.
it. You got
Oh,
it.
okay,
I'll fix
okay.
it.
Let me
Good.
see here.
I
Let
fixed
me-
it. I just
Kurt
set the
got
auto adjust.
you. Never mind.
Yeah, in fact, I just did one and and everyone told me it was quiet.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, and then I have to remember the really hard part, which is changing it again tomorrow to switch it back.
Yeah.
So I don't usually use StreamYards, but it's easier. It's way easier to invite people in to StreamYards. I like OBS because it gives me a lot more control over my audio, but it sucks for coordinating with people.
When I
we
was
do what
starting,
we
I
can.
tried OBS. I'm like, I can't figure this out. I can't make it work.
It's great for solos because it gives you so much more control. My audio is a lot better with OBS
Yeah.
because I can run all these folders. It's fantastic.
No, today I can't remember. I'm losing my freaking mind. Were you there at the end for Rocky? That's what I just did my video on. I called
Is
it.
this
I called
IO
it-
or is this different?
I called
Rocky's
it Rocky
different.
Start.
I didn't. No, I didn't. I guess I missed it with Rocky. I heard about.
she
I
was
did
horrible.
IO. IO didn't do that very much for me, but okay.
Io was neutral. I mean, he's just simping for her, doing his thing. Like he's just a sucker, and he said a bunch of things that we already knew, and then threw some innuendo that didn't help at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
No,
So
I found his testimony to be believable and very consistent with what we've heard. It didn't
yeah,
really do anything for
except
me.
when he gets into that, I'm worried about her, and he just sort of implies things like, I feel like she was in danger, that kind of stuff. But it's not good testimony in terms of winning a case.
No.
But Rocky was her very good friend. Yeah, you know this, and she was living with him and everything. And I will tell you what. Now they stopped it, and it's a deposition, so they have the whole thing. The attorneys know everything she said, right?
Yeah.
They stopped it because it was the end of the day. So maybe the second half is awesome for Heard, but the first half, here's what we discovered: she doesn't talk to her anymore because they've had a falling out. Amber hit her. She verified that she did coke with Amber. Which is not good for Amber's preening stance on coke.
Yeah.
And then she goes and she says, I'm at Hicksville, and completely contradicts Amber's version of Hicksville.
Mm-hmm.
I am like, and then it ends for the day. And I'm like, why did you offer this in evidence? Why?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we could just do a meme review or something. Like maybe I should just do literally at this point a meme review because I could use a shit ton of laughter to purge whatever the hell this day has been, and laughter and comedy is the way to go.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just listen to like some Jeff Foxworthy or something. It's just like be like, here's your sign. That'll be fine right about now. I don't need it to be complicated. In fact, non-complicated is probably the way to go.
Yeah.
I'm all for it. I just stopped by to say hi.
No, please don't leave. We need you here. Please don't leave me, Mike. Please, I beg of you. I need the company.
You're doing fine. You got a pile of people on your stream.
If you leave me now, you take away the very best part of me. Ooh, Mike, please don't go.
Wow. I think my chat will find somebody I can sing better than for once.
I'm clipping that and putting it on my channel.
Oh, I sing all the time on my channel. Knock yourself out.
What do we? You know who I didn't hear from? Larry. Where was Larry? Was he over at Ricada or something?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but Larry said it was interesting the way the jury reacted. After a while, they were not looking at Amber; they were just staring at Camille.
Yeah.
And then I didn't listen when Io started talking and Rocky. I hit the road once I left my office. I'm like, I don't need to listen to this guy.
Yeah, he wasn't worth listening to.
Yeah.
He's just kind of a neutral witness. I mean, he was all right. You know.
And when he said that he heard Amber drop the phone twice and then yelling at Johnny, apparently the jury started taking notes at that point. And then,
There she is. We finally got her on board. Fair and balanced.
Fair and balanced. Hi.
Fair and balanced. Would you do
on?
me a favor and introduce yourself to my channel?
Sure. Well, my name is Farron. I go by Farron Franzik, but like my stage name is Farron Balanced. I hail from Chicago, Mike. How you doing?
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, grew up western suburbs in Oak Brook. And I'm a journalist. I've been a journalist around the country. I've been in, I was a news anchor for Fox in South Bend with Mayor Pete. Then I was in El Paso with NBC with Beto O'Rourke covering that. I've been in Austin. I lived in Austin for 2 years. And I was in Grand Rapids.
Now. You live in Austin now?
No.
Yeah,
I've been
here for 2 years.
I live in DC now.
That's where I moved from.
Oh, lucky you.
I went to Austin one time. I think it was 74 years ago. And I went out on 6th Street. And you guys won't believe this, but I don't remember much of it.
That seems hard to believe.
It's a normal reaction.
I believe my vague recollections are it was fun.
Yes. Fantastic.
I'm not gonna lie. The piano bars on 6th Street are the best when you have those little honky tonk piano bars where they just get up and play.
Yeah,
those are fun.
Yeah.
Love those.
I just love the impromptu acts that are there. I used to live downtown. I made the mistake of moving February 2020. Ask me what happened March 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But when things were available, I liked just walking down 6th Street and just popping in at whoever had live music with rooftop or whatever, and it was always enjoyable.
I live just over the river, right in Zilker, right on Lamar.
Excellent.
Yeah. So I was very close to the downtown, but had to just jump over the bridge to get there. But I miss it. It's better than DC, I'll tell you that.
Well, I was actually in college at the time, so this is a long time ago, and I went to school in Ann Arbor. Are
you a Michigan boy?
I went down there. There might have been a girl involved, and I had fun. I had a good time, but I'm like, damn, this town is way cooler than Ann Arbor.
Yeah.
Wait, so you went to Michigan then? I presume.
Yeah.
I went to Purdue, so don't worry, I won't hate you. My whole family's Notre Dame, though. I will say that. So.
So what is your job now in DC?
So I was with an international news network, but then I actually just went independent. And
Great.
I've been covering this trial since the beginning, basically.
Excellent.
And it's been fun. Yeah. And you guys have been I totally fangirled because I got to give a shout out to Good Logic, who gave me my big break on LawTube. Because he saw me covering and we have a friend of mine and we have a fun show every Monday night, and we named it Court See You Next Tuesdays in honor of Johnny.
I like it.
But we cover the funny stuff coming out of the trial, because I used to do stand up and fun stuff like that before going into news, and which was kind of an odd segue. But So yeah, so we cover a lot of the fun stuff, and he happened to see our show on Monday or something like that, and he was like, "Hey, you want in?" And I was like, "Are you serious? For sure, I'll come in. I'm not a lawyer,
I'll
but
tell you what, it was an interesting thing. I've only used the CUNT word once for a woman, and today was like, I really want to use it on Legal Bites. I thought about it. I'm like, no, that isn't really how this audience rolls.
Right.
So I'm not going to do it. But man, I spent a long time since I wanted to use that word. Because I'm like,
yeah,
bitch is not enough. We are well past bitch.
yeah. Well,
Well
and I heard
past.
I heard you speaking before when I was throwing out a face, and I have to tell you that very much the sentiment of what you were kind of getting triggered flashbacks. I was getting it as well, because I dated somebody like an Amber but that wasn't physical, where it was like the mind fuckery, I guess you could say. And that's where I did a super, super deep dive. And it was the simplest of things. I just Googled one weekend, like, what does it mean when your boyfriend ghosts you for the weekend? And it was like, they could be part of the cluster B personalities. And I was like, whoa, deep dive. Here we go. And you just learn all of this stuff about these personality types, how to pick them out from a crowd. And a lot of it is, and I did a number of specials when I was a news anchor on cluster B personalities, which is like narcissistic, sociopathic, psychopathic, and what's the other one? Histrionic, where our society with Instagram and filters and all that, we're breeding these little narcissists coming up, and they don't even realize it. So I did a special on that. But the biggest thing that I saw with Amber today that really, really, like, just, whoa, girl, was the tape where she literally sounds like the devil, where she's like, "Oh, come on. Oh, yeah, you piece of shit. Yeah, what are you going to do? What are you going to do?" And you're just like, you sound like a freaking demon. And let me tell you.
I may have heard something like that in my life before.
Oh yeah, many of us have. Here's the thing though that I will say with that cluster B thing that I did want to tell you. The first things first is for those that think like, man, can I kind of be like that? Do I have narcissistic personality disorder or whatever? The fact that you're asking the question, you don't, because narcissists don't ask that, or cluster Bs don't ask themselves, do I have this condition? And if they were ever told that, they're never going to admit to it. That's number one. Number two, what I learned is, I can say this, girls, we've all had our crazy girlfriend moment. We've all done it. Even guys have done it too. But the fact is that normal people with a conscience, with empathy, that can feel stuff, even if you have, even if you're very logical on civil law, you still have a little bit of empathy where you're going to feel, like when you hold a puppy, you're going to feel happiness. If you don't have a soul. But it's one of those things where
I'm already ginger, so that's a possibility.
but a good joke. But the thing is that we all learn from that and we grow out of it, because that's just called immaturity. These personality disorders start to flourish in your 30s, which I was like, wait, why would that be? And it's the fact that everybody else, if you're all on the same level and you've matured, but these people haven't, that's where you see in your 30s, these people stick out like a sore thumb. And that's what we're seeing with her. And she can never be wrong. I mean,
she's headed for a huge crash. She is. It's funny. There was testimony about it today where they were saying that Johnny was saying, you're near the end, and everyone's gonna think you're ugly, and it's just true by just chronologically. I mean, it's not. She's a pretty woman, but the party's over at some point, and she's just gotten by on that her whole life. And there's just. I mean, this is a lot of women in society. The crash is hard,
When you talk about the crash in the wall, man, like the I start hearing echoes of like the MGTOW red pill stuff, and that's not to say like some of what they're saying isn't true, but like, man, oh man, she's like the worst exemplar ever. She's the worst exemplar of.
She is the poster woman for MGTOW.
Yes, she is.
She's the poster woman for MGTOW, for manipulative women, for women who will destroy you and eat you alive, for succubuses, for dementors, for sirens. Except sirens were actually attractive with her songs, and not so much for her.
Yes.
But yeah, she's a poster child for all those things, and she's also a poster child for Maybe Believe All Women was a bad plan.
Yes.
Yeah, and we're seeing that
Which
now.
I was saying immediately because I'm
Yes.
like, you're all fucking idiots.
Yes.
Well, and we're
Kurt-
seeing it now with this trial coming up with Evan Rachel Wood and Marilyn Manson, and you notice his name keeps getting brought up in this trial here and there, like peppered in, and she
Is that
could
the
be
same
next one.
scenario? I do keep hearing people mention it, but I'm not familiar with it yet. Is it the same sort of thing where she's just kind of using him and making up allegations, or is it like a different scenario?
Well, so there's two sides to it. A lot of it, she said it was mental and sexual abuse. And she's come out and talked about certain situations. And again, I'm just starting to kind of deep dive into this while this trial's going on. But he has vehemently come out and said, like, look, this was consensual. This did not happen. And I know that she was on The View, and, you know, because he's suing her now, for those that didn't know, for defamation, very much the same what we're seeing right now. And she has said, you know, I'm not scared. And I don't know. It's going to be interesting, especially coming off the heels of this kind of a trial. I mean, it might be a double whammy, but it's great for LawTube because then it keeps you guys employed.
She's also really
I'll be
good
streaming
friends
that
with
one.
Amber.
I'll tell you what, that one's filmed. I'll be streaming that one back to back because I want some love too. You know, no doubt.
Hey,
Like, all right, Clem, dibs. I got dibs.
Am I wrong? But isn't Evan Rachel Wood and Amber pretty good friends?
From last I saw, I remember them doing some Me Too events
or fellow
together.
travelers, at least. Yeah.
Yeah, they did some events and stuff for Me Too together. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Now, I will say, I have a friend of a friend who was in the courtroom today. I had no idea. And you kind of brought it up earlier, Sean, but it was, from what my friend told me, their friend was in the bathroom, and it was just before the end of Amber's testimony, because she got up and ran to the bathroom.
That was your friend, okay.
Yeah, she got up and ran to the bathroom thinking that she still had a lot of time, and she realized that Elaine abruptly just stopped, and she said that she was leaving and went down the wrong hallway or something and saw Amber go into the room off of the courtroom, and then she was just she heard what the fuck was that, and just heard yelling.
Yeah.
And she was just like, oh God.
I don't doubt it.
Uncivil Law exclusive here, folks.
Absolutely. That's what we love.
And I'll even show you guys too when you just tell me say the word, because I was on Good Logic earlier, and you know how Law and Lumber, which I did super chat and give him that name idea, so I'll take the 5% commission. But I
gained 50,000 subs, so I don't like.
Are you? Wait, what? He's already at 50K.
Yes.
Yeah, and his videos almost hit a million.
Hey, my dad's got a table, so I can start churning stuff out.
But I debunk the hair. I debunk that crap because
there's nothing. I could see it from the photos. I mean, everyone has a spot on their skull by necessity. It's a geometric fact. You'll always have that little whirl pattern of your hair somewhere, because you can't otherwise fit hair on a round surface like that.
Well, I'm going to show you guys.
That just looked like that to me. I didn't see jack shit.
So during the break, I was like, okay, I'm going to whip this out for Good Logic. I don't know. Were you there, Sean, when I did this?
No, I don't know what you're.
Oh, so this is brand new for the audience. Okay. So women, we have extensions. Okay. And I know this, again, as a news anchor, having a lot of people think we get our hair and makeup done. No, we do not. We have to do our own hair and makeup. But when I had shorter hair, I had gotten extensions. Okay. This is human hair, meant to be the color of your hair. Now, I want to show you guys. I have to do it like all the beauty gurus, where they have to put their hand behind. Those are like little daggers that go into your scalp, and then it clips into your scalp like that. Okay. So I'll show you a quick example. So what you would do is you would lift up one part here. You would clip it onto your scalp. So you got to go up and down, so it's on your scalp, clip it, and then you put your hair down, and it naturally goes in there like that. Okay. Now, you cannot rip these out without removing hair. And even if you were to unclip it first and take it out, you still might get a hair or two, stuck with it. What I think happened, either one of two things. And there are times, ladies out there, if you've come home from a night out on 6th Street and you're like, get these out of my hair, and you'll just start pulling them out, you might pull out a chunk or two. If you pull hard enough, you could. Or if you were diabolical and wanted to say that you got your hair pulled, you could easily do that. You could also then take this and cut it and lay it out. And you can see here, it looks like this literally looks like the hair that was on the floor, and almost probably the same color as well.
Yep.
The other thing that you could do
It
too,
looks staged.
right? The other thing you could do too, which is what I ultimately think is what she did, because I had a friend who it was very much like in the scene I Feel Pretty with Amy Schumer, where my friend fell off the spin bike and her hair did get caught in.
Ooh.
She fell off the wrong way and it pulled out a chunk of her hair. When that pulled out, you had skin, you had the follicle, and her hair was there was no scalp, there was no white, it was red. You saw straight red, and then it scabbed over.
Right.
The fact that you see when she pulls her hair apart, it's at like the top crown of her head here, which is an easy place to hide. It's a white area, and she's saying that that's pus. I think she shaved a little area, and that's her scalp. When you have your hair ripped out, and what I saw from my girlfriend who got it ripped out, it's like an uneven, weird patch. It's not a perfect circle the way that is. I think she shaved a little bit out, took her hair, and just laid it out there. And then just said that was pus.
Rocky got into that today. I was doing a video and the end testimony. I actually cut that bit out because it didn't go where I wanted it to go for my particular video. But they were actually asking her, does she wear hair extensions? And I was thinking, why the hell are we doing this? I'm cutting it out.
Yep, but that's exactly why.
That must be what they're thinking.
Yeah.
And the other thing too is, and this women would know this very well, especially like I said, from my friend, she got a chunk pulled out from down here. She could not, her entire scalp was it hurt because it was so sensitive, because your hair follicles are very, your head is a very sensitive thing. She could not brush her hair without feeling like being in agonizing pain, number one. Number two, you see the next day, Amber's hair is up in a ponytail, up near the spot where her scalp was, where her hair was ripped out. My girlfriend could not put her hair up or pull it back or put any pressure on her head or anything like that for weeks. Weeks until it finally scabbed over. Yeah. I don't buy it. I'm not buying it. And that's from a hair expert.
I didn't see anything though, but like when I looked at that picture, it didn't show anything to me. I didn't see anything.
Yeah,
it just looked
except the
like
scalp.
normal hair.
It was.
I didn't see like something that looked ripped out. I didn't see really any deviation. It didn't show anything to me.
They actually had a time, and I think we were all on there. I don't know, but I mean, they've had a bunch of times. But they showed the picture with the redness in the cheek, and they're showing the picture and her on the stand, and she's got redness naturally in her cheek, or I don't know, or she's using makeup or whatever. But I couldn't distinguish which one was supposedly the injury and which one was her live sitting on the stand.
Yeah.
I'm like, that's underwhelming,
And women, I mean, you could even see with me, we have our contour with our blush. I literally could create that in less than 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And not have, I can do that not wearing foundation too, by the way. She always has to bring up this foundation, but then when she went to the courthouse, she wasn't wearing any makeup. You mean you weren't wearing foundation? But you might have used your bruise kit over your plain face.
Yes, and she put the color corrector over the foundation. I learned that's the way to do it.
Apparently, like I said, when she said bruise kit, I was like, what? That's a different meaning, honey. But
yeah, that was bad.
Yeah.
It's not like she had like multiple years to like work on her testimony or anything.
Exactly. But and the more and more I see, there was a clip, I forget who put it up on YouTube, but they compared her to the chick from Gone Girl. And the more and more she get into
I'm gonna
this
definitely
case,
have to watch that movie after the trial. I'll watch it after the verdict, and I'll be like, that'll be a whole live stream. I'll be like, holy shit, dude.
I mean, she literally does everything this woman does, except it starts right in the beginning where she's like, in order to get this right, you need blood and lots of blood. And you see where has an IV and she's using all this blood and having it smeared all over the kitchen floor. The woman in Gone Girl would have made it look like a Johnny Depp beating versus the way Amber's did.
I even saw like an Instagram or something like that where someone was doing professional makeup, where they show how to do professional bruising, like, because obviously you have to simulate that if you're in Hollywood to make it look real, and it looks real enough. It's like, okay, so you can simulate this with a little bit of work. It's like you can't even bother to get that done. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think part of this was when it was going down, the hubris, because when Me Too was in full swing at the top of its game, and I mean, people are just going down at the mention left and right. At that moment, she's thinking, this is when she's hatching the plan, and she's thinking, I don't have to do anything. No one will question me. Believe all women.
Mm-hmm.
And then that calms down slightly over a couple of years. Not a lot, but a little bit. And people are like, well, maybe we should actually, use evidence like we have.
Maybe we should look at evidence. Maybe we should consider the value of things.
Facts. What are those?
And she's just like, ooh, I wasn't prepared for that. I didn't think anyone would question it.
Yeah. And I'll say the media, when I was part of the mainstream media, was complicit. When I was a news anchor in South Bend, Indiana, Notre Dame, this was, you have to remember back in like around 2016, 2017, or actually no, 2015 to 2017, around the time and the rise of the Me Too movement, you had also the rise of, you had CNN's The Hunting Ground, where it was all about rape on college campuses and how it was this epidemic of college rapes. And you had my own brother, who was in law school at the time at Notre Dame, was like, Farron, me and the guys, when we go out, we don't even want to talk to girls. We don't know if something's going to happen. God forbid if we get in trouble and we can never get our law license. Young guys were really, really scared. And I was making the point earlier today, I'm going to be interested to see, because you have a young jury. You have at least 4 to 5 people in their 20s and 30s. And they were in college at the time when all of this was going on. And no matter what, it was believe the women. And you saw a number of pro athletes around the country were falsely accused of rape and then, exonerated. But I, at least, and it might, be an unpopular opinion with the media, but, I would go into our newsrooms and I'd be like, guys, I'm talking to my brother. What if we do the other side now of how young men feel about, this rape culture, again, that was wrongly reported, the numbers. Not that people don't get raped, but the numbers were really skewed. And they were like, no, we can't do that. We can't do the guy's side. And it was like, well, why? Because
it's not news. It's pushing a narrative.
Exactly. And I saw it from even your local little news station. I saw it there, So it's, And so that's where I'm glad. That's where I'm glad to see this vindication for a lot of men, because I have 3 brothers. I've seen this from the other side too. And there's a lot of men out there, even my own father had an abusive. He was married before. He was 6'3", 140 pounds, emotionally abused. I found a picture of him and I was like, what the hell, Dad? This was you? And he's a lawyer and a neurosurgeon. And it was one of these things, like, it can happen to the best of guys. And, but the thing is that a lot of guys don't want to come forward because, it's pride, ego. Cares. You're a man. Yeah. And no one cares either.
Men are where women were, let's say, 50 years ago, in terms of like the culture of things, in terms of being believed and all the rest of it. It's just the honeymooners, except in reverse or something.
Yeah. And men can be abused too. And just because you're a man doesn't mean that you're immune to abuse. Physical, emotional, psychological, nothing. So that's what I'm glad seeing coming out.
And it ain't going back anytime soon. But that's topic for another day.
It's interesting because I also saw something similar recently, but I can't remember the thing I saw recently, but I can remember the older thing. I saw one of these talk shows, daytime talk shows, a couple of years ago, or a clip of it, where a guy was on stage with the host and telling a story of basically domestic abuse. And he, as memory serves, he said something like, he was locked out on the balcony without any clothes on or something like that. And the audience, who was mostly women, started laughing. And the host, to his credit, said something along the lines of, well, he chastised the audience, like, if this were a woman testifying to this, you guys wouldn't be laughing.
Yep.
So, like, if abuse happens to men, it's a point of comedy. And like what she's saying, like, you're not a real man for not taking it or something like that. I don't quite understand this proposition. I'm not even sure where the proposition comes from, really. Maybe you have a better sense of it, but where the idea that men are supposed to tolerate abuse, and if they do, maybe it's because they think that men are strong, and if men, because they have physical strength, if they were being abused, they just, hit them back, but we're not allowed to do that. So like, I'm not sure where it's coming from. It's very confusing.
we're stronger, but that's not a reasonable option on the table for us.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah. Yes, we can beat y'all up, but we're not going to.
I was just gonna say, I'm a huge fan of Bill Burr, and he has an amazing joke out there where because he talked about Rihanna and all that that happened.
Yes, I love
and he
that.
said, "I'm not saying it's okay to hit a woman." This is the words of Bill Burr. This is not me. He's like, "I'm not saying it's okay to hit a woman, but don't tell me there is never a reason." And it's one of these things where I've seen a lot of women poke and prod. I've seen it happen to my own brothers with their old crazy girlfriends. And as a man, you know you can't do that. But women also know that there's a point where, you know, you can't use that to your advantage, you know, and you see a lot of women do that.
Well, then you see what we have in society that men have exactly one option, which is to walk.
Exactly.
And this is why we have MGTOW.
Yeah.
And this is why the marriage rates dropped off a cliff. And this is why the birth rates dropped off a cliff. And it's like it's not just the United States; it's the entire globe.
Yeah.
You know, whatever. You know, the society will implode. I don't care. I'm too old for it to matter to me.
I need to refresh my browser if I disappear.
Well, I was going to say, fair, and also it's, you know, Chris Rock said it too. It's not that I condone it, but I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, there was somebody that was like, "You are so ignorant on this topic." No, I'm not. I've trust me. Again, I'm not saying that it's okay. What I'm saying is that I've seen a lot of women use this to their advantage. I've also interviewed thousands of women who have been victims of domestic violence. I even said this on Good Logic. I've covered court cases with women sitting on the stand crying their eyes out because they are true victims of domestic or of DV. And, you know, seeing Amber Heard and the way she is on the stand, it is a complete 180 from what I have seen happen with true victims. And I've even seen men on the stand as well. And even men have broken down way more than Amber Heard did. I mean, it was truly, truly acting there, folks. And like the Johnny's team said, this is going to be the role of a lifetime, acting of a lifetime. And, you know, again, I'm not ignorant on the topic. I've just covered it from both scales. I've covered the women and the men. And there is a middle ground here. Women can be abusive just as much as men are. You know, it's just the only problem is that, for example, you know,
the nature of their abuse is different. Because women, women in a very generalized way, obviously, men are more physically abusive. Women tend to be more emotionally abusive because they're relying on their respective strengths.
But more women are killed from men versus men that are killed from women. That is
right, because that's the physical versus the first physical versus like emotional manipulation.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Although there are physically abusive women,
a lot more men commit suicide than women.
This is very true. Yeah.
Yes.
And that's really that's the emotional toll. That's the end product thing. I mean, I'm not comparing it like that, but it plays out just the way you would think it does.
And that's the sad part is here you see a lot of what Johnny Depp testified in, and you hear in the audio tapes too. It's not even that he wants to walk away because that's what he did his entire life with his abusive mom. It's that he needs to walk away because he knows this is going to escalate, and she just keeps poking and poking and poking. And it's like almost as if she wants him to hit her.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, he definitely does. I don't know why he was. Yeah, well, actually, I do. He's naive in this sense. He's a superstar, and nobody ever tells him no, and he doesn't understand things. And that way, he thinks that everything is going to work out. And it makes him sort of naive like a teenager in that one sense. I think he's a smart guy. I think he's a mature guy otherwise.
No, I'm not sure that's it because I'm not that rich, and it sort of happened to me a little bit.
There are women that get off on power like that. I mean, there's a lot of shitty people in the world, you know?
That's true.
That's, you know, it's kind of one of these things where I remember one time I was like, I feel like I've dated like a number of assholes. My mom's like, yeah, that's a you not being able to spot it problem, you know?
Yes.
But we all have we all have a past and whatnot. But again, just with this, it's just really sad because either way, whether Johnny wins the 50 million and she, walks out of there, with her career destroyed, either way, they both lose because you're still going to have a group that believe that Johnny Depp really did beat the crap out of her. And you're still going to have it where Amber Heard, they call her an abuser too.
Well, God bless the fact that this is televised and filmed, because if this would be a lot easier if it wasn't for Amber Heard, because everything could have happened in trial exactly the same, but without the ability for people to observe it, it would have been trivially easy for Amber Heard to come out with, this just proves that our society hasn't reached
That's what happened in the UK.
we've achieved, and blah blah blah, all the rest of it, right? The fact that people can observe it and assess it for themselves, we can all see the same evidence, we can all hear the same testimony, we can all do exactly what the jury is doing, and so it puts in our power the ability to assess. And like, I don't know that Amber Heard can play this game. I mean, she'll try, I'm sure, because she has nothing left. There's nothing left to do except to say this proves that we can't, we haven't come far enough.
Yes.
But then there's but the video though, and it's not going to work. I mean, there might be some people who will not give it up, because there's some people who can't bring themselves to it for whatever reason. But the zeitgeist is heading rapidly the other direction. And as I've said multiple times, my one true hope here is that if Johnny Depp wins, that he'll spend whatever time he has left on this earth trying to bring some attention to male domestic violence and stuff like this, because like men can be victims too. With Johnny Depp as an ad campaign, which could be really, really powerful. The idea of the woman who throws plates or pans or stuff like this is like cliche and culture, and so it's like, well, maybe we just need to make it unacceptable.
I mean, did you guys ever think in your careers, I feel like Stefan from Saturday Night Live, that you'd be covering a trial that had poop in the bed, had Yorkies, teacup Yorkies, gay friends, Coachella, just all these things in this trial, dogs eating weed, all this stuff, and especially ending with the poop in the bed. I mean, did you guys ever imagine yourselves covering
no one would ever
testimony
write a woman
like
this. No one would ever write a woman character this way.
Nobody would write a story like this, period.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although she's common as the day is long, she really is. That there are a lot of women like that. But when Brad in accounting is dealing with her, and she's just doing that crazy on that level, no one sees it or understands, and she gets away with everything because they just assume Brad's a bad guy, and he's just accounting by day and evil at night, and he can't defend himself. He doesn't have the cash. The end.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now, what do you guys think going into tomorrow with Whitney Heard? Because there's actual video from like their little, they try to do like a little reality show with them where it's her. If you guys haven't seen it, you can just YouTube it and search it. But Whitney Heard is there with all their friends, and they're like, yeah, so what happened with your fight with your sister yesterday?
Yeah.
She's like, no, I don't want to talk about it.
Colonel Kurtz's channel. We were talking about, and then going over to her channel. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, and then you see the one friend. She goes, "Why don't you want to talk about it?" And she goes, "I'm not talking about it." And then you see the video of her friend putting her chin on her face, and she's like, "Wow, she really got you good." I mean, she can't lie.
It goes to bias. It goes to bias. So it's totally admissible to my mind.
I thought Whitney wasn't able to come in at all.
Yeah, we're not quite sure how that resolved.
Yeah, I don't see how they can have Whitney testify, but they could have made an agreement. So you never know behind the scenes what's going on.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure about how that resolved. But yeah, she comes in, you have that tape, which you can absolutely admit. I mean, they'll object to it as like, I'm sure any number of reasons, for sure, whatever. It's like, well, she's making admissions or not. It goes to her bias. It's like, so screw it. It's definitely admissible to my mind. And then you can ask her, like, so did she hit you and you don't really care about the answer?
That would be really good at impeachment.
I think I agree with you in the sense that I think that's the way it should be, but it's not. I could see a judge saying it's more prejudicial and probative. I don't care. We're not talking about it's not related to these incidents. What you're going to get into a fight? Are you setting up a sort of a it's prior bad acts versus like a mode of operation, and it gets really. That's not a simple analysis. I'm sure they've thought about it.
Well, I did the analysis in half a second, Mike. It was simple. I just applied the rules.
Yes.
Well, I mean, the one thing that the reason why they would bring her in would be to testify of what happened on the staircase. And, you know, first Amber said he was going to push her. Then it changed to he was going to clock her. And then I would see the redirect, or I'm sorry, not the redirect, the cross would be, has Amber ever hurt you? I mean, so I do see what you're saying in the sense of, it's admissible. Why would you need her? But I would think, though, to establish that time, though, to show that he wasn't just abusive to her, also to her family.
Yep.
But that's just an outsider, you know.
I'm bringing that shit in if the judge
I've
says
had
no.
similar things knocked out of my cases, and it made me insane. Insane.
It would make me insane, Mike.
But I would go
but
for
it's
it.
the rules, though. You want me to like chart it for you? You want me to like draw a diagram with crowns or what?
I had a woman in a case who didn't get to the hospital because she had to go pick up her child who was like a special needs child. Okay. And that child died during the pendency of the litigation. So this was no nonsense. The insurance company is hammering me. She didn't go straight to the hospital. She didn't go straight to the hospital. She couldn't. She couldn't. She was in a lot of pain and she couldn't. She had to go with her special needs child because no one else could take care of it. And then she went to the hospital. Okay.
Right.
You would not fucking let it in.
And that,
why not? Wow. It's pretty material.
Because it was more prejudicial than probative.
How so?
I don't know. I don't know.
What's the prejudice?
The prejudice is.
Can you just back up for a second?
And say that she has a dying child who, in fact, did die. That the jury would just be
that's not good.
Sympathetic to it. That outweighs the probative value of explaining this.
Okay, that's some bullshit, and I understand your theory.
I didn't like it. I was arguing against it. You don't like it, but I'm telling you what the ruling was.
Yes,
it's wrong.
Sure. But I'm telling you that's a real problem. You do not know that this judge won't make such a ruling.
Yes, basically it's overruled, counselor. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
I'm going to knife you to death.
No, like it's funny because I'm arguing like you're arguing what I was arguing. I agree with you. But I'm saying not so easy, and it's not your call. It's the judge's call, and God knows.
I'm going to knife you in the parking lot. They'll never find me.
So
you know, I was a young kid when the whole OJ trial happened, so I barely remember if the glove don't fit, you must acquit. But I remember watching The People versus OJ Simpson, and then going back and watching old trial testimony and whatnot because I was so interested in the case just as an adult now. Because again, as a kid, you don't really remember this stuff. But I compared that knife today. I compared that knife that they brought out today to like the OJ glove of you know. Showing how, I mean, it's one thing to see it in a picture with like a little dime next to it, but that they brought it out and showed it. I was like,
nice.
oh,
the show
this
and tell
is like
moment
the
was
glove.
very nice. Show and tell moment was nice.
They needed a live exhibit.
And the little bailiff that got to do it was loving it too. He was eating it. He's like,
I'm on TV.
Master deputy sheriff.
Hey, mom, I was on TV.
Yeah, that's a big moment.
Yeah.
Doing your best model on the Price is Right moment. Show the knife to everyone.
And it was
what
like
do you think the price of this knife is? $5.99.
It was. I feel like they did a lineup and they were like, "Can we get the smallest bailiff you have to hold this giant knife?"
Right? Yeah.
Just for size. Yes. But yeah, and the best way that she did it too is she's like, you know, we have a picture of this knife, but we also have it here. And I was like, what? You know, it was just as a TV person.
But he kept it partially.
Those are the moments I live for.
He kept it partially in the sheath. I would have been like a master deputy, whatever. Would you mind pulling it out of the sheath and maybe waving it around a little and like making some stabbing motions towards the jury or something?
Yeah,
that'd be good.
That stuff is big. I remember a prosecutor taking all the bullet casings and setting them. You know, they're all sitting in the box and setting them like slowly and clanking them. You know, and then this, and then this, and then leaving them there, and then walking around the well of the courtroom. You know, it's beautiful. Everyone's looking at the casings, going, that's not good."
That's nice. Yeah, drop them slowly as you go on, and just a ping. Great demonstrative.
I was a theater kid growing up.
Awesome.
And there were times where I was like 2 weeks away from going to law school, and then I asked my dad because he was also a lawyer. I was like, Dad, I want to go into news though, because this is when all the news anchors were starting to get their law degrees and stuff, especially on Fox. And my dad was like, do you want to be a lawyer? And I was like, well, no, I want to be a news anchor. And he's like, then don't go to law school. He's like,
Yes.
you're
Right
not
answer.
gonna like it.
Right answer.
And
dad's
so I
a wise
ended up
man.
not. But
That's
the
a
one
ton
thing
of
that I
work in debt for
yeah. But I loved what I do love though. I've always loved movies like A Few Good Men and The Lincoln Lawyer, because there is a theater art to trial advocacy.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
Sure, absolutely.
you know, seeing that, and those are the moments, again, like I said, like where you said with the bullets, with the knife slowly pulling it out. I mean, that's been the funnest part for me. Is it's almost like a crazy theater, you know, this
Even
crazy
before
story
the gets
unfolding.
there. The entrance every day. I was just on Alita or whatever this morning on Legal Bites, and when Johnny Depp coming in versus Amber Heard, I mean, she's like, nobody even looks at her, just like whatever. And then like Johnny Depp comes in, and it's full rock star treatment, and he's like really nice to everybody.
Yes.
But people are screaming, and they're opening the doors, and he's shaking hands with everybody, and it's a whole.
I love how he says, like, I've got a lot of family here. He's like, that's all my family out there.
Okay. Well, I don't know if you guys saw too today after the trial, they showed there was a guy full on Jack Sparrowed. Like,
I've heard there's a couple of those times.
Yeah, and he actually had the car he pulled out because they're all, you know, behind those gates there. And he actually rolled down the window and waved, and they went nuts. And I mean, he's winning him. He's winning him. Or actually, no, he's won them. You know, he's got that fan base, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, he should have played that as he
like a
left.
nice guy, though.
He should have played You're So Vain out the windows.
All right, I need to drink my Ovaltine and then go to bed. Okay,
That is for the week.
Yeah,
I don't have to go to bed for another 3 hours. I can still get 7 hours of sleep before I have to do it all over again.
It's 9:30 in Chicago, sir.
Yeah, same time here. Yes.
I know, but I didn't know what a crazy situation it was over here at Uncivil Law.
Oh, we roll deep.
There was singing, there were memes, there's Fair and Balanced, there's Sean. It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
I love you, baby.
Oh, watch out. Watch
All
out. We
right,
can have a
all
karaoke
right.
contest.
Nice to meet you, Farron.
Nice to meet you as well.
I
Go
will see
Bears.
you
Go
guys-
Bears.
I'll probably see you guys tomorrow.
Oh, Bears.
Not Bears.
Oh,
Not
Mike.
Bears. Not Bears. Oh.
Good times. Let me answer a few super chats. Aaron Fowler gives $5. Could AH be considered a hostile witness? So disrespectful to the court. So hostile witness is just a term. If you're calling the witness, it's basically asking for permission to ask leading questions. That's all it means.
Yeah. And on
So it's
cross,
like, I'm calling you, but I want to ask leading questions. So it's permission to ask leading questions, which you couldn't normally do. So
Yeah.
it doesn't mean as much as you might otherwise think. Oster gave $1.99 for a super sticker. Thank you much. Katie becomes a new member. Thank you very much. I know what that means for Katie and $2. I mean, Alita might not know what it means because she said it a couple times without noticing, but I do. If Alita shows up with a shower tomorrow, we'll laugh.
What
Absolutely.
happened?
Read his name. Think about it.
Geez.
There you go.
No, I thought you said
Congratulations.
she didn't know about having a
She
shiner.
doesn't know about it. She said it a couple times on stream without it processing
Oh my
in her
God.
head.
The poor
MC
girl. She's
Nick
got a
gets
million
0
to go
5.
through.
The last time I saw a defendant damage her own case this badly, I was a baby during court appointments. Minor possession. Defendant came under court under the influence. Never since. That's about equivalent to that. Or the stories where you hear like the defendant comes to trial for the drug possession with the shirt that says, you know, I smoke weed every day or some shit like that. That's basically where we are.
I had something kind of like that once. I was doing when I was in law school, I did a clinic where you worked in I did some prosecutor work and public defender work, but I did in juvenile court. And the kid shows up for his, he beat another kid senseless at school, and he shows up wearing a tap out shirt to his,
God.
Yeah. And the judge had no idea, and the judge, he's older, he had no idea. And I said, you know, that's a bit of an issue. And then the judge looked at him like, oh, you like to fight, huh? Yeah, it did go so well for him.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. Comrade Commodore, $10. Had an incident where my ex punched me in the face multiple times. Listening to this trial is insane how similar how age is to my ex. It's looking in the mirror and saying, yeah, I think we're all seeing elements of this that speak to us on a number of different levels. I never was never quite in this territory. I don't know that I necessarily even qualify myself as a victim of any kind of abuse. I just see elements of it that speak to me on some level. But anyways, thank you for the super chat. Parisian Nicole gives $10. What do you think was more damaging, the duplicate manipulate pics or accidentally saying she did the leak to TMZ? So the manipulate pics aren't really doing that much for me, all things considered, because the jury can kind of see them for themselves and like they know what's going on. The leak to TMZ is the bigger deal, for my mind, between the two. So like, because the fact that the photos are similar, it's like, okay, that can mean a lot of different things. The fact that I leaked it, yeah, that's great. Gabrielle, $4.99. Do you think Amber Heard walking out is bad? Yes. Do you think the sis will lie on the stand for her? I don't know. I think
yes.
I don't. I mean, her sis can see what's going on. Now, if her sis has ever testified before, she has a minor problem. But that being said, like if she corrects herself on the stand, she's unlikely to be charged with perjury anywhere if she finally comes out and tells the truth. Her walking out is atrocious. I've never seen anything like that. I've never even heard of anything like that before, with a person, with one of the parties walking out while the jury is still sitting there. I'm like, I was gobsmacked, and this is where I threw in the towel. I'm like, well, we're just cooked. We're done. I couldn't believe what I was watching. In fact, Nick Rakita couldn't believe it either, because he said like he thought the jury had left. And we even said on Legal Bites, we weren't sure. We had to go back and rewatch it because we couldn't believe it the first time. It's like, that didn't just happen. Oh, wait, it did just happen.
And then she proceeded to yell at her legal team.
And she's yelling at her legal team. And like the jury is wanting to bring back the stocks at this point. And I think that's not the worst idea. Put her in the stocks, sun up till sundown on the streets. Put her on K Street. Let's throw some tomatoes at her. It'll make us all feel a lot better. Sounds like a good plan right about now. £2 from Jay Kennedy. Take care of your eye, Kurt. Looks a little bloody. It's allergies, but thank you very kindly. Vegan Lion becomes a new member. Thank you for hitting that join button. Magnus Prime, $4.99. Sorry this was rough for you. Hope you can heal and find happiness sending virtual hugs your way. It's fine. I mean, all things considered, we try to move on, but I'm still looking for that special woman in my life. So hopefully someday I'll find the woman who will be the woman of my dreams. One can only hope. I think I'm like one of the few single guys on the law tubes at this point, or single people for that matter. It's depressing.
No, hang on. You had Mike. Isn't Rob single too? Law and Lumber?
Yes.
Yeah, so you're not the only one. So come on.
Okay, so get
that chip off your shoulder.
It's a group of dysfunctional bachelors, and we call ourselves the Squad.
The Squad. Oh.
Those of you who know that reference, I'm with you all the way. All right. Linda Washington gives $10. You might be too human to practice law. This field of law with domestic violence, like I've often said many times, with like family law, and I fall in this category because that's what this has become. This is like a family law case to my mind.
Yeah.
Because like this kind of case with people, he said, she said, it's not the right case for me. I can't do a family law. It's too sad. I know exactly what I felt. Guilty for watching AH squirm and enjoying it. It's wrong to watch another's misfortune, but AH is so awful. See, that's not my problem because I love the Schadenfreude. I live off the Schadenfreude. It's one of my primary nutrients in my life. So that was not my issue, but I understand. Low water mark is $50. Thank you very much for the generous super chat. Glad to see you're doing so well. Kurt, thank you. The whiskey glass inspires me. I will get more whiskey. Thank you very much for your super chat. Jamie Lee, $4.99. I just came over here to say I was living for the West Wing reference you made earlier. Leo's my favorite TV character of all time. Well, thank you very much. I do love movie and TV references and play references, like, when we're talking about gaslighting and stuff like that, because, literature can distill and create characters that are aggregates, and they can really help to distill something that's not otherwise there. So like, looking to 1984 for inspiration, looking to the play for gaslighting to inspiration, looking to West Wing for this line for inspiration, and trying to figure out how one should feel. I mean, it's all interesting to me. Anyone else think this stuff is inspirational, or is it just me?
As far as like
anything, like, do you like movie, TV references, or references to plays, stuff like that?
Yeah. That, and I also love I'm a huge stand-up fan. Again, like I said, because I dabbled in stand-up for a little bit. I had two dreams, either to be a news anchor or to be the weekend update anchor on SNL.
Okay.
Comedy doesn't pay that great until you finally make it.
Mhm.
But this was before everybody had a Netflix special. But
Mhm.
no, I love movies and references and stuff like that. Yeah, so trust me, I feel you.
I thought about doing stand up. Like, I don't understand. I've done improv, and I liked improv and doing the classes of improv. And
Good for you.
they
Yeah.
teach you the mechanisms of improv.
Where did you do
And
the improv at?
in DC, where I
Oh,
used to
okay.
live,
At the
I
DC
did it
Improv?
at Little Theater of Alexandria,
Okay.
and I did it at what was the other one I did it at? Oh, in Washington. What's the name of it though? There was an improv.
Well, the big school that I did a stand up writing class. It was like a one to kind of refresh. It was at the DC
What's the name of
Improv.
it? What's the name of it that I did in
DC
DC?
Improv.
Yeah, not one. I did WIT, Washington Improv Theater, I think is its name.
Okay.
Yeah.
And for those
But-
that have never done an improv class, seriously do it. It is so much fun. Even if you think like, oh my God, I'm not going to be funny. The people that went in thinking that they weren't going to be funny walked out the funniest people in the class.
No, I did like 5 levels of improv. I did improv for like a whole year.
Okay.
So I loved it. I kind of followed it all the way through. And so stand up interests me. And I don't know the degree to there's classes because I'm sure stand up, like most art forms, has mechanisms and tropes that you can use. And I just don't know what they are. So I need someone to teach me like the principles of stand up. Like I was taught the principles of improv.
Mhm.
And then maybe I can do some stand up because that sounds like fun.
And it's the thing is though, is it's like the way I can explain it, because I did improv at Second City in Chicago.
Well, that's badass. I mean,
yeah.
it doesn't get much more credible than that.
Good
I mean, they
humble brag
literally
there.
wrote the book on it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing that's weird though is, and the best way I can explain it, like I said, is like my dad's a neurosurgeon and a lawyer,
Mhm.
and he was a full-time neurosurgeon going to law school at night in downtown Chicago. And he said that he would have to have his medical analytical brain on in the morning, and then at night completely shift his brain around and do shades of gray and all this, what you lawyers do. And that's kind of the same way that I see improv and stand up. Improv, you're feeding off of a group of people, it's the whole yes and you keep the scene going, and you all are kind of like one heartbeat together in this one specific scene. Stand up, it's a lot more. You have people that, as they get better and better and better, for example, like a Chris D'Elia, where he can literally, well, I think he's one of the best guys, where he can walk up in front of an audience and just start talking to people and literally create his own stand up. Same with like a Bill Burr. But then there's others though, where they like to be a little bit more scripted. It's kind of, whatever your preference is, but it's going from this group that's like a heartbeat to it's just me. And not every joke is going to land, whereas if you're in a group with an improv group, if it doesn't really land, then the next person can pick up and keep the heartbeat going, so it's scary, but it's also a lot of fun, and you kind of just opens up your creativity and all that too. But
I appreciate the dichotomy, perhaps not the degree to your father, but my undergrad was computer science, which obviously is very analytical, very kind of black and white thinking. Especially at my school, Clemson, it's just mathematics because it's ABET accredited. And so then I go from a very formalistic mathematical black and white system into law, which is ambiguous. And I do love actually that feeling in my brain of playing with both those terms. So if that's the analogy. I'm like, well, if I can do the improv, maybe I can do the stand-up too.
Exactly. Yeah. And at least do a stand-up writing
I just need to learn whatever the mechanisms are. And I appreciate what you're saying in terms of like scripted versus, I imagine there's lots of different possibilities, but without knowing what those are to work from and trying to feel out what makes sense, I don't feel like I have enough to start with. I don't know where to start.
A lot of it, the way that, in stand-up or stand-up writing 101, it was just, hey, look at a situation and what do you see? Now look at it a little bit differently. Look at, is there a protagonist or an antagonist in this scene that you're seeing? For example, like let's say you walk into CVS and you immediately see a Karen, describe the scene in your head. How would you explain this to your mom? How would you explain it, to your friends? And it's kind of learning how to, take real life and shape shift it and morph it and add some spice, add some pepper, add some this, and that's kind of like the easiest way I could describe it. It's just taking something that you see and what can you do with it, you know? But
Well,
that's for basic
I've been
101.
telling jokes from time to time on the streams, some of which are appreciated, some of which are not, but that's okay.
I have a great sense of humor, so I promise you I will laugh at every one.
I appreciate that. Thank
Real
you
or
very, very
fake.
much. Yeah. Well, that's kind of you. Tracy 3 gives 999. She should have asked, didn't you spend the night in jail for that DV arrest? Yeah, that is not available at this time because it goes to prior bad acts. But then again, she did testify she testified that she's never hit anyone. She testified she never lied. I'm not sure if that was open or not. I'd have to double check. Go ahead.
I don't know. I think the way Camille did it, where she just said, "You were arrested for domestic violence, weren't you?" I mean, that just you walk away and leave that.
That works fine for me.
Yeah.
Whether or not she spent the night in jail is kind of irrelevant at that point.
Yeah.
Whether she's charged, convicted, it's like you were arrested works for me. I'm good.
Yeah.
Milsey Kuski gives $4.99 to give me a super sticker. Stickers kick ass. Janie Candy gives £5. The knife was a slam dunk for the layman, so I think the jury would have the same effect. It was a wonderful way to open. Got your attention right fast. And then it got increasingly weird from there on a whole number of levels. Lauren McCaud gave $5. Hey, Kurt, just want to say thanks for reaching me more about our judiciary process and teaching me to look at cases unbiased. Thank you. Well, I appreciate that I'm able to help people look at cases in the way that I look at cases, which isn't necessarily the only right way, but it's the way I like. It's just a very analytical, neutral, just trying to be as fair and read and just try to look at things. And, it makes things easy in some respects because like the other, when I've been talking, for example, about the case of Roe versus Wade, for example, and the case that's going to overrule it potentially, that seems to be going in that direction. And someone asks a question like, are you pro-choice or pro-life? I'm like, it's irrelevant. Because to me, that basically that's a moral consideration. Like that asks a moral question. I'm here to give a legal determination. And here's what I think the law allows for. And I'm basically saying, well, the law allows, in my best judgment, the law would allow the states to basically have infinite scope on abortion. They can do they can allow everything and they can ban everything with the exclusion of the life of the mother. So like basically that's about as wide as you can get. So it's like, well, you tell me, am I pro-choice or pro-life given what I just told you? It's like they can ban everything or they can allow everything. Is that a pro-choice or pro-life position? Right. It's not, because I don't think in those terms when I'm discussing things on my channel. Sometimes it helps clarify things.
Yeah.
Which I like Kurt, that. I like that law scope of it. It's a safe place. You could just say, this is how it is. This is the law. That's it.
Hey, Kurt, before you go further, I gotta get out. I gotta get ready for tomorrow. So you guys have a nice night.
Nice to see you again.
It's been a pleasure. I'll see you guys around tomorrow.
See you mañana. And you were talking about DC really quick. This I'm actually shocked with. I don't know how much you talk politics on here, but North Carolina Rep. Madison Cawthorn has conceded his race to his opponent Chuck Edwards in a phone call. Was not expecting that, folks.
What was that race for?
For his seat. for his
what?
Congressional seat.
Congressional seat for House?
Yep.
Okay.
So he's out.
Okay.
As of January. Don't you miss DC?
Nope.
I know, I feel ya.
This is a part of the stream where I hit on you. Sup, girl? How you doing,
You're funny.
All right, thanks. Oscar R, $5. Do you guys believe the upcoming video depths will achieve anything except putting me to sleep? Nope. Inquiring Minds, Canadian $5. When Amber Heard said JD gave her a note with his new number after divorce, why wasn't there objection? No notes presented evidence. Because she's saying something that she observed. Because also it goes to whether or not the note exists now is not the same thing as whether the note existed then, which is also why necessarily like her saying I took photographs and the photographs not existing is not necessarily inherent contradiction, right? She's like, I took lots of photographs. It's like, where are they? I don't know. And there's a lot of plausible explanations for that, by the way, right? My phone got deleted, the photos got deleted, they got lost, I don't know where they are, right? So there's any number of possible explanations. So it's not inherently contradictory to say I took photos, but I don't have them. Also, it's not inherently contradictory to say he provided me a note with his number on it, but I don't have the note. She's testifying to something she personally observed. That's why it's not a problem. The note existing now doesn't mean the note didn't exist then. JJ Camille, 78. Was your heart thinking caused by your blood drain? I don't know what it was caused by, man. It was something, man. Bernhardt, 1999. Aren't you guys overanalyzing this? Quite possibly, but that's my dominant way of thinking. So, for lack of a better plan, I'm going to rely on my strengths, which is the analysis. So, I don't know what else to do. Maybe Fair and Balanced can help me with some alternative, but this is all I got to work with. It's all I know. It's all I know how to do.
This is me.
The jury cannot even remotely comprehend what's been throwing at them the last 3 weeks. Truth. They leave Tony to get with 2 days of AB being dismantled. What else does it need? Yeah, I think the jury probably checked out. And the idea, I said this actually like at the very start of the trial, because my analysis was basically it's going on for 6 weeks. So I didn't need to know anything more. It's going on for 6 weeks. The idea the jury is going to remember anything, let alone care about anything, at the end of 6 weeks, I'm like, there's a very decent chance to just go back in the back of the room and be like, so not necessarily overtly, but basically, who do you like more, right? Mm-hmm. And so, like, this is the problem, like with long trials. It's the same problem with the O.J. Simpson trial, I think, to some degree, and why it basically resolved so long. It's like you can't ask people to keep that much information in their head. It's just not realistic.
100% agree. 100%.
So like, it's too much. It's too much. It's too complicated. Not to mention your memory can't keep everything intact. It's like,
that's where I will say kudos to Elaine when she was when Amber was on the stand for the direct, because here you had Johnny's team so eloquently put out dates, times, and you could see probably I would bet the jury's like, okay, this date, this date, this date. You go in consecutive order. And then here she comes, and it's just this hodgepodge of, I was dragged across the floor and my hair was ripped out, and then he threw the kitchen sink at me, and all this crazy stuff, right? Mm-hmm. And it was like they almost wanted to do it for the entertainment of it. And when I say entertainment, meaning like this narrative. But again, they're looking at it like, wait a minute though, but when did this happen? And then when you start seeing the cross-examination, and she's going against, this is the timeline and you're not on it, I think that was more entertaining than after, because I think they really dragged out Amber's testimony. Really, really dragged it out. They should have just kept it short, simple. I think if she wouldn't have had those breakdowns on the stand, she would have been much more believable. And I think she would have been a lot more how do I say it? I think she would have been a lot more convincing. If she goes up there and she's like, I was a victim, I went through this, no, Your Honor, no, counsel, I did this, and this, and she kept it analytical the way that JD's team did, I think she would have ended up better. But it was just a soap opera.
This comment is interesting, and I've commented about this before, and I'd be interested to see if you have any other thoughts or think about it any differently. So this one from Fuzza Majamallah. No one said believe all women, it was believe women. See, for me, these statements are exactly the same. Because believe women is unqualified. It's an unqualified statement. It just says believe women. All is implied because it doesn't say anything other than that. It doesn't say believe some women, believe partially women. It just says believe women. The statement on its own terms is already absolute. So believe all women doesn't actually add anything. So there's no linguistic difference between these two things. But you tell me, Farah, if you fair and balanced, if you have anything different.
I think you could just call me Farron, by the way. I see that's where I disagree with you. When I see the statement of believe all women, that means believe every true victim of domestic violence and Amber Heard. Whereas when I see believe women, I see it more as, for example, during Harvey Weinstein, how a lot of these women weren't believed. It was, hey, listen to their story, and they should have a place at the table, kind of a thing. Whereas believe all women, when I see that, I think it's just like, it's like a blank, like no matter if they're full of shit or if they're true, you gotta believe them no matter what. It's kind of like, it kind of goes into where you had Black Lives Matter versus All Lives Matter. Like it's when you get in those little nuance of what each one means and all that. But like I said, the way that I see that, When it says believe all women, that means without a doubt, no matter what, whether they're, again, full of shit or not. Versus believe women, they might be full of shit, but listen to what they have to say first. And that's kind of the way that I see it.
Maybe. I didn't parse it that way, but that shows how different people think, which is a perfectly valid exercise.
Yeah.
Right? It just shows how different people parse things. And like what statement like Black Lives Matter versus All Lives Matters, like I just parse it at face value. It's like, okay, I just parse what that means. Like apparently it means all Black Lives Matter. And then it was interesting because there were situations in where particular Black lives were at issue. And you actually heard people who were in the Black Lives Matter movement say it's Black Lives Matter, not all Black Lives Matter. And which is a funny juxtaposition for me. I'm like, you gotta be shitting me, but okay.
Right.
Because like black on black crime, for example, this would be what the conservatives would say as an example. It's like, oh, you don't care about black on black. Oh, Black Lives Matter only refers to white on black crime. I'm like, no, it doesn't. I can read the words.
Exactly. And you know what? And that's where I will say, because I've talked to his name's Hawk Newsom. I've interviewed him a bunch of times already, where he spoke about he's the head of the Black Lives Matter movement in New York. And he was very much against all of this stuff coming out about, their $6 million mansion and what have you. And he said, if I could go back and redo everything, I would totally switch the PR and how it all went down.
Yeah.
And I truly think that, I think it was a grassroots movement that had the best of intentions, but the mainstream media sweeped it up and created it the way that they wanted to. And here you have a little grassroots group of people versus a media conglomerate. They had no chance, so that's where I think, it's just they all get misconstrued depending upon how early on the media picks them up. You
mean the media took it and turned it into something other than what it was meant to be? Are you telling me the media sometimes in their stories misreport the stories or not completely truthful to the stories or faithful, or maybe you're not necessarily the
journalist you thought I was? So I'll do the elephant in the room, because I saw somebody in the chat say this. What did they say? Where was it? Let me see if I can go back and find it really quick as I scroll through. But they said something, is that the Marxist fair and balanced? So I was in local news.
What?
Yeah, I was in local.
Is that?
Well, so here, I'll tell you why. Just hold that thought. So I was in local news all across the country, and I was in I was a news anchor in Michigan, and it was a story on, if you remember back like in 2016, 2017, when GM had that really bad recall where it was when you pushed on the accelerator, sometimes it's stuck and people couldn't brake.
Yeah, wasn't it also Toyota had that problem because of the floor mats?
It was something along that, but with GM, it was the actual pedal where it was a specific pedal. And there was a woman who was in this kind of vehicle, and she crashed into a tree, and she had to get her right leg amputated. And it completely, up and turned her life. And I interviewed her. I was going to interview her. I was going to do this whole story on, just how these auto companies, they just kind of give you like $25,000 and say, here you go, like, sorry. And because they even have because I even looked this up, where these auto companies, and especially the insurance, they have it where like your left leg, $25,000 is worth that much. Your right leg, $30,000. You probably know this as a lawyer as well. And I went to my news director and I was like, hey, I have this amazing woman that I want to talk to. I want to tell her story, and talk kind of the corruption that's going on. And she's like, girl, I love it, but it's never going to get past sales. Come to find out, I'm in Michigan. GM was like one of our biggest donor advertisers. And that's where I was like, do I stay in the belly of the beast and kind of let this go? Or do I go off somewhere on my own? That's when I came to DC and I started working for the network RT America. And RT America, as you guys know,
is that
Russia today.
Yeah.
Except the thing that's different is that people don't realize that we because it's shut down now. We didn't have a direct line to Vladimir Putin. I was against the invasion. I even said it on my nightly. I was the primetime anchor for RT America. I said it on my show. I said I don't agree with it. I'm not for it. And immediately the mainstream media looked at us and they were like, "You're horrible, you're evil, you're this, you're that, you're Putin puppets." And I was like, okay, I'm used to this by now. But the thing is we were doing a lot of stories that the media wouldn't cover, and we would look at, like, for example,
it reminds me of like the controversy of Al Jazeera. I don't know RT that well, but I remember
it's exactly like Al Jazeera.
Yeah.
Exactly like Al Jazeera.
I remember thinking Al Jazeera did pretty decent work, all things considered.
And the thing with RT is I'm very middle of the road. I would say if I had to like pinpoint it, I'm fiscally conservative, socially liberal. But then there are times where I do see where it's like, wait, why are we sending all this money to these foreign wars when we're running out of baby food? That doesn't make sense to me. Take care of home first, at least right now. But
the baby food problems are not because we're sending the money to foreign wars. There are bigger problems with Biden sucking ass when it comes to supply chain issues and all the rest of it. But okay, that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, but but we had there was news hosts that were very, very on the far right. There were ones that were on the far left. I was right in the middle, and I didn't really hit on a lot of foreign stuff. I kind of did more domestic stuff and what was going on here domestically. I had Gloria Allred on my program all the time, who was great when we covered.
She's interesting, but
she is, yes.
I'm not one of my favorite people to comment.
And it's one of these things though where I always give everybody a chance. I interviewed Benjamin Crump, who was the lawyer for, if you remember, Trayvon Martin, George Floyd. He's kind of at the forefront of all the civil rights. I mean, I had a number of people that had no problem coming on RT, and they actually liked it because we never edited their interviews. We gave them a lot longer of a time to talk and whatnot.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then when this whole Russia-Ukraine war started, everything just kind of blew up. And like I said, I was against it. Other people were kind of making excuses for it. And I was like, no, this is 2022. Why are we invading countries? Come on. But yeah, so that's where you get the Marx is fair or whatever. No, I'm not a Russian simp. I love my country, but there's a lot of things that our country does that we should be able to ask questions like, why don't we have baby formula? And the mainstream media, while they might, cover it just a tint, they're going to tell you what you should know, not what you need to know. They're going to tell you how to think. And that was one of the things. I was never told what to say.
I don't like being told what to think. That's annoying.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm
a big boy. I can think.
Yeah. And I had a monologue every night where it was kind of centered, kind of like how Tucker Carlson and a lot of the, the news anchors have a monologue in the beginning. I covered, and actually I covered the Rittenhouse case, and I talked about LawTube and how LawTube was on the rise because it was lawyers online that were looking at the case, not in the way the mainstream media was. And I had the clip from Nick Rekieta where they're like, "Oh, that's it, that's over." Where it was the one guy.
Yeah.
You know the scene.
Yeah, great. Grossman was saying, this is when you have the weapon pointed at him, not by your side, but raised up. And he's like, correct. And it's like, yeah, it's just a fantastic moment.
Yeah. And so I was the one that was, I did a whole thing on it, but I couldn't get any of you guys to come on because I think you guys were all so busy streaming the trial and whatnot.
Well, for what it's worth, I don't remember being asked, but.
But the other thing though, too, was, and like I said, I had just seen Rekieta just at that point. I wasn't in LawTube yet.
I see.
But
okay, you're just focusing on Nick the Nose and not giving me love to me, the Uncivil Law. I see how it is. Okay.
This was a year ago, Kurt, and it was one of those things where, like I said, I had a little toe tipped into LawTube. But again, I was talking about it before everybody else now was talking about it, and I was pro for it because I was saying, look, the media is telling you this is how the trial's going, and you see these actual lawyers commentating through it.
I'm not sure how many total lawyers we had come through there, like 15 total lawyers. Like, then sometimes we had 10 on at a time.
Yeah.
And
it was like two different trials, the mainstream media trial and the LawTube trial. And it just fascinated me. And that's where I see, that's why I love it, because I like independent thinking. Now I'm completely independent. As people know, our Team America shut down, but I left way before that because I was against the invasion. But again, it's one of these things that I think it's great to have you guys in this space independently going over these trials, because you watch court TV, you watch Law and Crime, which is run by Dan Abrams, who is super left. And he's, and, it's one of these things where not everybody agrees, and to have this little echo chamber where they're all feeding this one thing, I don't think that's healthy. We all don't think the same. We all come from different backgrounds. Just like you said, you don't believe all women or believe women, and I was completely different than you. That's how we learn.
I don't mind disagreements. Like, I didn't shut you down or something. I let you speak, and I'm thinking about it. Right? It's like,
and I didn't shut you down.
And I may or may not agree with you in the end, but either way, it's like we're having an intelligent discussion. What a concept, right? Wow.
Right. It's like, it reminds me of, you see those things where it's like the optical illusion, where they're like, do you see the old woman or do you see the young lady in this optical illusion? And whatever you see first is what you think of, or, whatever. If you see those things like on Facebook or whatever, we all see things a little bit differently. But the point is that we could all learn from each other.
Absolutely.
So
just a friendly reminder to the 2,726 of you who are currently here. Just a friendly reminder to please subscribe. If the subscribe button is currently red, the subscribe button is angry with you. It is showing its anger. And if you click the red subscribe button, it will become gray and it will be less angry. Help the subscribe button be what it was meant to be. You can be the change you want to see in the world. $4.99 from Allison Becca. Worried about you today on Legal Bites after AH and JD recordings. Glad to see you back so strong. Yeah, I mean, it was emotionally challenging, and I'm still not 100% sure how to deal with it and how I should feel about it. And I will be thinking about it for a while. And I'm looking forward to future conversations with Spidey and Dr. What's her name? I can't remember right now. But either way, we're going to have discussions on it, work through it. It should be interesting and try to figure out the whatever. Janie Kennedy, 10 pounds. Can you compare yesterday to today? Yesterday, she shared with Elaine's lead BS. First day, she crushed it, by the way. She sure as hell did. Today, she didn't have to react to her narrative. Today, she crushed it. Yeah, I don't think she was as good as yesterday, but then again, it'd be pretty hard to be. I mean, yesterday, I was like hard-pressed to find any flaw. It's like I found one kinda, and it's just because I wish something was a little bit more emphasized, but it's not like she missed the point, and it can be fixed and closed. I'm like, so when I'm reaching that hard to find a mistake, I'm like, geez. So basically, I said it was perfect by the end of the day because I'm like, yeah, it's perfect. And then today, okay, it wasn't perfect, but then again, she's in the 90s, and like if she can turn that out on a regular basis, man, Jesus, I'd have her as my lawyer every day and twice on Sunday, man. I mean, it was incredibly good, incredibly solid. All the same tropes we saw before in terms of her demeanor, pacing, timing. It wasn't quite as tight, but it's just overall great. Yeah, that's what she said. Absolutely, for sure.
Sorry, I had to.
No, yeah. Oh. I'm sorry, my dick is so small, but it's just a birth defect.
What? And by the way, they said it's Dr. Courtney Tracy.
Tracy, that's right. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because she said it wasn't so tight, and why wouldn't it be tight? Because okay, so therefore it led me to the next joke. See, that's improv, right? I took what you said. I did a little yes and. Right? Took what you said, a little yes and added to the line.
Very nice.
And scene. Great. And then so that was the first half of her cross this morning, was like the reprise of yesterday, which was very, very good, but maybe not as good as the original, but it was still incredibly good. So maybe it's like Star Wars 5 after Star Wars 4. Okay. I'm a Star Wars 4 is better than Star Wars 5 guy. But so I'm like, okay. So they're very, very close, but not quite in the same league. And if you flip the order, it's basically the same way, the other way around. And we all agree Star Trek 6 with the Ewok sucks. The Ewok suck ass. I don't need teddy bears, and I don't need the dancing. It's bullshit. Okay. So anyways, then the second half of her cross-examination, which took us to just past lunch, the first break past lunch, was this like really emotional, complicated, basically illustrated her as a manipulative succubus.
Hang on, I'm trying.
Devil of a woman. She is Eve trying to get us to bite the apple and bring us to sin. She is the source of all that is wrong in this world. It was brutal. And then the redirect made me very, very happy because it was short and Elaine was just getting destroyed. Because I don't know whether or not it's because she's not a good lawyer. I don't know whether or not it's because this is the wrong case for her, or my working theory because her client is just a nightmare and she has to try to make it work. And this is basically her best effort. And she can't make it work because her client sucks.
And that's what I told Good Logic, because he was like, oh, Elaine is such a terrible lawyer. She doesn't know what the hell she's doing. And I was like, see, I see it a little bit differently. I see it as that Amber doesn't have a case and she's literally grasping at straws, and we're seeing it happen real time. And I'm seeing it more that Amber doesn't have a case here. Not so much that Elaine's a bad lawyer. And he's like, well, hey, that's what the jury sees, the regular common folk like me. But again, you guys being litigators, you guys see a completely different side than I see, but that's just me. Either way, we both saw, though, it was a complete and total hot dumpster fire that shot up into space and blew up again. It was not a very good.
Camille Vasquez remains everything I ever wanted to be and hope for, and may never be in a lawyer. And I'd work for her for cheap just to be able to try to learn on her fate, because damn, she's good. I think on balance, I see more women who are like this than men who are like this in terms of this. I see it a lot at the Supreme Court arguments in terms of like the oral advocacy, because I've seen women like Vasquez in terms of like her presentation, remaining even, remaining calm, just remaining on pace, not being flustered, and really remarked on it when that's happened at the Supreme Court level too. And I don't know, I see a lot more women that are like that than men. They seem to have better, well, they're more willing to do it at least than the men are willing to do it, or more capable or something.
There was a hot second in there where I thought that Amber was trying to get under Camille's skin, and it was when she said something about it's new, your answer is something about being nuanced, and she was like, well, so is my answer. And you could see the snarkiness, and you could see she was like, but yeah, I'm glad
that she didn't bite.
She did not bite, but I was just like, oh God, please don't, don't do it, because that's
her
Amber's
self-control
MO.
and ability to remain on task is admirable.
Yeah,
her ability I would not to be emotionally regulated. Like I've seen more women as lawyers who can do that than men, and it's amazing to watch every time. So maybe I admire the upper crust of women lawyers more than the upper crust of men lawyers. Although, to be fair to the men lawyers, so like still like on the appellate law, there's still I'm having trouble remembering names because it's so late and I've been working such late hours.
I was gonna say, you better go to bed soon, you poor guy.
No, sleep is for the weak. Paul Clement, like he's my spirit animal in terms of the U.S. Supreme Court. So like Paul Clement is obviously a guy, and I think he's one of the two best at the U.S. Supreme Court, and he can absolutely crush it all day long and make everyone feel inadequate. So maybe there's some salvation for the guys. Becky G 999, has anyone received the report on jury reactions today? Keep up the good work. Love the streams. The reactions seem to be in general that the jury is much more interested with Vasquez, and that they're not looking at Amber anymore and just looking at Vasquez, and they basically seem to like hate Amber Heard, which seems to be, and if they didn't hate her before, they hate her now when she walked out on them. Janie Kennedy gives £5. If she had facts and evidence, it would have been presented. Where is it? Well, I think you answered your own question on that one. Robert Hurd, $4.99. Does JD's team point out Amber walking across from in closing? No. Why? She already made an ass of herself. The jury notices. You don't need to bring attention to it.
I'm looking at the DUI guy's tweets, and I don't know if he went over some of his tweets.
I did not yet.
But he was saying that during the video deposition, the way it looks, the way this tweet went out, I have a feeling it was during Rocky's testimony. But he says even one of the deputies is caught momentarily resting his eyes during the video depositions. But his latest one saying, Amber Heard left before the jury. This is unprecedented and has never happened before. She disrespected the judge, jury, the legal process, her own lawyers, opposing counsel, and all the spectators. I heard that the Aquaman 2 team had an emergency meeting after that. They actually had their emergency meeting this morning. I learned that
If they
one.
didn't have an emergency, they might have another emergency meeting tomorrow at this
Yeah,
case.
that might be their second one. Yeah, and that's what originally I think got Good Logic on, because I sent him a super chat that was like, breaking Warner Brothers, they're having a private meeting like ASAP because of all
Lilith
this.
is a great reference from the Bible. That's a good one. The first
Mhm.
alleged first wife of Adam. Great one. Yeah, maybe more at Lilith than Adam. Great reference.
But and you know, what's so interesting to me is everywhere on LawTube they were like, "Whoa, did she walk out before the jury?" Because again,
We couldn't believe it. We honestly couldn't believe it.
you
We
did
couldn't
not
believe
see
it.
any of that on Court TV, on the other guy, nothing on the mainstream, nothing about
They
that.
didn't say
I
anything
would have
about
never
it?
known. No, I would have never known. I didn't know that that was a thing, because I also didn't realize too that they were breaking, you know, once she was done. And yeah, no one would have known unless they watched LawTube, basically.
And we couldn't believe it because, like, I didn't see it the first time. I don't know if my brain refused to accept it or whatever, but I didn't see it the first time. We
Mhm.
went back and watched it, and we're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
And I was
And
like,
I would have never known that that's protocol as a regular person watching a trial. You know, you just kind of assume, oh, they're all going to wait and get up, and you think that she leaves, and it's like, okay, whatever, you know, like you said, until you went back and watched. But Court TV's not going to do that.
I
LawTube will.
apologize to the succubi for the defamation. I regret the error. Kate Wagner, $5. I noticed she waited until redirect to proudly assert he lives here, nod twice to the jury about James Franco, so it won't be probe further. It's just so many issues and so many levels. Tusha, $4.99. I'm a bipolar disorder male. I definitely have some input that may help you personally. Thank you. Maxi Therapy for $5. Must see YouTube HG Tutor videos on Amber Heard, the narcissist and borderline. I'm sure there's a lot of very interesting videos on this subject that will be coming out now and in the future days. Sabrina Arbrella, $1.99. Runkle was just on Court TV in live, 8:55 PDM. I saw him on his own channel with the Court TV woman who wrote the book I Can Tell When You're Lying or something like that. Because when she told the book name, I was like, oh, I recognized you. I recognized the book name. And so like I was like, okay, that's cool. So they were next to each other.
And I was actually watching that stream live when he was talking to her. I was like, that's so cool. I would be talking to her all night and picking her brain.
Absolutely. And if you want to talk about anything else, by the way, you can just interrupt me and we can talk about other things. The super chats will still be here. I just want to acknowledge it while we're having, breaks.
Oh gosh, no, I can talk to a fork. So whatever you want to talk about too, if you want to talk about the trial. Oh, actually, I did want to get your opinion on something.
Okay, great. I love giving my opinion.
I wanted your opinion on Io Willett, because when we were talking about it on Good Logic, Joe thought he was pretty credible. I did not think he was very credible. The only part that I thought was somewhat credible was when you actually saw him crying because of the phone call. And what is not shown when that phone call happened, okay? Amber Heard calls him in the middle of her and Johnny screaming at each other. Johnny's like, I want to rip your effing hair out, or whatever the heck he's saying. Very hyperbolic. And then she screams and hangs up. For me, knowing this personality type, I was like, this was a complete setup. Any normal person would look at that and be like, what the hell is going on? Because she did in the very beginning of his testimony say, he was a nice guy. They talked about, oh, I love you, man. I love you too, man. That whole bromance. They had this connection, and he said, he wasn't really violent or any of that, but they argued a lot. Then you had it where all of a sudden this phone call happens, and it was like, wait, what? And again, I thought the phone call wasn't good for Johnny Depp, the jury hearing that. However, I just didn't really find him that credible, but that's just me.
I didn't really particularly think about it either way in terms of credible or not credible. What I basically just heard for the most part was it just lining up with the other testimony. I found it just consistent was kind of what I came away with at the end. Just very consistent with the rest of it. And, to the extent that it wasn't, it was just like very understandable and it might not necessarily even be lies from his perspective, but like everything he testified to seemed consistent. It didn't seem to do anything. I didn't really know why it was there.
Like Christopher Robbins, I totally agree with you. He's a flying monkey, which is what they call people that are like the little friends with narcissists and all that. However, I think her and all
He's
of her
an orbiting beta.
Yeah. However, I think all of her friends are all narcissists together, because for her friend Rocky they're all leeches. I mean, for her friend Rocky to be living in a penthouse with her ex, or now ex-husband, but then fiance, and for nothing. Where have you ever heard that in LA, with one of the cities with the highest rent costs? And they even ask, like, was this normal? And she's like, well, no. And it's like, bitch, you had a great life. All of you little leeches did, and that's the part that's just so beyond. And that's where I know I'm not this personality type, because I'm thinking, you had the world by the ass.
You were in Penthouse 4 or Penthouse 5.
I would die to be in the bathroom of the Penthouse 5, like, it's just,
is it open? I'm available. I'm just saying, I'm happy to move over there,
Exactly, and it's one of these things where the only part that, now when you're saying consistent, are you saying like consistent that like, okay, this is a Team Amber person, or are you talking about facts? Because there was a lot of facts there, excuse me, that did not line up for me.
Okay,
a number of facts.
Tell me what you saw that didn't line up.
Okay, so the first thing is he said that he talked to Johnny. Let me just grab a quick swig of coffee here. He said that he talked to Johnny about the monster within, right? Talking about how a number of things that he did that he was regretful for. One of them, he says, when he tells him the story of how he was passed out in the sand, face down, and the kids were removed so they wouldn't see it. Then you find out that he was at the wedding. From Amber's testimony that it was at the wedding that they found him face down, passed out. The kids saw, everybody saw. There was this huge pandemonium, and it was this whole thing of, I was so embarrassed, but I was there to help him, and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, wait a minute. She said everybody heard about it. She's acting like Johnny told him in confidence. And maybe it's just Amber's testimony doesn't add up. But either way, I'm seeing way more inconsistencies on Amber's side. And this is just witness 3.
I mean, I guess it could theoretically be both. He could tell in confidence, and it also be knowledge because he told someone else who broadcast it. So like those things didn't really bother me. I didn't find like the juxtaposition jarring personally. But then again, I'm willing to, because I'm also aware of like vantage point issues. Like different people have different vantage points,
and so I'm very into the details. I'm all into the little bitty details. Yeah,
which I appreciate. But yeah, it didn't really move the needle either way for me. I just didn't find it really did much for me. But that was my perspective. Like, also I was bored to shit, and I couldn't be bothered to pay attention because it's just droning and went on. So I might have passed out several times. It's possible. Who knows? Yeah, maybe I was having some micro sleep and missed those points.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that was consistent, they both have very flowery language. Where
I'm a bit of a sucker for the purple prose. That's true.
I mean, it's just, I mean, even like he's magical. When asking about Johnny, they both use this word magical, and I'm like, do you guys read from the same like thesaurus book on describing something? And even
apparently they hung out with each other and knew each other pretty well. It's not inherently absurd that you use similar language.
But again, call me crazy. And maybe it's just they're just LA
You're a woman.
weirdos.
That's the same thing.
But good point. But when I'm like, hey, what's Kurt like? I'm like, you know what? He's a nice, genuine guy. He's super smart. He's super creative. He loves stand-up. That's the way I would describe somebody. Not, well, he's magical and embiotic and myopic and like, I don't even know what the words I just said, but it's like they pull these flowery words out of thin air. And maybe it's just me having been a news anchor where we write to an 8th grade reading level, where we have to keep it simple because that's the average.
You get all the way to 8th. I thought it would be lower than that.
I know. Well, it has lowered to 6th, but I'm still stuck at 8. But yeah, and the reason why, folks, is because that's the average reading level in the United States. But yeah, like he did say how he was talented, how he was very giving. The one thing that was consistent is he did bring up about the paranoia when he gets drunk about cheating and stuff. But then, he said, one of the other things is, I'm friends with him, but ultimately though, I was Amber's friend first. Then later on, but I would tell him if Amber was cheating on him. What?
Yeah. Which would be which if she knows that about you would be a pretty good reason not to tell you in the first place.
Exactly. Yeah. Well,
I did notice that. Like, I would definitely be one of the people she would tell. Also, I wouldn't hold anything for anyone. I would tell people all the secrets they told me. I'm like, what? And also, I've known her for a really, really long time. We've been friends forever. So presumably she knows this fact about you, but she'd totally tell me. Sure she would. Because this is totally consistent information that doesn't contradict in any way.
Yeah. So that was my own one. And then Rocky, we'll see how she is. But I was shocked that they did bring up that she did hit her in the cheek. Because that's why they're not friends anymore, folks. At least according to sources close to her, saying that Amber hit her and she's like, we're done.
Excellent.
So at least somebody had a spine.
Someone has a spine.
Yeah.
Johnny Depp has I'm not sure what it is. He has a forgiving heart, I guess. Or he's a sucker. Or something.
I wouldn't call him a sucker. Because I'll say this too. I've been in his situation before too, where you just naturally want to see the good in people. And he's a very giving person. I'm a very giving person. And I realized, if we want to do a deep dive, like I said, I dated kind of a narcissistic type for about 3.5 years. And that's when I learned at the time when I dated him that I was very codependent. And that's where I see nothing as far as the physical abuse, but the mental abuse and the gaslighting. I see a lot of that in this trial. And I completely understand where Johnny's coming from. And one of the other things too, that a lot of people don't talk about with abuse victims that go through stuff like this is if you had kind of like, you drank here and there, your drinking starts to go up because you're internalizing a lot. And I even noticed it with myself where I started drinking more when we would go out, and it was like, wait, why is this happening? Because the whole thing is that they don't really have a personality. They mirror yours, especially, for example, I will never forget this part in the beginning of the trial where she's sitting there and she's like, it was magical. And we both bonded together over our love of blues and music and all this stuff. And I was like, bitch, you don't have a freaking personality of your own to save your life. Like, and I remember with my ex, it was, I grew up watching hockey. I'm from Chicago. Go Blackhawks. I grew up watching sports because I had brothers. I loved Broadway shows because when I was in 9, I was in Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat with Donny Osmond. So I love Broadway. There was a lot of, I loved going, I was a dancer. I'm trying to think. I love stand up, and I did stand up for a while. Like I met my ex and he loved hockey and he loved stand up and he loved going to Broadway shows. And you think like, oh my God, this person is my soulmate, because it's like we're, and that's where you see Amber with this flowery language of, and we were just two souls combined into one. And it's just, you're like, oh my God, that was me. Oh God. Like, it's like you see the train wreck happening and you're like, no, but this happened 6 years ago. So who's going to stop us?
I don't quite understand how to parse that. And this is a similar concept about love bombing, because I don't quite understand. Maybe I just don't understand what this is, because it seems to me in most relationships that people are very, very affectionate and very, very giving to each other in early parts of the relationship. So maybe I just don't understand exactly what love bombing is, because I wouldn't know it if I saw it. Like, is this just who she is? I wouldn't know if I saw it. How do I recognize love bombing?
A very, very quick way. And again, somebody, I forget who put it in the chat, and they were so right. I should have summed it up just that way. I can sometimes tend to ramble. But it's that he had here, Christopher Robbins. Johnny Depp has an inability to set boundaries. That's exactly what it is. Again, going through therapy and stuff like this, for those, I recommend therapy. It's amazing. It's like a friend you can bitch about all your shit with, and they can't tell anybody by law. But it's one of these things
Best
where
friend ever. The real sworn secrecy.
or just become with a bunch of friends on LawTube and they can't ever tell anybody. But it's one of those things where I would say excessive texting is like a big thing you see in the beginning, wanting to hang out all the time. And there is, especially if you're codependent and you don't know it, you're looking at this as, oh my God, like this person like really likes me, like, wow, like I really like them too. And naturally as a human, you're gonna want to, in the beginning, hang out all the time, text all the time. What are you doing? Oh my God, I miss you. I miss you more, blah, blah, and you're gonna want to be with each other all the time. But that's the love bombing, because then all of a sudden the rug is pulled out from you. And it's one of these things where you're like, like you're almost like a fish without air. And you're like, wait a minute, we hung out all the time. Now you only want to see me once a week, and you could see that happening with Johnny, where she said, we were together all the time and blah, 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 blah. But the thing is then if you start to back away from these people, we were like, you know what? I need just some space. You see with Amber, no, I can't live without you. I'm going to die without you. You always do this to me. And they become they put a guilt trip on you. And you start to see it's the walls start to come down, and they know how to trigger you, because everybody at the end of the day wants to be loved. They want to feel wanted. Everybody likes that. Everybody wants that at the end.
I want love. Please love me.
I want love. I love Lamp. But that's the thing.
Isn't it just falling in love? This is my problem. Yeah, it's like, I'm still not. I understand what you're. Well, I really don't understand what you're trying to say, I guess, because it's still like. I don't,
okay, perfect example. Okay. Let's say you meet this wonderful woman, and she's like, you guys go on a first date, and immediately when she gets home, she's like, oh my God, I had an amazing time. And you guys text till 2:00 in the morning. You stay up late talking to her. You go to bed. You're a little bit tired. And you're like, okay, whatever. And then she's like, oh, what are you doing tonight? Let's meet up here. Let's meet up there. Then it's like, maybe 2 or 3 weeks into the relationship, she's like coming over and staying at your place every night. It's a very like a super deep dive into a relationship before, I guess not going step by step and easing into it. It's just diving head first is like the best way I can explain it.
I mean, not for nothing, but that sounds a little bit like Alita and her husband, because Alita and her husband met when he was in the United States, because he was serving overseas at the time.
That's totally different. Military is totally different then.
I bet they only had like a week together before she had to go back. And so.
Yeah, military. And I have friends that are married to military. That is totally different, because they have a timestamp, and it's like, let's try to get everything done while I'm here, so that when I go over there, we can kind of make up for it right now while, then I'm gone for 6 months. So that's totally different.
Well, this is all I know for sure is, Farron. All I know for sure is, now that I've met you, I want to stream with you all the time. I want to stream with you every day. What are you doing tomorrow morning?
I'm on good logic. I need to set my boundaries. I'm on good logic.
No, you can't be. You can't be. You're mine now. You're mine exclusively.
So then, are you going to send us the love notebook? Are you going to send me the love notebook first then?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to start sending you messages in the mail.
Which, by the way,
first written by ink, then written by blood. Then maybe I'll switch to magazines. We'll do an old school ransom note style with like 1970s ransom note with different letters from different magazines.
And then you can let me know in one of those notes how big you want your knife to be that I'm going to eventually buy you. I mean, that's another thing. Who buys their abuser a knife? I mean, what the actual F?
I love you, Farron. We'll be together forever.
I wish there was like a screenshot of I love you so much. But yeah, it's and a lot of people in the chat too, even saying like, like it's like saying I love you on the second date. Exactly.
Hey, I said I love you I said I love you within an hour of meeting you, man. It's going great.
Oh jeez. Well, yeah. So you
That's
got
love
some
bombing.
Johnny
What is
Depp.
this? Love nuking, man. I'm setting whole new trends over here.
Yeah. So you got the Johnny Depp trial on this stream. You got mansplaining. You got believe all women. You got borderline personality disorder and love bombing. That's
Excellent.
a show, folks.
That is a show. And if you need to leave by any time, just let me know, because I've got still 91 super chats to go through. So we're going to be here a little bit.
Oh God, go through it then.
Thank you. James C gave $5. I don't think Amber Heard planned it out. Just scroll through years of photos and found this, which remotely looked splotched or redness afterwards. That's more plausible than the master plan. She doesn't seem that conniving. I don't think she's capable of it. Britt Cormer, $10. The fact that she has no real proof shows she's not Professor Moriarty. No doubt. She's a true genius. She could have manufactured much better evidence and more believable story. I know, like, because I was mentioning this on Legal Bites as well. I saw a TikTok or a tweet or something where it was from Hollywood, basically how to apply, bruise makeup to make yourself look bruised. And like, they can produce some pretty good results, as you would imagine. And it's like, here's how to produce that effect for Halloween or whatever. It's like,
she was in Zombieland. Yes, folks, you might not have remembered, but she was in Zombieland.
So,
it's looking like a zombie.
You think that she might know this, but she's, it doesn't seem to work. So she's not that plotting. Britt Cormer, $10. The fact she has no real. Okay, we read that one. Elaine Weldon gave $69.99 in Canadian dollars. Thank you very much for that generous super chat, Elaine. 3 of my favorite voices. Go Kurt, potentially Nate. Hug, hate my name at the moment. Well, I understand, Elaine, but there are many great Elaines in this world, and you are one of them. So don't let her bring you down. Kathy, $45. The personality disorder person needs to be held accountable. It helps them. Call them on their BS or refer them to professional. I do believe this for sure, right? There's no benefit in treating a mentally disordered person like they're not. You need to confront them and you need them to get help. It doesn't help them or you or anyone else in the end to not acknowledge the reality. Britt Cormer, $20. She's an opportunist who's spending the evidence she has just to suit a story. Now no one can call BS on. That's more plausible. But Mike, lend me opportunity. She's just reached a bit too far and she can't back down. And also, she, I think, honestly lacks the self-awareness to know that she's even reaching too far. I think she falls in the category of what I might call the con man who's bought their own con. And I don't know if that's quite the right analogy in this example, but I think she more believes what she's saying than not, which is disturbing on a whole number of levels. Carl Webster, Australian, $10. Hi, gentlemen. Been to watch the Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial today. I'm from Australia. We can't stop people coming out of our country. We kicked Novak Djokovic because he's not been vaccinated. Yes, every country can. This is one of the fundamental definitions of a country. Would you like to know the fundamental definitions of a country? I can help you with this. Yes, the fundamental definitions of a country are a piece of land, the borders and the ability to protect them, a permanent population, and the fourth and most important criteria, recognition by other countries. So those are the basic boundaries. If you don't have borders and you can't protect them, you're not a country. Which, incidentally, for the conservatives, with the legal border stuff and opening the borders, is one of the reasons the conservatives at least partially freak out, because it's like you are actually attacking one of the fundamental aspects of what makes countries a country. You are undermining the fundamental conceit of countries, which isn't a surprise because.
Wait, what part are they undermining? I'm confused.
Oh, the borders and the ability to maintain them. That's one of the definitions of the country.
Yes.
Julian Samaranto, $4.99. The UK reporting regarding perjury investigation seems solely from commenters hypothesizing. No actual indication the investigation is happening. I believe that too. But that being the case, it wouldn't surprise me. The UK is probably the most well-motivated. Like, Australia is making a little bit of noise about investigating the perjury thing. I don't really think it goes anywhere. Maybe they exclude it from the country if they get really upset, but who knows? But the UK thing has some promise because the UK has just had a whole bunch of egg on their face in terms of their judicial system. They look like a bunch of asses and incompetence. So the US will definitely not charge her with perjury. The Australia is some sort of remote theoretical possibility that seems very unlikely in the end. But the UK, because of the embarrassment, I give the highest odds of something emerging in the end, whatever that might ultimately manifest as.
By the way, thank you for Time Traveler in the chat says, I declare my shed in my backyard a country. I recognize your country, sir. There you go.
Yes, well, great. But
has a
I said
border.
recognition by other countries. Are you a country, Farron?
You know what? I am a country. So who's going to recognize me first? We'll see.
Great. Well, if you're the United States, Morocco.
I'll take it.
Audie Joe gave $50 back to defamation with all of Amber Heard's testimony of the alleged domestic violence and sexual abuse by Johnny Depp. I can only infer the op-ed is about Johnny Depp. Is Amber Heard hurting her case with the strategy? Defamation is about credibility, right? Everything is about credibility in the end, because juries judge everything by credibility.
Yep.
The jury, among other rules, is the trier of fact, which means, among other things, they are the determination of whether a witness is telling the truth, in whole, in fraction, or part. A jury can believe some things or not other things. They can believe none of the things. They can believe partially some things, and they basically all the combinations are possible. Is what I'm trying to say. They can kind of do anything they like in terms of what they do and do not believe from any witness's mouth. And so credibility becomes a huge factor, because obviously, although theoretically they can do anything, once you lose the credibility, faith of the jury, it is much more likely that they're just going to disbelieve everything because they think you're a liar who lies.
Mm-hmm.
So credibility becomes a huge factor in every single case. So is she hurting her case with the strategy? Yes, she is. And she's hurting her case in a lot of ways. There was a way to win this case. Her lawyers actually did a fairly decent job in setting up how to win this case in their cross of Johnny Depp and the cross of Johnny Depp psychiatrist. They had a working plan. Now, maybe that wasn't going to work because she had already locked herself into something in the UK. Or maybe it wasn't going to work because Amber Heard is a hell of a client. But there was a way for her to win this in the long ago, in the far away. And that time has long since passed. Like a meteor hitting the earth and killing the dinosaurs. It is over now.
And here's the way that I see it from a media perspective. Okay. When I have to write a story, and let's say it's about, for example, like my last example that I said about a girl who lost her leg because of a GM recall. I would, in journalistic practices, have to get a statement from GM. What I'm saying that nobody's talking about is this article comes out and they get this statement from Johnny Depp's team.
Mm-hmm.
That to me says the article is about him. The fact that he's coming forward to make a statement. I mean, that to me journalistically proves defamation. But again, I'm journalistic. That is not law, So that's where when I see somebody coming out and making a statement, that's showing admission to, yes, I am the other party in this. You see what I'm saying?
When she said, which was an unforced error, I wish I could give Vasquez all the credit, but it was really an unforced error from Amber. Vasquez asked her, because she read the line like 2 years ago, I became the face of domestic abuse. She asked, what was happening 2 years ago?
Wait, what?
Vasquez read the line from the article. The line from the article was, 2 years ago, I became the face of domestic abuse. Okay. So that was the line from the article.
I thought it was sexual violence.
That was in the title.
Okay.
I'm talking about a different line in the article.
Oh, the first line. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is in the article. She said, so the line in the article is 2 years ago, I became the face of domestic abuse. Vasquez asks her, what was going on 2 years ago? And Amber Heard gave the worst possible answer to this question. It was just horrible. There's so many other answers, and she chose the worst possible one. She said, oh yeah, 2 years ago, I was getting my domestic violence restraining order against Johnny Depp. It's like, fuck me. What the fuck are you talking about?
Wow.
Okay,
I know, bitch.
Exactly. I'm like, shit, dude. You could have done so many other things. But thank you.
And mind you, I love her. I was getting my domestic violence, Well,
thank you for giving me that answer. Didn't really expect that one, but that's just icing on the cake for today.
This ought to be good.
Yeah, really, no doubt. Janie Kennedy gave £2. This is a trial to turn that around and name truth. Yeah, we're all having a bit of a hard time defending Amber Heard. It's like, we want a devil's advocate as much as anyone, but I think all my will to devil's advocate left the room when Amber Heard did in the presence of the jury. I'm not even like kidding. I think that was truly the straw that broke this camel's back. I'm like, I am done. I I was probably done before then, but that was really the point where I'm like, we're well past the bend. I was like, I'm not even sure what we're going to cover for the next 2 weeks because this is over. So fuck this noise. Bernhardt 499 as your counsel refunds her money, or she's fucked. She's so fucked. I bet she hasn't paid all her money to her lawyers. I bet she's not going to. She hasn't paid. She almost certainly hasn't paid all her money. Her lawyers are going to have to sue her for money in the future, and she's going to be bankrupt. So she can join they can join the bankruptcy line. Hilarious. I feel bad for her lawyers on a whole number of levels. I really do.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's why I was always laughing whenever I would watch Legal Bites and I would see Hogue virtual legality. We'd be like, no matter what happens, I'm always going to be 80-20. And I was like, oh, shut up, Hogue Law. You know she's losing this. You know this is a winning.
Well, I said 85 I think I said 85 on Thursday, and I think I also said, like, it's hard to imagine it getting any better than this. This is about as good as it gets. And this morning I was saying, yeah, the only question in my mind at this point is, like, how high can I make the percentage without being like a complete ass? Because, like, I want to, as a lawyer, I always know that there's a chance of a hung jury. There's a chance of a surprise. I'm like, how high do I make the number? Do I say that's like 99? Is that too much? It probably is. Every lawyer instinct in my body says, don't go above 95. Never go above 95.
Yeah.
I'm like, but I want to, though.
And trust me, like, and again, I'm not saying this as a litigator because I'm clearly not one. But I'm coming from the media standpoint where I'm just like, oh yeah, this is 99.999% in the bag, Johnny Depp. But again, that's why I love coming to you guys, because you could say, actually, though, there could be some testimony that could be damning that might, have the jury think a different way, what have you. And also, I'm seeing it from a non-litigator perspective, but I'm also not a juror who is not watching any of this. These guys are not sequestered, but they're not allowed to be watching LawTube and watching the analysis, whereas I have that luxury and I can learn, along the way and be like, oh my God, yeah, this trial is a bunch of hot garbage, whereas they actually have it's a complete clean slate for them. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Marlena Rybeck gives 499. Personality disorders are characterological, pervasive, and chronic. Okay, thank you. I feel like I'm echoing. Let me put the mic a little bit closer so it won't echo as much. Gymnasty fine is $5. The makeup person gave a statement saying she didn't see anything. Maybe she did. I thought it was one of them, the makeup or the hair person. Maybe it was because I thought one of them between the makeup and the hair person said they didn't see anything, and the other one said they did. So maybe I was confused, or I don't know. Team Lasso gave £5. Googled Amber Heard to check on news highlights. So different from what we've actually seen today. All focus on IO saying JD could punch on a honeymoon. What the F? That's funny and disturbing and sad. If it's true, and I'd have no reason to disbelieve you, that headlines are focusing on like the one piece of information that's bad for Johnny. It's like it says a lot about the media and I don't know, corruption, I guess, for lack of a better description. But it's like, this is your takeaway from the day? Really? I mean, how hard did you have to dig to find that nugget in the day? Of all the things you could report on, you picked this thing? Like, how desperate are you to support this narrative?
You have to remember another thing too. And I know I saw somebody else in the chat too asking about PR firms. I'll get to that after a couple super chats. But the thing with the media, we don't watch all of it because we don't have 8.5, 9, 10 hours to sit and watch a full trial, because we're having to either gather video, look for sound bites, take notes, talking with our producers. How much time do I have? What show do you want me in? Okay, what angle do you want for this show? What angle do you want for that show? Like, for example, if it was like when I worked local news, for example, you had like your 4, 5, and 6 p.m. newscasts every half hour, and you would have the same story like at 4 p.m., but then it would change for the 5 p.m. So let's say the 4 p.m. was just the wrap up of the wrap up of day 17. Let's say if I'm Central Time, the trial just wraps up. What's going on? Most likely, I would be live outside the courthouse saying the trial just wrapped up. People are leaving, and I would just probably summarize the big things of the day. Like Johnny Depp, was still sitting there, did not look at Amber. Amber finished up her testimony and had a couple of blah 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 blah. We'll bring you the highlights at 5 p.m. Okay. like I said, you guys will never watch the news again the same after you talk to me. All my friends tell me this.
No, I mean this sounds exactly right. I have no reason to disbelieve you. It's just,
Right.
but the thing that's I believe everything you're saying, but like in all this time pressure and all this thing that it's like, okay, you can't watch the whole thing. I like understand every word you said, but it's like, okay, of all the things you could have discovered in this limited time frame, the one thing that they somehow managed to find in this soup of endless information was the one piece of information that supported Amber Heard. It's like if they were just short on time, if they were basically trying to roll through the information on some sort of randomized system, it's like the wheel turned here. Sure it did, you know?
Well, no. So then I would push to the 5 p.m. to keep the viewers engaged, right? I would then go at 4:30 and go to my producer and say, hey, what were the sound bites that you got that were like the most TV worthy? Because folks in TV, we look for sound bites based on like 3 things. Was it a baby? Is it a cute little animal or something? Because those always win. Or was it like very, very emotional testimony? Like, was it her crying? Was it her being snippy? You know, it was like you look for like a clickbait soundbite, right? And then you write your whole angle around that soundbite. So let's say then they're like, okay, for 5 p.m., we're going to have where Amber starts hyperventilating on the stand. Right to that. So 5 p.m. So at 4:30, I'd say coming up, you're going to see emotional testimony from Amber Heard of her on the stand and how the defense or how, you know, the cross-examination went. 5 o'clock comes, you know, today Amber was on the stand. She did this, you know, blah, 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 blah. She spoke about how she was abused, yada, 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 soundbite. And then I would say Depp, you know, has, you know, they have, or, you know, something that probably end it and tag out with, they have 5 more witnesses and the trial is going to last another week. But tonight at 6, we'll look at the Johnny Depp side. And then try to find something or, you know, a cross-examination with that. The point being is they're grabbing the sound bites throughout the day because one person's probably watching it, but they're not watching it to learn. They're watching it to grab, ooh, that's good. Ooh, okay, they're fighting here. That's good. That's good. And not even realizing most of the time, especially in legal cases, what it really means. You know, for example, I guarantee you, if I was in local news today, they would have probably grabbed the soundbite of when they kept going, objection, 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 to
That
show
sounds about right. That sounds about
how
right.
they were fighting. They were
That sounds about
fighting with
right.
each other, you know, because that's good TV.
Yeah.
Rather than I would have taken the soundbite of, you know, he says he doesn't look at you. You know, he doesn't look at you again. They probably would have that in a later show. But again, it's just, it's not for you to learn. It's for you to be like, ooh, because they need you to keep watching. That's the big takeaway, you know.
Yeah.
Whereas independent media, they're not going to do that.
Yeah, and as I've pointed out many times on my channel, this is not a new problem in any sense. This is not a social media problem. This is not a TV news problem. This is not a radio problem. How far back do you want to go in time? The idea of the clickbait headline, the extra read all about it, the idea of getting the sensationalism, it bleeds, it leads, all the rest of it. How far back do you want to go? Yeah, and it's just all the same.
Well, and the one thing that I will say though is media truly, truly changed. I believe when Walter Cronkite said, "The minute you bring in advertisers, the news is dead." Because if you guys remember, if you can remember back in the day, because again, I have to study the history of journalism when you are in journalism school, as you should. You know, it was, you know, your PBS, it was publicly funded. You had Walter Cronkite. Well, yes. But for example, though, you had Walter Cronkite going to Vietnam and asking soldiers like what they were doing and covering very controversial stuff. People didn't like it, but he was covering a war, and war is never pretty to cover. Today,
hey, it bleeds, man. It's sexy. It's dramatic. It's all the things, man.
Right. But for example, have you seen any journalists that are with a major news network going over to Ukraine, for example, and saying, you know, okay, they're talking about all of these war crimes by the Russians, but have you guys done any war crimes? And again, I'm not taking a side. I'm against the whole war. What I'm saying, though, is that you don't see opposing sides from journalists anymore or asking the other narrative because, again, you have corporate donors, you know, for another perfect example. You have everything when it comes to like big pharma. You know, you had Purdue Pharma that was, you know, funding a ton of news networks why do you think we were in this big opioid crisis for so long? Because a lot of people weren't looking at it and being like, gee, it seems like a lot of people are dying of opioids. You think? Well,
this one town in
know,
West Virginia seems to be getting a lot of opioids.
exactly.
A lot more than its population seems to need.
Right.
A lot of opioids.
And that's where you they help create the disaster along with it. And it always takes for example, you had the Miami Herald where they uncovered Epstein Island, this tiny, or not tiny, but a little newspaper compared to a giant corporation like a Fox News or an MSNBC. And yeah, it's a lot of those stories go underreported because
I couldn't help noticing anyone mainstream media didn't seem to really push on how did Epstein die, because it didn't really make any sense.
Oh, it doesn't make sense to anybody.
Well, apparently it does to them, because they're not trying to push to find what's going on.
Who's them?
Any of the media. I haven't really heard a lot of mainstream media trying to do a lot of exposés on what really happened to Epstein. What really happened to Epstein?
Yeah,
this Saturday at 8 p.m.
Perfect example. You had Alan Dershowitz that was on the flight logs with Epstein. They took him off of Fox for the whole trial, for Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, and then they kind of brought him back, and then they were like, ooh, it's probably not going to look so good. And then he's doing his own thing now too. I think he's on with Newsmax now and all that. But I mean, it's very corrupt. Now, I'm not saying that the whole media landscape is
self-interested.
Corrupt, right? But yeah, it's self-interested, and I always say, when I'm watching the news, I have Fox News on in one room, CNN on another, and then I'll have my phone with MSNBC, and the truth is somewhere in the middle of all three.
I won't watch CNN. I'd rather watch Fox and MSNBC anytime. But
again, you got one right, one left, and somewhere in the middle, you're going to find the truth.
CNN sucks.
I like it because Lewis Black had this great joke. He was like, CNN is like knowing what it would be like to have a stroke. He's like, all along the banner, Irma, you wake up, wake up, wake up. And then you have these pleasant little anchors just talking about, how the world is going to die and we're all going to hell and everyone's a white supremacist. But then, oh my God, with the crawl.
A lot of white supremacy, really? I'm not so sure about that one, but okay.
Well, that's what they tell us now, That's the biggest threat.
That's the biggest threat. I'm not sure about that one. It seems, I don't know. Team Lassa, 5 pounds. Googled. Okay. Yeah, we read that one. Thank you very much. Sandy McLeod says, what are the odds of jury nullification? So I think you might be misusing the term. Jury nullification is where the jury thinks one thing is the other verdict. So jury nullification is usually in the context of where the jury thinks that they're guilty under law, but they think the law sucks. So even though they think that they're guilty, they'll return a verdict of not guilty. So they're voting against what they think. So that's jury nullification. Perhaps you mean a hung jury. What's the probability of them hanging? I think it's relatively low. It's 7 people, and the standard they have to reach is only 51%. Unlike a jury case where you need 12 out of 12, and the standard is, depending on who you ask, at least among the lawyers, you need somewhere 95% plus. So depending on who you ask, it's somewhere in that territory. So you only have to get 7 people to 51%. So I think the odds of a hung jury are relatively low. That being said, I don't think it's 0. I mean, as is the case with any unanimous verdict, you really only need one. If there's one guy in there or one woman who's really obstinate, it can all go south. But with the Amber Heard walking out and everyone hating her guts, I'm not really worried about that possibility. I'd like the odds to me of Johnny Depp winning at this point are 95% plus.
Yeah. By the way, Lisa W in the chat, totally agree. The downturn also was getting rid of the fairness doctrine for journalism. Totally agree.
Oh, the fairness doctrine, man. That's an interesting one on a matter of law, too. I could geek out about that for old school because I read the cases. Yeah, hard score. Truth Matters, 1999. Will Amber Heard be reprimanded by the judge by bolting out the court? Probably not, nor does she have to. If she was like any other defendant on any other day, the judge would have probably thrown her to the floor herself. But, this is so high profile.
Do you think that would have happened if it was a criminal trial, too? I feel like criminal, it's a lot more strict.
First of all, they never let the criminal walk out of the room. Especially if he's in custody, they never let him walk out of the room. Spouse will tackle him, no problem.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, the judge knows this is a high profile case. There's no reason to say anything. The jury saw it. It's not worth the bother. At least until the jury
Mhm.
comes back with their verdict. And then if she wants to really burn them after Johnny Depp comes back and be like, okay, so the jury's back. Thanks, jury, blah, 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 for your service, all the rest of it. Jury's dismissed. And be like, oh, by the way, counsel, why don't you stick around for a second? Because we got something more for you. It's
Mhm.
your contempt hearing, Amber Heard. With you today, it's your contempt hearing. Yes.
Step on up.
I, the judge who observed it happen before my very courtroom, in my very own eyes, with my very own thing.
Mhm.
Hereby as witness and judge at the same time, because I can find you guilty of the contempt of court, and I find you whatever.
Mhm.
So it depends
What
how
are your
much.
thoughts
how
on the
much
judge?
I like. Well, okay. I she's very fair. I disagree with her interpretations of the law, but she's fair in her interpretations. So she's not inconsistent. For my taste, she's overly broad in terms of what she considers foundation. She's overly broad in terms of hearsay. I would not be agreeing with her in large part. Well, maybe large is unfair, but there's a significant percentage of the time where I'm like, to my mind, that's not a foundation problem. To my mind, that's not a hearsay problem. She's overly aggressive in my humble judgment. That being said, if I'm a hypothetical court of appeals judge, it's not so legally erroneous that I could do anything about it. So, like, that's one of the things like courts of appeal judges have to do. They have to remember the difference, or at least hypothetically, they're supposed to remember the difference between their role and the trial judge roles. Like, yeah, if I was trial judge, I would have done something different, but I'm not. I'm court of appeals judge, so it's a different standard. So there's nothing I can do about it. So go away.
Do they have because I'm just thinking about this because you normally see like in in keeping score in any kind of sporting event, do they keep score of how many they sustained or overturned for each team? Or is that
I don't think
like,
so.
because I'd
No,
be
no one's
interested to see the number.
No one's keeping track. I mean, maybe the journalists are, if they have any integrity left in there. But no one in the
Then
court's
they're
really
not.
keeping track. I
Yeah.
mean, I think, yeah. I mean, maybe it's also just like my own sensibilities, because like for me, foundation isn't as big a deal, and like personally, and also like some of the stuff with leading, like on a very technical level, like leading provides the answer. So like even yes, no questions aren't technically leading. So for example, on a technical level, like did you go to the park versus you went to the park, didn't you? Right. So did you go to the park? To my mind, this is my opinion. Did you go to the park is not leading. It calls for a yes or no, but it doesn't assume the answer. Right. It's an open question. There's only two possible answers, but it's still open because you could give me either answer. Did you go to the park? Yes or no? Right. So I'm not suggesting what the right answer is. To my mind, this judge radically disagrees with me on this point, and you see it over and over again. Where she
would
she says
that
that's
as
leading.
leading.
She says that's leading. She would say.
So then you would have to go to, what did you do on Tuesday?
Yeah, I'd have to go with like, where'd you go after you? I'd have to go like, after you left your house, where did you go? I went to the park. Oh, okay. So I'd have to phrase it that way, more openly. The problem, of course, being like, the problem is multiple fold, especially if you have a case that has a long timeline. I mean, I'm partially sympathetic to Amber Heard's problems here. I get it, at least partially. So Amber Heard has a very long timeline. That being said, I mean, she's had a long time to prep, so she should be better than she is. But she has a long timeline and remembering exactly when things happened and stuff like that. So like for her to be like, okay, what did you do the evening of December the 15th, 2000, whatever? And it's like, yeah, I'm going to need some context about the whole thing. It's like, where was I? It's like, you were in Australia, objection leading. It's like, for me, maybe it's me. It's like, I also, as a personality trait, I kind of want to skip some stuff and like get to the end of the page. Cause I always in my analysis just want to run to the end. And I dislike sometimes in law, I dislike,
the little tedious stuff. It seems
the little tedious stuff. And I dislike a lot of court of appeals opinions because they go on way too long. Like I love court of appeal opinions that are like 5 pages or 10 pages. Like I said everything I need to say. And I don't really like the court of appeals opinions except for the Supreme Court because they have a lot more words to go through, obviously, because they're laying down a much bigger principle. But like I don't really like opinions that go on for like 30 pages. I'm like, oh, why? It's like I don't need to know this many things. Just get to the end of the page, please, for the love of God, so that I can move on with my day. So like, yeah, for me.
Oh, they're saying Law and Lumber is live in line.
Okay, that's awesome. They're welcome to join me, or not. I mean, they have the link, so they're welcome to join, and hopefully they will.
Okay,
I appreciate that. But yeah, so she's overly aggressive about leading. She's over aggressively about foundation. But if you saw like the attempted redirect of Amber Heard today by Elaine, and she's just getting destroyed constantly.
Oh, we
I'm
watched
like,
it. I
oh,
watched it live with good
like,
logic.
leading, like foundation. And I'm like, yeah, I'm a little bit with Elaine. Now, Elaine was leading. It's like, even for my sensibility, she went too far because she would ask questions that like gave 3 pieces of information. What if anything happened on October the 30th when you went to the park and ran down the street and ran
And
to
isn't that
Bob and had
objection
dinner?
compound? Because that's more than one thing you're asking.
Well, no, technically,
I'm trying to learn.
well, technically, it's not, because like a compound question is usually like a yes or no question that asks for more than one thing, because I'm not sure what I'm responding to.
Gotcha.
Like,
Okay.
so if I ask an open-ended question that's for more than one thing, it's not as big a deal. So compound would be more like, you went to the park and you had lunch, right? Because if you say yes, what exactly are you saying yes to? Or if you say no, what exactly you're saying yes to? So that's more compound. But if it's more open, like, I'm not sure how to ask it in an open way at this point because I'm tired, but it's so like that problem is not compound, at least to my mind, but it is leading because it's providing all kinds of information. It's like, it's basically just feeding her the answer. And what's funny is, like, at least once, and I think twice, I caught Amber Heard where she was provided the answer in leading, and she still managed to get it wrong.
Yes. And you saw where Camille was like, Your Honor, this is inappropriate, where she's like, I'm asking her because of blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. And once or twice, I saw the judge overrule Vasquez. Once or twice, like, after I just gave you the answer, just repeat it back to me. And she couldn't do it, which was hilarious. I'm like, after all this, after Vasquez over here, and the judge finally gives you a break on a mercy,
and you still can't do it.
And like, you still can't do it.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, and you even saw it too, where she was like, when you went to your ENT, and she was like, objection, foundation, or, I think it was foundation.
Some of the foundations were kind of crap, because like the foundation is like, how would you know? That's the foundation. How would you know this?
But it was interesting that they randomly brought in the ENT when that wasn't in the direct. See, I am learning.
Yeah.
Because they didn't even bring it in the direct. And then she randomly brought it.
It was trying to be your rebutting. It was trying to rebut the cross of, like,
the broken
tell
nose.
anybody, right? So that was the reason, like, they were trying to bring it in. And it's like, so, like, did you see the way to ask that question in a non-leading way, by the way, that would just be fine, is like, what medical personnel did you see? Who, what, when, where, why, how? Like, great reporter questions, right? Same thing. Who, what, when, where, why, how? If you can ask one of those questions, it's usually not leading. So instead of like saying, okay, you went to the EMT or whatever, leading, the way to do this is just be like, okay, on December the 15th, 2019, and you can provide like information like that is not relevant to the question to give context. So you could even say something like, you had testified earlier on December the 15th, 2009, and these dates are wrong. It's just for the purpose of example. On December the 15th, 2019, you had testified that you were in Australia and you were, the victim of domestic violence on direct. After that incident, who did you see? Or even who did you see for medical care? Like, would be fine, because like it's providing enough information to tell me, like, because maybe she did a lot of things, like, oh, I saw, I saw Johnny Depp, or I saw the security staff. Like, what exactly are you asking me for? Because what time frame? Like, after this, what? Like, in what time frame? Immediately, 2 days later, when? So, like, if you say, oh, after this, what medical personnel did you see? Now, to me, that's perfectly fine. To this judge, that very well could be leading, but this is where I and the judge disagree, because, like, it's like, you gotta. It doesn't suggest the answer. It just tells me what I want. I just want you to talk about the medical personnel. It just gives me the context of what I'm looking for. It's like, to me, that's not leading. It's because, like, I'm left with, like, who would you see? And, like, the witness has no idea what I'm asking for. So, but me and the judge have a slight difference of opinion, but, she's consistent for whatever good problem it is. So we read this one. Thank you very much. Pamela 2AM says, get Kurt to $100,000. Yes, please. If you have not subscribed, please do so. This is 3 hours, 37 minutes of my own stream. I was in Alita's stream for 12 hours. And before that, I was on with Richard Hogue for 1 hour. So that is 16 and a half hours of streaming today. And I am in it for you. Show me love.
I work for you.
This is how much a reporter I am. Show me a reporter who's on air for 16 hours straight. Yeah, I'm reporting all day long with sauce.
Well, today I got on at 2 p.m. because I got the text from, or because he was like, DM me when he saw that I had super chatted him about the emergency meeting. And he was like, and I was like, oh, he's probably wanting to ask what source I got the emergency meeting from or whatever. And he was like, you want in? And I was like, wait, are you serious? This is like my dream to be with these law tubers.
Excellent. Fantastic.
Yeah. And so, and I was like, are you sure? Like, I'm not a lawyer. And he's like, no, I want a journalist perspective. Like, you know, and I was like, well, I am a media expert. I've worked at every network and I know what it's like. So, so yeah, it's a lot of fun, but I'm going to start there tomorrow morning. So
Fantastic. We look forward to it. I will be there bright and early because I am a masochist. Liam Smith, $1.99. Are you a sadist? If so, this can work out really well. All great, but can we get today's Amber Heard impression? You know, when he's beating me, he slapped me, and I'm like, Johnny, you hit me, Johnny. And he pushed me down. I'm so scared.
okay, that was good. Okay, now my turn. When we first met, it was magical and archaic, and I was just enveloped in this pure soul of love, and I was in love with him. And I realized that the man I loved also could be a monster at the same time. And my dog stepped on a bee, and I just he will never look at me, and I never wanted to be seen as a victim. See. All right.
Excellent.
1 for Kurt, 2 for me. Vote it up.
Who did it better? Who did it better? 1 for Kurt, 2 for Farron. Who did it better?
Who did it better?
Good times. Jay McCarthy, $5. I only heard she had 1 wivelet this west. The rest are depots. Is this true? Does anyone know? That does seem to be true. In fact, I'm pretty sure they said exactly that in court. Literally those words. So yes. $2 from VSync. I learned telling my lawyer my actual goal is key. That would be great. Also, if you don't lie to your lawyer, would be fantastic. You know, we're not going to judge you. Also, we're not going to tell anybody. So if you could just tell us the things, so we won't be blatantly surprised and and completely drawn off things. It's like, oh, if you just told me this, I would have been great. And now here we are.
And now like when you have your clients, you just whip up. Okay, so here your name is okay. What are your goals? Do you have any goals in this trial?
5 years from now, I was hoping to move to a small town and, get a house somewhere in the country with white picket fence and, get a dog and, take trips in my truck, and go get the farm and do things and, just live a quiet country life remotely and just enjoy the air. And these are some of my goals for the future.
Well, my dad broke horses and he didn't have a son. So I was often used as that, crash test dummy. And, I came from a small town in Texas and my father, which actually, that's the question. They never brought up the abuse with her parents.
No, they didn't, which was surprising.
Yes.
It would have gained some sympathy. So I don't know what that was all about.
Yeah.
You know what I think it's about? I think the only thing that even begins to make sense is Amber Heard doesn't want to talk about it.
Exactly.
Which is insane.
And mind you, I watched an interview because, YouTube will give you all of these wonderful, things you can watch as far as like recommendations. That's the word. It's getting late. And it was one from it's right when you can tell you in the timeline, she just started dating Johnny Depp because it's after the Rum Diaries. And he's like, oh, did you tell Johnny Depp you're going to be here? And she goes, yeah. But she I shit you not, folks. She's like looking around all over the place. It's like she can't find a spot to look at besides him, who's you're talking to. And then the other thing that's just so weird is she brings up, she's like, I came from a little town outside of Austin with a very loving family. And, my dad is always there on set with me. And it was almost like her dad was this guardian angel. And she also cannot tell a joke too. Cause she's like, all of the actors were like so surprised at his mustache. Just watch the interview. It's freaking weird. It's super weird.
Oh, the interview with Jim Gorge, the one that was on TV, the one I got a copyright strike for? With the claws?
No. This was you're on David Letterman. Somebody snapshot that. My dog stepped on a bee. It's my favorite.
Slim, it's okay. We'll get your dog looked after.
Thanks, Steve. Is that what you called him?
Yes.
Steve. Random.
See, this is the whole thing of improv. You accept the premise. Yes, and yes. Feasting $2. I learned telling my lawyer's a goal. Yes, that's good. Cooper M, $5. We all know she's lying, but the bar of proof being so high for defamation is a mission of him pushing be enough for her to beat the claim. Depends on how the jury construes the terms. In at this point, though, I can't. My hopes for humanity are that the jury will not construe it this way at this point because of so many reasons. So very many reasons to not construe it this way. So for them to do this, it would have to be the best closing argument ever.
We need a few good men closing argument.
And given the shit show that was the opening from both sides, in my opinion, I am not confident.
I am not going into this confident.
No. No.
So what criteria does it take to make a case public?
No. Well, this criteria doesn't make a case public. Well, I'm not quite sure what you mean by the question. All cases are public by default. If you mean what does it take to be broadcast, that's up to each individual jurisdiction. The federal courts in trials are not broadcast by rule, which is a pain in the ass. The appellate courts, some of them are and some of them aren't. Most notably, the Ninth Circuit and DC Court of Appeals are televised, broadcast. Well, I'm not sure televised is right because the DC, I think they transmit the audio but not video. And Ninth Circuit, I think they transmit video, but I have to double check. The Supreme Court has been getting more and more up to date on this because not that long ago in history, well within my lifetime, even when I was in law school, I'm not sure when the rules changed exactly, but they didn't used to release the audio from arguments until the end of the term. So you wouldn't get any of the arguments until July, which is a pain in the ass because you get opinions the same day. So they always issue the opinions, but you didn't used to get the oral arguments until July. Then a couple of years ago, again, I'm not sure of the time frame, they started releasing them every Friday. And I was amazed because I was like, that's great. And then they changed it for COVID where now they released them every day. And now they're even live streaming the audio because they're basically doing like simultaneous, like on C-SPAN, which is like unheard of. And and I, I've commented about this before because an appellate argument, at least to me, like the cameras in the courtroom make way more sense in terms of practical reasons in the district court, in the trial court, than the courts of appeal. The reason are at the trial courts, you're trying to determine facts, right? You're trying to determine, and so looking at the witnesses and being able to see how they can testify and how they act and what they look like and their tone of voice, right, becomes all very, very critical. So like having a camera is better than having audio, is better than having a sketch artist in a newspaper, right? So this is like all better. It's way more information. At least in terms of my mind, in terms of like appeal for both courts of appeal and the Supreme Court, like strictly speaking, the audio is just a bonus. And because like 95% of it is in writing, and also the opinion of the court itself is in writing. So the Supreme Court is interesting, and the judicial system in general is interesting because they always have to write long written out opinions. They have to actually explain their reasoning in detail. Try getting this from Congress or the President of the United States. You know what I mean? They actually have to explain themselves, and they do in great detail.
Exactly.
Whether or not you find that convincing or not is like the whole other thing. So like the idea that the Supreme Court, even like when they didn't have audio at all, was like a secret of closed institution. I'm like, I'm not sure where you're coming up with this, because like all the petitions are in writing, all the like briefs are in writing, they're all available, all the amici in writing, the decisions in writing with great explanations. Like, it's all fine. The audio is nice just as a bonus to listen to, but like, is there anything gained by the visuals? In my opinion, no. There's nothing gained by the visuals. Like, I don't need to see it, because again, we're not trying to judge anyone's credibility, and anything let you be trying to look at is just tea leaf reading at that point. Oh, Justice Kavanaugh scratched his ear. That must mean. I'm like,
exactly. I was going to say it would totally just cheapen everything that the Supreme Court is. So I'm glad that they only do audio.
Yeah, I just don't think it makes any sense. I just don't think we gain anything by it. It is pretty badass being in the room,
for lawyers like you that like to hear this stuff. I mean,
yeah, I don't think I gain anything by seeing it. I don't think I gain anything by seeing it. It is different.
No, not by seeing it. I'm talking about just hearing it. I think we all
hearing
learn
is
a
pretty
lot.
good.
Yeah,
hearing is pretty good. I've been in the U.S. Supreme Court a couple times, and it is a really interesting experience. The most notable one for me was when I was there the last day of the term, when they were announcing the Obamacare decision, because they don't say they don't say what days they're going to release opinions. They never do. And but
unless there's a leaker.
Well, they still don't say when they're going to release it. Still hasn't been in terms of when it's going to be released. But it's like, well, except for like 2 or 3 years ago, where it was 2 years ago maybe, because during COVID they extended the term slightly into July. But they always used to end the last day of June. So like, well, if the opinion hasn't been announced up till then, odds are pretty good it's going to be announced today, right? Because there's no days left on the calendar. So I went down the last day of June being like, I'd like to hear the decision of the Obamacare case. I wonder if it's going to come down today since it hasn't been released yet. Maybe it will. So, I went down there to listen to that. And of course, sure enough, they're releasing the Obamacare decision. I was in the court as that was happening. And what's really interesting is like the room is already quiet, like, because the marshals are there and everyone's very, serene about the whole thing. So we're all in our chairs and our benches. It's a very small room, incidentally. It's much smaller than you would think. Like the courtroom itself looks gigantic from the outside, but the actual courtroom itself is actually really small, which is kind of funny in terms of its construction. And so anyways, I'm in there and everyone's being really quiet and respectful, as you'd expect. So Chief Justice Roberts is announcing the opinion. And so he starts into reading his opinion. And he starts by saying, about the Commerce Clause analysis is where he starts. And he says, and by the way, when they're giving the summation from the bench, it's not literally just reading it. It's the same thing, but it's usually in different words. I'm not sure if they improv it or whatever, or what they do, but in terms of how they come up with it, but it's not literally word for word. Anyways, so he starts going off the Commerce Clause analysis. And then he's like, this isn't supported by Commerce Clause, right? And then he basically, I forget exactly what the transition word, but he basically says the equivalent of however, right? And what was really interesting about being in that room at that moment was, as quiet as it was beforehand, it became more quiet. Like, it's like, because the chairs are old, the benches are old, like things are creaking, like, just the small, subtle sounds in like a totally quiet room, like, the slight sounds of like furniture bending, right? The small, tiny details you would hear in a totally quiet room. And like basically all that even stopped. It just became like even dead quiet. It was a really interesting thing to be able to be there and perceive it when he did that. And it was also interesting because after the fact, when I got out of the courtroom and was watching about the reporting, CNN and I think a lot of other news outlets, for like the first 10 or 12 minutes of it, were reporting Obamacare had been struck down because they can't bother reading to page 3, right? Because the clerks, the running of the pages is a great pastime, because they hand out the opinions in paper, right? They don't hand out the paper. They don't hand out the opinions until the moment the judge starts reading, because up until the moment the judge starts reading, it's not final, right? So the moment Judge Roberts says, "Okay, we're here to deliver the opinion in this," right? That's the moment that they hand out it to the media room. So like all the media people send their young interns at 18, into the media room, and they hand them to the clerks, and then you just see everyone just bolting outside, just running, to get it to the people, right? To hand it to the camera so they can read it. And they can't bother to read to like page 3 or 4, because the first page, and it's like the summary opinion is at the top of the page. It's like 5 pages or something for the summary, so they don't even have to read the whole thing. There's a Cliff Notes version, and they can't even bother reading the Cliff Notes version.
We like the Cliff Notes.
Yeah, that's great. Well, they couldn't bother reading enough of the Cliff Notes because, again, for the first 10-15 minutes, CNN's like, well, Obamacare stuck in. Like, did you read to page 4 where they start talking about taxing authority?
No,
I didn't read that far. Okay, that's nice.
No, but no, what a cool. It's like those moments in history that you can say you were at. Like, for example, I covered January 6th and was there on the ground. And
were you
saw
storming the Capitol?
Nope, I was there with my cameraman doing live shots, and it was one of these things where it's one of those moments where you're just like, is this really happening? And I'm not gonna lie too, one of the craziest parts of it, because I had already covered much of the George Floyd protest. I was in Philly where we almost got our car flipped over. I have when you talk like, and that's where I will say, like, when Amber talks like PTSD, like, I don't think she understands the concept of it. Because I couldn't sleep for like months because, I would constantly like wake up in cold sweats. And again, like, it wasn't like anything happened to me on January 6th or anything like that, but just like seeing, I'm
sure it's intense in person. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very, very intense. Yeah. And then when you would see the smoke bombs, and then, I was actually near where those officers were getting crushed in the doorway, and just like seeing it all go down. And a lot of it is, for me, it was very audible. Like, I remember hearing people screaming, people yelling. Like, it started as like good cheers, and then it got like to be like chaotic, not so good, like screaming. And again, like, I never went in, it was just, everything was on the outside, but just like seeing it, you're just like, whoa, like, I'm witnessing history, because never have we really seen that. And we didn't live in the 1800s when they tried to blow up the Capitol then. But yeah, so it's one of these things where, seeing some of that, even like the George Floyd protests when they painted the street Black Lives Matter here in DC, and then going to Philly and seeing the riots there, you always see it on TV happening, but then like when you're in the middle covering it, and folks, they don't like media people when we're in the middle of that shit. Yeah. They do not like us. We are a moving target. But the one I will say,
they're not proud of themselves. They don't want to see their work displayed.
Well, again, I was there as a true journalist covering what was going on, how many people were there, very much the who, what, where, when, why, not this, well, these are all a bunch of white supremacists, and here I am just pushing the narrative, folks, and back to you in the studio. I'll be outside. It's just like, and the news reporter voices, folks, please stop that. Just PSA, please stop those. I know that's not your real voice. You don't go to McDonald's and order, I'll have a Big Mac, a large fry, and a Diet Coke. You don't order like that, okay? Like, my own little PSA rant.
I order like that.
I bet you do. But it's just one of those things where, it's just, again, say what you will about CNN. They got it the worst. They would get it the worst at these.
CNN
things.
Sucks. That's my major thesis. I mean, I might disagree with her, but I understand where Rachel Maddow sits. I would sooner watch an episode of Rachel Maddow than watch something from CNN. They can die in a fire.
Yeah. Well, on that note, let's get to some super chats.
Fantastic. Yes, we shall. Seder Elixir gives SEK 20. What? Okay, we read that one. Universal justice doesn't exist. Time is dead. Time is a flat circle. Outstanding.
God is dead. Time is a flat circle. Thank you for the positivity.
Obi-Wan Classic is $5. Listen to Amber Heard. I was thinking about how to combat gaslighting after you know it's happening. The ability to adapt is your best weapon.
Yep. Totally agree.
I'll have to think about that one some more. CBL 499. It was a queasy day for the usually well-adjusted spectators for sure. Yeah, being in that courtroom was probably an interesting experience, and I use the word interesting in the same sense of the Chinese saying of "May you live in interesting times." Chris Cost 499. I think she knows the term monster is referenced in their communications, and she's working backwards from that. She's making the story fit. I'm sure. Adventure Island, $50. Thank you very much for the generous super chat. I know everyone is different, but Amber reminds me so much of my ex-husband. I had to walk away from the screen more than once during her time on stand. This is her wanting to continue the abuse. I don't think she cares about anything else. Thank you again for that super chat. It was generous. Chrissy Lane, 499. What do you guys think of Ios and Rocky depots? Hurt Johnny or help Amber at all? Didn't do much for me. And I wasn't really paying attention to Rocky. How far did they get into Rocky today?
They only got in about a half an hour, and they ended with her talking about, oh God, what was it? Coachella. I believe they ended with her on Coachella.
All roads lead to Coachella. I was warned by my parents about that, man.
My parents would have never allowed me to go to that shit. These
JJ,
LA kids.
I'll take
their
you.
money.
I'll take you.
Okay.
JJ, $5. Give Amber a break about leaving early. She need to go to the hospital after cross and redirect. I feel that for sure. Liam Smith, $4.99. You're leaning on simplistic answers because complexity is too uncomfortable. Complexity is difficult. Easier black and white. Think this. I think you're right. I think you're very right. The complexity is uncomfortable. And maybe shows the weakness of my own thinking process, or maybe the weakness of analytic thinking and thinking in general. Because it is observably true that as you look into any sort of subject matter, basically it becomes a fractal. It just gets deeper and deeper with no end in sight. Like, let's talk about law. I mean, okay, that's an infinite subject. Okay, let's talk about criminal law. Okay, that's an infinite subject. Let's talk about, and basically you can keep paring it down. Let's talk about rules of evidence. Okay, that's an infinite subject. So basically, and I've been doing patent law, and I've been doing it 15 years. I think I finally exhausted it. And that's a small niche. So it only took me 15 years to exhaust the entirety of patent law. That was easy enough.
And honestly, the same would be very much in the media, where it's okay, in local news, I've covered a fire, I've covered a house fire, I've covered a flood, I've covered a tornado, I've jumped out of a biplane when I was a ride-along reporter. It's I've done the basic, I've the cat fashion show, this, it's there's only the stories start to repeat themselves, especially when you go market to market like I have. So I totally understand your sentiment. While it's infinite, there's also a what is it, a border, or there's also a limit too, I feel if that makes sense.
Yeah. So maybe that was the problem, because I was trying to burrow deep and reach the limits, and I didn't know what to do. And
I'm just more go with the flow.
And simplistic is easier, and that's sort of where I wound up with my joke, which again, all jokes I seem to tell in legal advice, for some reason someone has to have an objection to, because they're a bunch of pussies in their chat over there for some reason. But I basically told, my end conclusion is that, as a medical professional, she has rabies and needs to be put down. It's just way simpler.
And they didn't like that.
There were some objections to that one in chat.
Alita didn't say shut up.
Did you hear about the joke I did yesterday on Legal Advice? Probably not.
No, I did not. Take the mic.
Oh yeah,
take the mic.
No, I got in trouble. I will tell the joke again, because I think I still stand by the joke. I think it's a good joke. Okay, so it's an hour or an hour and a half, give or take, into Vasquez's cross-examination. So she's just she has 2 hours in the day. She's an hour and a half in. And so at one of the points where she goes up to the bench, to have an objection heard, I say the comment, Vasquez has to stop talking pretty soon because I can only get so hard.
Oh, I saw this. Yes.
And the chat had an opinion. I got called a misogynist. I got called all kinds of things, women hater, and people today were still calling me thing. I'm first of all,
you were basically calling her attractive. How are you a woman hater?
And even more the point, if you listen to the actual joke, she better stop talking soon. Right? I'm talking not about her looks, right? The whole point of the joke is I'm talking about her skill as an advocate.
And how intellectual she is.
Yeah. So the point of the attraction is her talking, right? Not her looks. So it's the point of the joke, to anyone who can analyze it for half a second, and now I have to explain the joke, which that always works really super well.
When you have to explain the joke, it's fuck
super long comedy, right? But the whole point of the joke is I'm impressed by her mind. I'm
Mhm.
impressed by her work. I'm impressed by her speaking. Now,
Mhm.
I was told it was a reasonably good thing to appreciate women based on the contents of their mind and their skills and things like that, right? Women just don't want to be seen as a beauty object. They also want to be seen for other aspects. And I'm doing exactly that. And I'm still called a misogynist because people are
Mhm.
lame.
Yeah. And like who is it? Like Anne in the chat. Hey, I'm a female and I got intellectually hard, for fuck's sake. Yeah, like I would have said the same thing. Now, maybe, you know, on Legal Bites where she tries to make it a little bit more of a family show, maybe it was a little crude, but you know what? You gotta
There seemed
laugh.
to be
Like,
a
have
there
a
seemed to be a
laugh.
I wasn't keeping count or anything, but there seemed to be a 50-50 split. I stand by the joke. I thought it was a funny joke. I got DMs about the joke. People bitched about the joke.
Just
I even
laugh,
got people in
folks.
chat like, Kurt, are you going to apologize now? I'm like, lol, no. Fuck you.
Lol, no. Oh, I love it.
The gaming dad, $5. DC clearly missed the mark by not capping Amber as Harley Quinn. Well, there's definitely potential in the future.
I think she's
for
actually
sure.
crazier than Harley Quinn. Because at least
Yeah,
Harley Quinn knows she's crazy.
there is that. Jackie Joe 15, $5. Thank you very much. EE Caroline 99 cents for the super sticker. Thank you very much. Fair and Balance gave me $2 to say just DM'd you on Twitter, putting a quick face on. Why didn't you?
I did DM you on Twitter. That was when before I was gonna get on.
That wasn't the joke. I said just DM'd you on Twitter, putting a quick face on. Why didn't you?
You dick.
Try again.
You're proud of that one, I can tell. You're very proud of that one.
I'm proud of all my jokes. I'm proud of all my jokes. They're all classic. They're all great. Grade A Uncivil Law. This channel is called Uncivil Law. So hey, you signed up for it, right?
And I'm fair and balanced where I keep it fucking balanced.
There you go. That's right. Sliding edge, $2. Psychiatric autopsy phrase deserves super chat. Thank you very much. You are wrong for $10. My struggle is if it's a male, he'll just say he's an abused. I don't care about mental health or anger management. With female, everyone, including myself, we want to justify it. So, this has been an interesting kind of semi-revelation because I didn't really realize this until I was really called out for the first time about how I was, if anything, whatever the opposite misogynist would be, because like I was giving Amber Heard way more credit and trying to give her way more breaks than I would any guy. And I'm like, oh, you're totally right. Like, there's no way I would be this charitable to a guy if the genders were reversed. I'm like, I'm not sure what that says about me or anyone else, but it's like, you're totally right. I would not be giving her the slack. So I'm like actually like white knighting this a little bit too. So then that was kind of depressing. So I was like, well, fun.
Well, at the same time, though, again, I like to take everything as a learning experience, and it's one of those where you've come out of it, so already you're in a much better place where you were before. But yeah, I mean, it happens to some of us, but I think the biggest thing that I learned, because again, most people would be like, no, not you. There's no way you would get emotionally abused. You would never allow that. You're so smart. Folks,
Bullshit.
It happens to the smartest of people. Yeah.
Bullshit.
Yeah. And
No,
it's one of
yeah.
those things where, it's there. Like I said, therapy helps, but then also too, I read, kind of detaching yourself from being codependent. And the biggest thing was, as somebody said in the chat earlier, is just learning boundaries. I was the fourth out of 6 kids. I was all about making everybody happy because I was kind of like, I went from being like at one point like the baby to the middle to the oldest child, depending upon when the kids were the older siblings were leaving for college. But a lot of it was trying to make everybody happy. And you don't realize in your younger years how that can transcend into your adulthood. And it's people like these assholes like Amber Turd who will find you and prey upon you. And it's not your fault that you're a good person. It's more their fault that they took advantage of that. And they're never going to be able to retain people like that in their lives. And it's very sad. That's my 2 cents.
No, it is incredibly sad. And it makes me feel vulnerable because I realize that very easily could be me in terms of like being able to be manipulated that way. And as I said, to some lesser degree, probably it has been me to some lesser degree, because elements of that certainly rang true. As long as we're on like points that, of self-awareness, like you can never happen to me, I'm so smart, all the rest of it, as long as we're on theme, I will remind my chat, as always, and also you, that you are not smart enough to talk to the police. I don't care how innocent you think you are. I don't care. I'm a media personality. I have lots of training talking. I have lots of training talking to lots of people. I've talked to police officers. I can talk to the police. No, you can't. You're
Folks,
not that
there's
good.
times where I'm dumber than a bag of hammers. Okay,
You're not.
like we all are.
You're not that good. I'm not that good. No one is that good.
We're
The
all
police do
human.
this for a living. You don't.
Mhm.
They will absolutely destroy you. When they tell you you have the right to remain silent, you know what you should do? Probably you should do that.
Just stay silent.
Here's what you say. Okay, it's really simple. You only have to say two things. Okay, just repeat them like a mantra from on high. I want to remain silent. I want a lawyer. Just say that. Don't overcomplicate it. Don't throw in additional words like maybe I should get a lawyer. Perhaps I should get a lawyer.
Midnight
I should
Toker.
get a lawyer.
Do not recommend.
Would a lawyer
Do you
be
know
a
who
good
my
idea?
dad is?
No,
Yeah.
none of those things. Look, just please, for love of God, I'm begging you, and every lawyer on the face of this earth is begging you. If the police come to you and they want to say, and if they ever call you and be like, hey, can you come to the station? We just have a few questions. Don't.
Sorry, I have to go take a shit.
Don't
See you
go.
later.
Don't do it.
Yeah.
It's a trap. I mean, very literally, it's a trap. You will not. It will not go well. Don't do it. Just come down. We have a few things to clear up. Don't go. Don't do it. Please, for love of God. Oh no, they just have a few things. Oh, they just want to clear.
Sorry, I have COVID. Bye.
It's just 3 things they want to clear up. I can go down and talk to them. No problem.
Which I don't mean to be
every lawyer goes, and every lawyer wants to hang himself because, like, this is going to end you. And it and I pointed this out, like, because I was covering the case of Redonda Vaught, the nurse who was convicted recently of manslaughter for giving the wrong medication in the hospital, and I think was sentenced to probation or whatever, but it doesn't matter. And I'm like, she talked to the police. We listened to the entire audio. She talked to the police for like an hour, 15 minutes. It was a long conversation. And she incriminated herself like 18 different ways. It was like, I don't even know where to start. And I said, and I stand by it, not only do I not think she gets convicted without that tape, I don't think she gets charged. I'm like, the only reason she's convicted, the only reason she's charged is because she talked to the police. It's not that they didn't have any other evidence. They had other evidence, but I don't think it happens without that tape. It was damning. Yeah. It was just brutal. And they just play the whole thing.
So just tell them you got to go.
And I'm listening to the whole thing, and I'm just dying inside every 5 seconds. Because I'm like, holy shit, you don't even. The real problem, Farron, is neither you nor me nor anyone else even recognizes what their vulnerabilities are or could be. You don't
until you know them, until you know what they are.
You don't even know. You don't even know, because just like as a silly example, like maybe the police are looking for a brown Toyota and someone who is wearing a blue jacket who happened to be around blah 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 whatever, right? And maybe that's you, because there could be a lot of people with brown Toyotas because it's a fairly common car. There could be lots of people with blue jackets of various shades. There could be lots of people that happen to be around that area, right? And so they come in and you just happen to say these details which seem so innocuous to you and are innocuous to you. But what you don't know and what you can't know is that reminds the police of something. It's like, oh, I seem to remember reading something like that in a bulletin. Like, maybe this is a line of inquiry. So, like, you don't even know what your vulnerabilities are. It's like, I'm innocent. I have nothing to hide. It's like, you don't even know what you have to hide. No one does. You don't.
Well, what's the one thing that they always say, that people commit like 3 felonies a day and they don't even know it?
Yeah. There's a great book written on this point, and I tend to agree with if maybe not the literal words, the overall conclusion. Like, you don't even know the crimes you're committing. Because it's like, just start reading the U.S. Code. I know some of them, and I don't even pretend to know all of them. I've been studying law for 17 years at this point or something like that, and I know a lot, but I don't know them all.
You've already committed 3 on this channel by doing Get Hard jokes. Probably.
I offended a minor, told a joke to someone under the age of 17 or some bullshit. Chris Hansen's going to be knocking on my door. I'm not answering the door for him either. Just take a seat. No. No is a viable option.
You always have to wonder what these people like. Hi there, like, hi there,
Chris
Kurt.
Hansen. We take a seat. No, thank you. I'll be walking this direction.
Yeah, but these guys are like, well, okay, I'll sit down. Do you know what you were doing last night? Texting a kid on your phone? I want out now. It's like the moment where they realize, shit, this is not the TV episode I thought.
You do realize that you do realize that stopping talking is always an option, by the way. That neither the media nor the police can force you to continue talking. In fact, the police will actually tell you. It's part of the Miranda warning. They will tell you you have the right to discontinue the interview at any time. You can just literally stop talking. Now would be fine. 5 minutes ago would have also been better, but we'll take what we can get.
God.
Don't talk to the police.
Late night uncivil law.
Don't do it. Don't ever do it. It's a trap. It will not end well. Please, for love of God, don't do it. What's the phrase? What's the magic words?
That's what she said.
No, the other magic words. I told you the magic words earlier.
Get hard?
No. Magic legal words, Farron.
I'm tired.
I want to remain silent. I want a lawyer.
I want to remain silent, and I want a lawyer.
There you go. Bad TV, bad one. I'm just doing fantastic legal education. It's just sticking in all the right places. $3 for a thesaurus. KB for $4.99. Just catching Amber Heard walking out of court before the jury, and after judge specifically sit by counsel. What the hell? Yeah, that's that. Yeah, she defied an order of the court, so that's just great news on top of everything else. Mandrake, $15. I don't remember that being in the news media. Watch Amber Heard. I mean, I would think that would be pretty news catching for the clickbait. Watch Amber Heard defy an order of the court tonight on 10. Like, why is that not a thing? Mandrake, $5. Just got here a few minutes ago. For the record, I and everyone I know loved your joke and made sense. I think people work for the worst. They'll find anywhere. Thanks for great content. Yeah, people can suck my balls. Pam Myers gives $1.99.
Okay.
Larry was driving home from Kentucky.
Wait, what was that? So, folks, if you didn't like his joke, you can suck his balls. Next super chat.
That's right. Next super
I didn't
chat.
excuse it to reporter voice.
Oh, maybe I could do like late night DJ. Hey, this is Uncivil Law After Dark.
Welcome to the stage,
It's Uncivil Law
Diamond.
After Dark coming to you from the late night stream all night long. All right. All on KBIZ, KBIZ, 99.7 FM on your dial.
Oh, I was thinking more of the DJ at the strip club of Welcome to the Stage,
Yeah.
Diamond, Princess, and Metamorphosis. I don't know what their names are, but that would be Amber's stripper name, Metamorphosis.
No, I'm late night radio
crazy.
DJ. I'm late night radio DJ.
Oh no, she'd be Magical. That would be her word.
Yeah.
And Magical. Welcome to the stage, Magical.
Magical.
AKA Amber Turd.
Amber Turd. If she does a poop fetish act, I'm walking out the door.
Wait till you see what she does. You're gonna shit yourself.
Please no. Please no. How much do I have to pay you to put your clothes back on? Is that an option at a strip club?
They bring out a bunch of bed sheets, and it's like, oh god, no, not the sheets, not the sheets.
Oh yeah, the sheets. Only at Amber Turd Strip Club.
I think you've just created a new niche of law stand up, raunchy stand up at night.
Oh yeah, we're here. We'll be streaming here with Farron. It's Farron all night long on Uncivil Law. Oh yeah. In fact, I can even change lighting. Hold on, I got a mode for this on my phone. Hold on.
Oh god, what have we done? What have we done?
No, I got a mode for this on my phone. Hold on. All right, so let's change the lighting, and we'll change it to romance.
Oh my god, that didn't do shit.
I feel in love with you, baby.
I've been feeling tired, baby. Trying to hold back. What have I done?
Feeling so long.
Yeah.
Let's get
mind
it
you,
on.
folks. If you want more of just watching Lumberjack Rob, he's live over there. People are like, the trial. And we're like, fuck the trial now. Let's talk about crazy shit.
That's right. I got mood lights and everything for all the right moods, man. That's great time.
This is a new Kurt, folks.
That's right.
Pop out of your shell and spread your wings, Kurt. You're a new butterfly.
I'm showing the Kurt that only a few select ladies get to see. Peppers Tea, $1.99. Kurt is the real multi-hyphenate, not IO. Thank you very much, Peppers Tea. E.E. Caroline, $2. Supreme Court Justice Kurt sings his decision for views. Thank you, E.E. Caroline. Oh, yeah. Sarah Elizabeth, $5. Lots of Austin, folks. I'm in Austin. My favorite place is the Aristocrat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's my only purpose here.
Bernard, $4.99. 74. 4 years ago, 6th Street was likely lame. Rainy Street is more fun. I dig it,
Oh,
baby.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. J.R. Caroline, $4.99. Keep Austin weird. Oh, yeah, baby. I am exactly the thing that keeping Austin weird because I, Uncivil Law, am here, and I alone am helping to keep Austin the way it was always meant to be, with that Uncivil Law weirdness vibe that only your friend Uncivil Law can be. Can you dig it, Farron?
He's keeping Austin weird, yo.
Costing us weird, yeah. All right. Dragonborn, random thoughts of wandering mind, $5. Wouldn't Amber Heard have known the evidence from the prosecution? Yeah, that's good. You could do backup in the higher register. That'd be good.
Exactly.
Wouldn't Amber Heard have known of evidence the prosecution had against her before the trial started?
Trial started.
Couldn't she have backed out before the trial started?
The trial hasn't started.
There you go. And $5. I thought I needed a cold shower halfway through Camila's Cross.
Cold shower.
Ooh.
So
Now after
cold.
So cold. Ooh. I don't know, Farron. I don't know if we can get it that cold. I'm gonna need some Arctic ice or something on this one. Damn. I'm gonna need that ice that helps to. I'm gonna need that special ice that helps to eliminate all signs of swelling. Because I got some swelling going on right now. Now, after all that crazy laughter, I might need my support group. Thank you, Ad.
Oh my god. By the way, I love. Hang on, who was it in the chat? Hang on, this is fucking hilarious. They go, a fuzzy creature. Is this Kurt's sister or a girl he found somewhere?
Definitely my sister, baby, because that's how I roll. I roll dirty.
Picking up random bitches and bringing them on his stream, folks.
That's right. Wendy's Cafe, Canadian $20. Here's a pledge for your next court coverage. LOL.
Lord.
Angela Parrish, coming all the way from Louisiana. $5. Yay for the wrong hospital gossip.
Gossip.
Ladies be gossiping all the time, but they be gossiping about Uncivil Law, and everything you've heard is true. Mad Lad, $5. I don't care for Amber. I don't care for Johnny. I care about the Me Too movement. Will be harmed by the fact that women can lie also. Me Too. Yes, let me tell you, I definitely care about the Me Too because I want to make sure that you also get yours.
I can't. Oh my god. I wish there was a way to get like background music to do this. This is how you should do your super chats late night every night.
I got a Bluetooth speaker back here. We could put on some low jams or some shit if you want.
Make sure
just
it's
pump that
free.
shit through. Yeah, that's good set. Okay.
Oh my god.
Mike laugh $5. I don't care where you let that one. Wendy new jokes. Wendy's
you
Cafe.
Read
that one. Well, that's okay because Uncivil Law can go twice. Wendy's Cafe, Canadian, $5. Farron. It's Amica cream that makes it disappear. So she's able to brush her hair and put it up. Oh,
Put
it's
your
up.
Hair up, girl.
Put it up, baby. Oh, yeah.
Put your hair up.
For sure. Vinatka's Bazes, Canadian, $2.79. You'll be baffled by Gone Girl after this.
Gone Girl.
I'm not really familiar with Gone Girl. That's not
words
I'm used to, not words I'm used to hearing in my life here on Uncivil Law.
See, you should do stand up, or at least you can improv. That's for sure.
Wendy's Cafe, Canadian, $10. Have you seen the Barbara Walters interview from 12 years ago with Rihanna? AH stole part of her story from that interview. She sure did. She's a plagiarist. The part where she talks about JD's eyes being black, etc. She has no originality in her. Oh yeah, no originality. Sister needs to work on her material, man. Hen Health Bass, $4.99. My brother was beaten with an iron skillet while he slept, and now his ex-wife got probation. If the tables were turned, he would have gone jail time. Brothers being treated dirty by the justice system.
Oh my god. We're whipping through these super chats, folks.
I like the whip.
One
Yeah,
after
let's
the
whipping
other.
it. Just keep whipping it, baby. Whip it real good. Whip it real good. Bale Ballion, $10. A lot of us normal guys just really want to please and hold on to a woman.
Oh,
we
this
think's
is a good
love
one.
us. Oh yeah, I want to hold on to a woman. There's nothing more I want
Thinks
than
it
to
loves us.
nothing more I want to hold on to a woman and please her. Nothing more I want to feel her, wake up next to her,
Why do you
have
sound
wonderful
like
life
Forrest
together.
Gump?
Oh
Why do you
yeah.
sound like Forrest Gump? You
Mm.
sounded like nothing
Forrest
like
Gump.
wanting to hold her and please
Forrest
her.
Gump is
I love
sexy,
you,
dear.
Jenny.
I love Jenna too.
Oh
Forrest
my
Gump.
God.
Forrest Gump is my romantic idol. I see him and I see the way that he treats Jenny and Jenny treats her, and man, do I ever want a piece of that.
Best line from Forrest Gump. Sorry, I ruined your Black Panther party. I'm sorry. Best line in Forrest Gump. Oh God.
And we found we'll put up with all sorts of abuse and excuse to hold on to that unicorn. We found danger of the unicorn, man. You can get gnashed by that horn.
Unicorn.
IWG becomes a member. Thank you for hitting that join button to all you crazy cats who are out there. If you want to become a member of the channel, all you got to do is hit that join button. It's on your screen. It's super easy. If you hit the join button, you get a cool little icon by your name that shows how long you've been a member of Uncivil Law as one of the uncivilians. And when we're doing it, we have the names scrolling on stream. Oh yeah.
I like
so many benefits.
This blind chick talks. Says reminds me of the movie Ladies Man with Tim Meadows. Do
Absolutely.
that is just disgusting.
Tell me again, baby. Yeah. Ellis $4.99. I think it'd be great to try to break down what Layden was trying to direct. What she was trying to do.
How long you got?
I'm not sure.
Don't answer that.
You're causing me to break character at this point. You're causing me to break character. I had a nice thing going on here for a while. Back to character.
Amber, get back in your seat.
What point was trying to rehabilitate Q by Q and could have been asked better in every possible way? Yeah. A blind monkey would have had a better chance.
Blind
IWD, blind monkey, yeah. $10 from IWD. When it comes to DV, men throw more hands than women, but apparently when there's self-termination in the relationship, it's usually woman driving the man or child to do it. I mean, that is true. Most women do file for divorce. It's overwhelmingly the women.
To all the soul sisters out there,
says something
for divorce.
Says something about loyalty in our time, man. Farron, how hard is it for a man just to find some true loyalty? How hard is it to find a woman who'll be there through thick and thin? Uncivil Law's parents have been married 49 years, and he hopes to emulate them. It's awesome.
Shit got deep. Don't yeah, that's what she said.
Real deep. So deep. Archmage Raven Ron 25. For me, even if Rocky and or Whitney claim to have witnessed JD hit Amber Heard or Whitney, I would still not believe it after all I've seen so far. How about you? Well,
same.
I have to agree, because at this point it would take the light of God shining on Elaine, which doesn't seem like the most likely divine thing to happen. Maybe not so much the light from above, but other manifestations perhaps might enter the courtroom. We'll see.
Manifestations? Can't wait.
Well, I was trying to allude to something without saying it and hope everyone could follow along. Cars in depth. Cars in depth, $5. Most reliable studies show that 25% of domestic violence is male initiated and 25% female initiated, and 50% is mutual.
Both are toxic.
Maybe men and women just weren't meant to be with each other.
Stay out of those toxic relationships, baby.
J.R. Carolyn, $9.99. Kurt, I was triggered on legal bites.
Triggered.
Triggered, yeah. As I believe you were. Peace, brother. Thanks for all you do. Oh, I do so much. And I appreciate you letting me know for all that stuff. Oh, yeah. And I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to keep doing it all the time.
Getting triggered.
Shelby Diab gives me 20 Egyptian dollars. Love you guys. From Egypt. Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Do we bust out Prince of Egypt? Have you seen that movie?
Walk like an Egyptian.
Walk
Old
like
school.
an Egyptian.
Mm.
Because we're dumb Americans, and that's the only Egyptian song we know.
That's not fair.
But it's true. It's fair, but it's true.
The Chicken Coop, $4.99. I wonder if she'll only be able to testify to only what they deposed her on. I'm not sure what is going on with that bitch Whitney, because she cannot be bothered to actually participate in a deposition. Why can't she actually show up when she's supposed to? I'm sick and she never comes back. Why does that girl think she's so entitled? Do you understand this, Farron?
Why so intelligent?
It's wrong. It's wrong. Leon Smith, $4.99. I've never seen absurdity like the contradiction between those actually watching the trial and what the media are saying. Media gaslighting, like Amber Heard. They sure are, but that's nothing new. They be gaslighting so long.
Gaslighting.
Rumbrax, $5. Love your content. Hey, if you're loving this, I
Just
promise
you wait.
you're gonna get so much more. So much more. You have no idea. Love your content. Started following you after the Vic anal cis video. Didn't like your opinion, but I appreciate the fairness. Keep up the quality work. Oh, Uncivil Law's work is always quality. Archmage Raven, 50 Ron. The judge from the UK trial testified or explained that he gave the win to Amber Heard, the son, based on Whitney's testimony. He believed Whitney in place of JD security. So, Amber Heard saved the day, sister saved the day for her in that trial. Don't see that really working here.
We don't see Whitney helping out at all.
No, there's so much that judge didn't consider. And now he looks like an absolute ass.
Oh boy.
Only 44 super chats left to go. Farron, we got
Here we fucking go.
That's right. Bailey, Allison Dubs, $1.99. Hear from Illegal Bites. Calm yourself on Camille. Hey, that's no problem. I am calm myself on Camille because I got a new lady in my eye. Not
Dubs.
my 50p. If Amber Heard had done improv, she would have acted better. And how? I'm not sure who her coach is, but they should be ashamed.
That's probably very true.
Not a non-hamster, $4.99. Thanks for covering this trial. What was the most shocking thing to you in the trial so far? What is your guess as to the amount of the award? Well, the most shocking thing so far just has to be like twofold. First of all, Amber Heard saying when she was asked about why she would text her friend with the photo, wasn't she afraid? And Amber Heard had the greatest answer ever. Why would I be afraid of the person who beats me all the time? Why would I be afraid of him catching me texting an image of him in secret? Why would I be afraid? Outstanding answer, Amber. That's just really fucking great. And
really fucking great.
Really fucking
Well,
great.
and you notice too, you remember when she asked, "Are you scared of Johnny Depp?" And she couldn't even say it. She couldn't even say she was scared of him. I know, again, talking with domestic or DV people that have been abused, they're like, I am petrified. Like I'm living in a DV halfway house where he doesn't know where I live because I am terrified.
Right.
But here, you know,
I mean,
it's just
I would imagine they perceive them as an omnipresent threat. He's everywhere. He's everywhere. He's going to be at the coffee shop. He's going to be at the bar. He's going to be on the street. I'm going to run into him. He's everywhere.
Yeah.
And like, yeah. And she's like, why would I be? Wow.
That's messed up.
That was messed up. And the most shocking thing, I guess, just by the most in the most literal sense of shocking.
Mm-hmm.
The most shocking thing just had to be the second half of Camila's cross today, because when she's just going through those tapes, and some of which we've heard before, but
Mm-hmm.
when she's going through those tapes and you hear Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, like that one tape in particular, where she's cackling and laughing, and she's that one particular tape where she's acting that way, and Johnny Depp is trying to calm her and trying to act in ways to appease her, and she's just not like having any of it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was so
demonic. Nothing to me. I think the most shocking part for me was the one tape of that I started out in the beginning. Oh, come on, you piece of shit. What are you gonna do? Oh yeah, for your book. Talking to him like not even like he's a
was
little
that the same
kid or,
tape, because it has the same sort of tone. Maybe it was
just,
the same tape, maybe it was different tapes, but like that, the same.
It's very disturbing.
It's incredibly disturbing, and like I've heard things and I've said things like Johnny Depp, and I've heard things like Amber, and it's like, yeah, and I feel like I don't even know how I feel, judged, or I feel, I don't know. I don't even know how I feel about the whole thing. So that was shocking in that, like, because at the risk of stating the obvious, like one of the most important things for lawyers, and I imagine journalists as well, is words. Words are kind of important for the craft. And when you're as a lawyer and you're like, I don't have words, you're like, oh, I failed on sort of a fundamental level. I have no idea how to describe this.
Yeah.
It's got to not be fun for anybody.
Yeah. And the way, I mean, you hear all the journalists, where it's like, it was shocking, unprecedented, and the courtroom was taken aback. And it's just like, what? That doesn't even describe it, For me, I would have said you could have heard a pin drop during these tapes because the tone was so diabolical. But again, that would kind of sound very biased, but I'm kind of biased in this case, as many people are.
See, this is where I disagree about this being biased, and I've run into this problem before on my chat as well. Like,
no, I'm saying that I'm biased personally. Like, I'm for Johnny Depp's side after seeing all the evidence and stuff like that.
All right. Well, I don't think that's biased. Were you biased coming into it?
No.
Okay, so to me that's not biased, and I've run into this problem on my channel before too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, because when I'm assessing a case, as I often am, I'm assessing a situation and looking at the evidence in a case. And this was the first time I ran into this problem was with a case called Toddy Westbrook versus Katie Joy Paulson.
Oh
yeah,
Tati. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I ran into this problem like immediately because my initial assessment of it after reading the complaint was I thought that Katie Joy had better chances, and it was like, here's the reason why. And I got called all kinds of things, like being biased, being shill, being her new boy toy, and being all kinds of crap. And like, it's like, I'm not biased. I'm applying rules. I'm applying rules to facts and drawing conclusions. That's not bias. I'm like, here's
and
the
also
rules.
it would be different, for example, like look at it in this case. Okay. You have, and I just see it like through the eyes of like, my father who, is a surgeon, where somebody comes in and they have, a fractured skull, and he's going to look and say, yeah, but what about her ankle? Versus, her coming in with a fractured skull and my dad being like, we need to fix her skull. Like,
that does seem like a priority over the ankle.
Exactly. But it's like, but again, there's a problem that my father is going to see, like, oh, she has a fractured skull, but everybody else is like, well, yeah, what about her ankle though? You're not looking at it from that point of view. And it's like, yeah, but I'm a surgeon and I have to look at what the true problem is. And she has a fractured skull. Her ankle we can deal with later. Like, it's just, that kind of makes sense. It's your profession. So, you have the expertise to look at a case and say,
right,
here's how it lays out. And this is who I think would, win, the fractured skull,
Right. So I've gotten accused of this before on times, like where it's like I'm calling it one way or another, or even if I'm neutral because I can't call it in a situation, or even in this case, for example, with Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, like people were making fun of me, or they were disbelief, and like I got accused of bias, got accused of being a shill. They couldn't believe the words I was saying, like on day one of Amber Heard, because what I said was what I felt like on day one. I just gave an honest assessment. My honest assessment is I can't really read her. That was my honest assessment on day one of her testimony.
And I remember watching that
couldn't really read her.
of you. Yeah, and I remember watching that of you, and I remember, and I felt so bad for you because you were kind of like, guys, you guys are seeing all this stuff. I'm not seeing that at all. And let me tell you, I immediately thought, I was like, oh my God, this guy is so analytical that he's looking at, the facts and all this stuff. But this girl is nowhere near fact-based. This is all a show, and because that's what this personality type is. She is a giant show. But somebody who looks at the court of law in an analytical way, you're like, okay, well, she's presenting her own facts, and this is the way she's doing it. It might not be in that order, but then it wasn't until the second day where I saw you, where you were like, yo, these aren't adding up now, because I have evidence over from this side. I saw that whole breakdown of you, and I was like, no, it makes sense. I get it from your side. I totally see it.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
and
don't
so
feel
like
bad.
well, no, I do feel bad. I do feel bad because like it is I don't know if I should implement this or not, but it is my principal weakness is like people attacking my character, because I get really pissed really fast. I'm like, I don't like being accused of being dishonest.
Oh, for sure. I mean,
I don't like
I think and even somebody in the chat said, LawTube, like lawyers with a journalist, with a good journalist, not to toot my own horn, but is a perfect mix. Somebody said in the chat, and I was like, you know what? Yeah, they're totally right, because we do see things the same way, just like on a different highway.
Yeah.
You're seeing it from the legal standpoint. I'm seeing it from, the way it's going to affect culture and what have you, and how it's being put out there.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I think with what you're saying though is a journalist doesn't want to be attacked and called a Brian Williams. Okay.
Yeah.
If I'm ever called a Brian Williams, I'm just going to jump out the fucking window,
Right.
Which I would never do. I would never lie and be like, yep, the bombs were here. It's just no. But same with lawyers. I think your whole goal is to go for the truth. And, especially you with appellate law, or I'm sorry, with patent law, where it can be very black and white.
It's one of the more, it might be one of the most black and white fields. It's like,
right. Whereas like with Rob and family law in divorce law, that shit is a bunch of mud.
And I can't deal with that shit.
Yeah.
And I don't want to deal with that shit.
Just like I could never be an engineer. You know why? Like, yeah, I like to build shit. Like I like to do DIY projects around my house, which is why I'll watch a law and lumber video here and there and how to build my own dresser and paint it and stuff. Like in my next life, I'll have my own HGTV channel, but I don't want to sit here and build a computer. Like, not going to happen.
I did that on stream once. It was fun.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's right up your alley. Me, not so much. So.
Yeah. So yeah. I just like it when people say those things, because like it's like, how do I convince you that I'm just being an honest broker here? It's like, how do I convince you that I'm just looking at the law, just running it through? This is what I see. And I try to explain my entire analysis. I try to walk them through it. So like, I'm not trying to hide the ball. It's like, did I not explain it well enough? Did I not show you every step of the way? Why are you saying I'm a shill? Why are you not following along? Or why don't you believe me when I say like, I have trouble reading her? Because I saw so many in the chat were just like, I couldn't believe it. Surely you must be kidding. How could you not do this? How could you?
And the perfect analogy I'll even tell you too, like earlier in the chat where somebody's like, oh my God, like it's Marxist, fair and balanced. Or they'd be like, oh my God, you worked for RT America. You can't be trusted. And it's like, okay, did you ever watch my show? Did you ever watch any of my monologues?
Yeah.
Because if you did, and you took away the RT logo, you might have thought, shit, I kind of agree with her. She's talking about, Black Lives Matter and black on black crime, but then she's also talking about the white school shooters. Fair and balanced. Shit.
And that's where, and I totally get it. I think a lot of it is just because I've been in a performance life my entire life, starting from 9 when I was on Broadway. And then I was a professional dancer. Like I had mentioned, or did I mention it here that I danced for the Chicago Bulls for 2 years? I mean, but I always
No, but just
competed.
badass.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a tough audition
As a
too. 2 years
cheerleader
in a
or
row.
something different? Are there multiple roles? I don't know.
There's cheerleaders, and then there's the NBA dancers. You have your NFL cheerleaders where it's a little bit more about physical fit. NBA dancers, like you have to be able to turn, jump down into the splits, like crazy stuff. You have to be actually like a trained dancer. It's tough stuff.
Cool.
But yeah, and so that's where, again, like when I saw her talking about where she gets the shit kicked out of her, and then she's going to do the Danish girl and doing dance classes. I was like, girl, there ain't no way you were doing that if you were that beat up. Trust me, okay? Especially if your feet were all cut up and you have to be wearing dirty dance shoes and dancing on a dirty floor. Give me a break. Sidebar. But no, so like when people say that, again, I've learned to kind of tune it out. Because you're always going to get haters no matter what. And you're going to get those ignorant people, like you said in the beginning. Oh my God, you're for Tati? Like, what is synth? And blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, you clearly have the blinders on and you have no openness. So why am I going to entertain you? Run along. That's just my advice. And I got lipstick on my mind.
It's reasonably good advice. I just haven't been able to fully integrate it yet. I'm getting better, but I still, I mean, even as I point out, like even yesterday, it still bothers me because it's like I just, well, no one likes being felt. No one likes being made feel like they're lesser. It's like it's okay. It's like I just admitted to lacking a skill and I'm being attacked for not having the skill, and like they can't believe it. And I'm like, well, this is not in produce. This
Well,
is
they
not
also don't have
encouraging
their law
honesty.
license, so you're one step ahead of them to begin with, Like, okay, so you're going to dictate to me how to be a lawyer because I see it differently than the way you do as a citizen of the world. Give me a freaking break, And that's the way I see it. Get some gonads, man. Don't take that shit.
Fair enough. Well, I do try to stand up for
Fair
myself
enough?
and stuff. Very good. Oh, that's a common thing I say a lot. I say fair enough on my channel.
But what I'm saying though is again, it's gonna hurt a little bit, but I think the longer and longer you're in this space, and the more and more you'll get attacked or whatever for some stupid joke or whatever, and you just learn to let those people.
Well, I let the joke
away.
go off my back because I was like I recognized in advance it was going to be controversial and decided not to care. So like I didn't really worry about that. So
yeah, and like Michael Balfour says, you're gonna get more of that as your channel grows. So it's good that you're thinking about it now, and you put the bulletproof armor on now.
I just continue to need more support in my life. It's nice that I have the law tube there, and it's nice that they help echo me and help build me up and all the rest of it. And hopefully, as my personal relationships grow as well,
well, you have support with me too.
Well, that's awesome. Thank you, Farron. I appreciate that. Mike Hack A499, if Depp whips, do you think Amber Turd will go full Jussie Smollett and say committed to the lie, or will she come to light? I think it's more likely Jussie Smollett confesses than Amber Turd. I think she is like
she will never confess.
I think Jussie Smollett probably has more self-awareness than Amber Turd, and that's like a pretty low standard, but still. Yeah, who has more self-awareness between the two? Let's take bets. So like, It's arguing between my ass and a hole in the ground, right? James Spongle gets
What's
$5.
the difference?
Exactly right. Was wondering if you're hearing anything from DUI guy at all. I have not, but he's streaming, I'm sure. Raid Camelier 999. You might have already answered, but isn't leaving before the judge during court look extremely bad? Yes. Very, very bad. And the jury would have noticed that? Yes. Very, very bad. It's
just disrespectful.
It's incredibly disrespectful.
And which
no one
that personality type tends to do. They think they're above the law, and she literally thinks she is.
Apparently. Tell it to the Court of Appeals. I'm sure they're going to have lots of fun with you. Crystal, $10. I think Amber Heard will blame the sheriff, escort her all the way instead of pointing her seat. The sheriff came into the court at the end, so easy for Amber Heard to point fingers. Oh, I have no doubt. She'll take no responsibility. It's not like she was ordered to sit at the desk. It's not like she walked all the way. And she could have just like not done that. Yeah, let's blame the sheriff. It's his fault. Sure, of course it is, Amber.
Yeah, it's never you. Everyone here is a liar, but you. Got it.
I'd say fuck you, but that doesn't seem right. Instead, how about get castrated?
Well, she can't really get castrated.
What would be the right word for a woman here in this context? Is there a word for it?
Tubes tied?
Yeah, it doesn't sound the same though. Like, is there like? I'm just sticking with castrated until I come up with anything better.
Okay.
Antisocial gives $2 Canadian. Thank you. Maybe a hysterectomy or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that would be it.
Todd Larson 999 having experience with someone with acute borderline personality disorder. It's not physical or emotional. It's the psychological abuse, which is worse as it makes you question your own reality and reality of events.
Mm-hmm.
Understood. Sure. Gabrielle, $1.99, rap battle. Amber Heard or Ellen, who wins? I tell you what, if Rap Battles of History doesn't do something coming out of this trial, I will be sorely disappointed.
Oh yeah, they better.
I don't know what it is, but they need to work on it one way or another. Dude times 3 pounds, loving your content. Thanks. You are welcome.
Thanks.
Daniel Anderson, 200 Danish krona. Fell asleep on the couch during second deposition. I wake up in this discussion. Who are you talking to, Kurt? And why are you hiding a 0 in your subscriber count? That's mean. I wish I was hiding a 0. I wish it was like 750,000, but we'll take what we can get, man.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, thank you for your support, and hopefully it will be 750,000 before too long. Rhonda Ernst, 999. The Kavanaugh hearings killed the Believe All Women movement for me. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting comparing the two in some respects because the evidence against Kavanaugh completely fell apart for anyone who was watching it. But I guess at the time, and it was obviously displayed for the public to watch,
Mm-hmm.
but I guess the public wasn't ready to accept what they were watching at that time.
No, they were not.
Also, and maybe it's just me. And if it's just me, you can tell me I'm an idiot or misogynist or whatever, and that's fine.
Probably both, but go on.
That's fine. That's fine. But it's like even if I take everything Blasey Ford said at face value, I'm like, I'm not sure it was as big a deal as you're trying to make it out to be. Because here's what I heard. And maybe you heard something different. But what I heard is basically like, okay, we got two basically teenagers, acting around. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, teenagers, young in love, inexperienced,
Mm-hmm.
and so there's going to be some wrong mistakes. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, let's say she's telling the truth. Blasey Ford is in an upstairs room. And Kavanaugh, being a man, is interested in trying to seduce her and makes a movement towards that end. It's like, okay, let's say he pushes you down to the bed. Let's say he even gets on top of you. I'm like, does it necessarily mean that he was trying to rape you at that moment? Or is he like fumbling around like so many were? Maybe he misread something. Or like, it's like, even if I take it at face value, it's like, I'm not sure I'm ready to draw the kind of conclusions that you are from it. Is it just me?
No, see, I think that's your point of view. Though I see it a little bit differently. Well, first things first. My youngest brother, actually, when he went to Notre Dame Law, he was a student under Amy Coney Barrett and Brett Kavanaugh. So he knows both of them. And he said when this was all going on, he was like, "Oh my God!" He goes, "Farron," he's like, "You know that kid in high school that like had one beer, but he acted like super drunk?" He's like, "That's how I think Brett Kavanaugh was in high school to like be cool." Because he's like, he was kind of nerdy, or he's a nerdy guy.
No
Not
doubt.
that that's bad, but you can tell he's kind of a nerdy guy. But here's my thing. And again, having interviewed many victims of DV and SA, the other thing too is there were two cases. There was a teenager, and I can't remember her names right now. So the chat, if you remember, but there was one. It was oh God, her name was Heather spelled backwards. It was like Rathea, I think, in Canada. And then there was another girl in California where they were two high school girls. They basically had gotten way too drunk at a party, blacked out. They both were raped, and they ended up committing suicide. It was really sad.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, though, is that they remembered the day it happened. They remembered where they were at. They don't know what happened extensively, but they remembered very much of the setting of what happened, who was there, what have you. The fact that Christine Blasey Ford couldn't really remember the date, I'll give her, but she couldn't remember where it was at, who was there, around the time period of when it happened. All she just said was in high school. it didn't sound to me. It just didn't sound credible to me. It sounded weird to me.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, for example, one of my very close friends, Tara Reid, with Joe Biden, you know, she had a very credible story, and she knows exactly the time, date.
The believe all women thing didn't seem to really help Tara Reid that much. I couldn't help
No,
noticing.
it didn't. Not
Couldn't
at
help
all.
noticing the foundation, believe all women, decide not to support her. What was their bullshit excuse? Because I forget, something political, but I'm trying to remember exactly the way they phrased it. Like it would have been maybe a campaign donation or some bullshit they tried to come up with to say why they weren't doing it. Yeah,
I can't even remember either. Yeah, but it was, and mind you, she was a Democrat, you know, accusing a Democrat, and you've lived in DC, so you know how it is in DC, where, and there was, you know, folks back in the day before all of the Me Too stuff actually happened.
Mhm.
I have, and I know from Tara herself, but then other women that she's introduced me to who were staffers, they said it was like the wild, wild west. Senators and stuff grabbing ass all the time, you know, cornering girls and be like, why don't you like me? Like, and it was in such a state of these powerful men, and what can you do?
Mhm.
And there is no believe all women on the federal property in Congress.
Mhm.
You know, like they have it where the victims actually have to go to a training to figure out if they even were, you know, sexually violated for some reason. You know, then even, yeah, people are bringing up, you know, the pubic hair on the Coke when it came to Clarence Thomas, which I think is one of the best speeches you hear, where he's like, this is a modern day lynching. You know, you see a lot of that where
it was a little overly aggressive for my taste, but it seemed to work out for him.
it did, yeah. But I mean, to me, I like those moments where people are just raw and it's like, I'm angry and I'm not going to take it anymore. You know, I like seeing veins pop out of the neck. But yeah, it's one of these things that, yeah, the Blasey Ford one was tough for me. And again, I want to believe, but then again, when facts just don't add up, I would love to believe Amber Heard. But when I've interviewed a number of people and a number of women and men that have been abuse victims,
Mhm.
and they say a story similar to Amber's, and I see the pictures of their face screwed up and hair actually pulled out and bruises all over, and they can't walk, I have questions, you know? And I can't be blamed for having questions. My
Apparently you
job is to
can.
uncover the truth just as much as lawyers are.
Apparently you're
you
not
know?
supposed to do that.
Yeah.
I guess you missed that note in journalism skill that don't look. Isaac Barach's wholesome garbagool art, $2 for the fellow Bears fan. Kurt, please put it forward. You got it.
Stop Bears, stop Bears.
Venerelli Lowell, $20. Hey Kurt, wanted to let you know I completely get what you're feeling toward Amber Heard's cross today. That's good because I'm not sure I do. I work in sales and listened in today during the break. Was completely thrown off. Couldn't place why, but was totally off kilt.
Yeah. And honestly, that personality type throws you off balance.
Yeah, I'm not even sure that's an accurate description. I'm gonna have to work on it some more because, like, it's a reasonable description, but yeah, I'm not ready to distill it yet. Stephen Glacier 499. When you're feeling down, just look at the pic I DM'd you a couple nights ago. Thank you very much, Stephen, as always. Matt Cat gave 499 free hat, as they say. We choose truth over facts. Joe Biden 2020. That would be difficult. Those are the same thing, but thanks. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
Hofka 999. To Kurt's point, Bill Burr has a great bit on Believe Women. He says, "Really, all of them?" Yeah, I've seen it before, and Bill Burr is a great comedian.
And we quoted it earlier too.
Scott Watson, $5. After the Heard case, what's next, if any? Well, the Marilyn Manson case is promising. It's in state court, so I'm not sure if it's going to be on tape or not. But if it is, I'm going to cover that. And I'm also covering the Laurie Daybell.
Oh, that one. We're going from one narcissist to the other.
Laurie Vallow, Chad Daybell. Laurie was scheduled to be in October, and I think she might still be, but it's an interesting situation. She was scheduled for October. He's scheduled for like February or something. She hasn't waived speedy trial. He has, so they can't move her date, and the state wants to try them both at the same time. So it's like, okay, we don't want to separate the trials, and we also don't want to like move his trial up. I'm like, well, this isn't going to give. But apparently she said that she would be willing to move it to January if they could be tried together. So I presume that's going to happen. So if that happens, I'll be covering that whenever that is, October, January, whatever it is.
I think
And
it's slated for October.
it was, but I was just saying
Oh.
that I think it's going to be rescheduled because of the speedy trial stuff.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. My
Yeah,
bad.
maybe I wasn't clear.
Maybe
or
I
maybe
was
I
just
just
looking at
maybe
the
I
glitter
started
in my
speaking too
microphone.
fast or incoherently. But yeah, so I'm not sure when it's going to happen, but I'm going to cover it. It's interesting on a whole number of levels, and the fact pattern is ridiculous. And trying to figure out what the facts are, I think, is going to be difficult because, like, I don't know.
We're too tired to talk about this shit.
Wendy's Cafe, $10 Canadian. Farron, did you watch cover the Jessica Chambers murder trial out of Mississippi? I think LawTube should cover that one. It was a fiasco and ended in mistrial twice against Quentin Tillis.
I remember seeing reports on it, but as far as covering it extensively the way I'm covering this trial, negative.
Thank you for your super chat. $1.99 from the chicken coop. Thank you for not mispronouncing Vasquez. Couldn't do it, but thank you. Janie, $5, 2.7 thousand watching. Well, now it's 1,300, but it is appreciated. Thank you. Alec Urban, $4.99. Who did a better cross? Tarifsky on Grisky or Vasquez on Hurt? Vasquez did better. Tarifsky was great. Vasquez, I mean, the margin of difference between the two isn't very great because they're both really great, but like that last few percentage is like, I think Vasquez is better. Alec Urban, we did that one. Angela Parrish, $7 million to Depp seems fair. No, I think he deserves a lot more than that. He's been hurt a lot more than that. Janie, $5. When you quit your day job, puppy time, chick magnet. Okay.
True.
Thank you very much.
Not
Anna
false.
Richards, $10 from Anna Richards. I just feel legal by stream almost 3 hours later. And it still redirected me over to you when I finished her video. I thought you'd like to know. Thanks for all the time and for putting in. Yeah, the redirect feature on YouTube is new. It sort of works kind of a little bit, but I appreciate everyone who was able to follow me over. So thank you. 10 Canadian dollars from Wendy's Cafe. Tomorrow's headline: Kurt sends nuclear fallout love bomb notes to Farron. You better believe it. You better believe it. Jeannie, $5. JD fell in love with a unicorn that was really donkey cute. Very well done.
True.
Elena Elise, $5. LB, love bombing feels like love at first sight, all-consuming butterflies, but it's a way to prime you for future manipulation. Think boiling the frog. Yeah, this is the problem, though, because, like, I felt love at first sight. I felt all-consuming. I felt like I want to spend all my time with someone. I don't think I was love bombing, though.
You weren't, but it was probably because you're codependent. Or you might have been, because I was there too, where I was like, oh my God, like I want to spend all this time with them and blah, 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 blah. But you're on the receiving end of it. You're not the one doing it. You know what I mean? Was it that she always wanted to hang out with you? Like she was always making like the moves to like always hang out and stuff?
No, it's kind of the opposite of that, actually. She never made moves to put out with me during her hang out with me, really, during our entire relationship. It was always me. She was always willing, but she never really made effort. I don't want to talk about this anymore. It's too sad. John James.
We're moving on.
Member. Hofka, $4.99. It's refreshing to hear someone on LawTube quote the 4 factors for Montevideo Convention, which are customary international law and statehood. You're welcome. In my many, many travels of law schools, I've read many treaties and laws. And that's why, like, for example, I was able to talk today about laws that can apply to Americans outside the United States. And they said about the shellfish thing, and I knew, oh yeah, that's the Lacey Act. It's like I remember it by name, right? So because I read a lot of things. I know a lot of laws. There's a lot of them, but I got a lot of them in my brain. And
the more you know.
The more you know, right? Yeah. So like, yeah. However, the only exception states absolute right to prevent a person from entering its territory is the refugee under international law. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure about that one for a whole number of reasons, because the way that would be read, if you read it the way it's written, would suggest that a refugee could enter any state as a refugee because they would have a right to enter any territory, which I don't think is correct. And also what a refugee is, I don't think is particularly well established, although of course there are treaties this idea, but I don't think it is as well rooted as the idea of what nation states are. So I'll quibble on the technical, but move on. And thank you for the super chat. Jax Paro, $2. How many hours are we into this so far? We just passed the 5-hour mark, plus 11 and a half hours on Alita, plus an hour on Richard Hogue. So, and I have to be up in 7 hours. Okay.
You're gonna sleep good.
Alex B, $2. Amber Heard had to pee, and that's why she left. Sure. Janik Falk, $5. I think you should do stand up. You're so funny in places when you're talking about those articles. Good comedic timing. Yeah, I think I do. I think I could do it well. Again, I was talking about this before. It's like I just think I need some sort of classes or courses that would give me foundations to work from, because I assume that stand up has rules, and like improv has rules, and there's a lot of different schools and stuff, but like still like you can learn them, and it's like then you can find a style that works for you. And I just need someone to teach me what those are. Well, thank you. Tracy Ranger, $5. I believe Amber was so pissed she cussed out Elaine. Yeah. Can she insist she be replaced by someone else on the team? I wouldn't put it past her. Sure. Well, okay. Can she actually insist on it? And I guess in the most hyper technical sense, maybe not, but I mean the firm has gone this far, right? So like the problem is that the lawyers are prepped in terms of their time. Like they've prepped these witnesses and stuff, are familiar with these witnesses. So I don't know witnesses they have coming forward, but whatever those witnesses are, like whatever the lawyer is scheduled to do from, changing them at this point would be a bit of an undue burden, because the other lawyers, although familiar with the case, I'm sure, and even maybe second chairing to some degree, but can she insist on it? Not necessarily. And even if she tried, like technically the judge has to release her from her obligations, because this is one of the things about, being a lawyer. Like once you have deadlines pending, like once the case is filed technically, but like especially once the case is like really going, you're getting close to trial, and once the trial's ongoing, you can't just quit. You have to ask the court nicely, and the court can say no, and you can say I'm not getting paid, and like sucks to be you.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Kick rocks.
Matrix, $20. Amber remind me of a siren that refuses intervention because she cried wolf. One who's refused intervention is one who blames everyone else for her own actions. Well, she's certainly doing the last half of that for sure. Alan Maritson, $9.99. As a forensic psychologist early in my career, any advice from a lawyer point of view and how better engage juries, increase credibility while testifying outside of obvious education and experience? Yes, not most, but a lot of experts suck at this, to be quite honest, because they get so boiled down in technical, and they get so boiled down in minutia because they're experts, which is understandable. But like they're not, the jury's not experts, and they don't necessarily need to know everything. So, for example, Dr. Curry was a very good example of an expert witness.
Great example.
As opposed, so if you want something to follow as a model, look at what Dr. Curry was doing as an expert witness. She was very good on this in terms of presenting things in a relatable way that wasn't overburdensome and was friendly and approachable, and wasn't talking down to them, but also wasn't like, just using a bunch of language that meant nothing. Because the problem with experts is like the jury will pay attention to most experts for a while. It's kind of like watching a video deposition, for that matter. Like the jury will watch.
You can lose them real quick.
The jury will watch for a little while, but after a while, they're just going to drone out and they're going to ignore it. And most of the time, that happens by the time they get around to finishing the CV, because for most lawyers, they just want to go through the entire damn CV, which is like, oh my god, why? We don't need this much information. So yeah, they will usually lose it by the time you're done with CV. So this is a little bit on the lawyers, to be honest. But go watch Dr. Curry. She's a great example of how to do it.
And the other thing is, I have, like I said, my father, who's a neurosurgeon and a lawyer, I've watched him expert witness countless of times. And one of the things that was so interesting that he told me is, it's a jury of your peers. And here he's this neurosurgeon and a lawyer. And he's like, no. I got to start that, I grew up on the south side of Chicago. I paid for everything.
You haven't been there for a long time, have you?
45 minutes or so.
Fuck you. Your volume's a little low. I'm not gonna lie.
I'll fix it.
Oh, but yeah. So, with him on the stand, he would be very relatable, saying, I grew up on the South Side. I paid for my own school. I would work, I was working 40 hours as a neurosurgeon and then going to law school at night. And then he would explain, for example, in one case, he was like, well, so you have the spine, think of like 13 different levels, like on a building, and this level cracked. And he would simplify it to the way to so much to a way the jury could understand it. And that's where, I say as a journalist, I have to write to an 8th grade reading level. I always say, talk to a jury if you're an expert witness. In my own, advice, talk to like how you're telling your friend who has zero idea of what you're talking about. Water it down and just be relatable. That's my thing from what I've seen.
How you been doing, Joe?
I'm fine, Kurt Ricada. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking.
You
We're in
missed
hour
late night
number.
Uncivil Law.
We're in like hour 17 of the stream, and it's going great.
I see that.
I'm having freedom and wonderful times, and man, we got 11 super chats left, and then we can talk some more and drink some more, and I can just stay up and just keep streaming. And
I literally
enjoy-
came on here
Great.
seriously just to tell the two of you to go to bed.
Okay, well, thank you, appreciate that. I've got so much energy.
Like your
so much
dad.
energy. I get so much
I'm
energy.
basically I've become like the dad of LawTube, so that's why I'm
Fine,
like,
Dad.
hey,
Did you tell Rob to go to
Pastor
bed?
What?
Did you tell Rob to go to bed?
Rob's
You
not
tell
going
the
to be
people on
on.
the line to go to bed. You tell Ian to go to bed.
Rob has no intention of coming on my stream tomorrow, so no, he can stay up. I don't care. I don't care. I'm just saying. I don't know. So no, I am tired. I really was coming in here to say you guys are crazy. I don't want you to sleep. When do you sleep?
Insanity is an option.
No, you need.
Kirk can barely keep his eyes open.
So
I'm just trying to help him go along with
great.
these
I got
last
so much
super
energy.
chats.
I got energy for days. We can keep going, no problem.
Last night I was so someone sends you $100 super chat, it's going to keep you going for a while. Well done, Hafka.
If you guys keep donating $100 super chats, I will absolutely keep the stream going indefinitely.
Oh, I know.
I just want to let you know.
I know how it
I
works.
will keep going indefinitely for $100 super chats. We will go until I pass out.
That's what she
or
said.
fall asleep or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh,
anyway.
you missed late night Uncivil Law, Joe. You missed a good one.
You missed Radio Hour. You missed Seductive Talk. It was great.
You missed the DJ stripper voice.
Mm-hmm,
I mean, you've missed it all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I was busy doing my own stream. I got lost and then I checked and I was like, holy moly, this guy's still going. That's crazy. That's really
one of the questions we had, because Amber Heard has all this flowery language, and we were saying, oh my God, like what would her stripper name be? Like, for the DJ to be like, welcome to the stage, it's magical, or metamorphosis, or what do you think her name would be? Since she's that flowery. And that's when we got into the late night DJ.
Oh no, I'm picturing like Skeletor or something, but Cruella.
Welcome to the stage, the lesbian camp counselor.
Nice.
LCC. Welcome, LCC. I like it.
LCC.
That could work.
That does work. Anyway, I really am going to be streaming at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Excellent.
So, you're invited to join also, Kurt. You don't have to you can whore around. You don't have to spend all your time.
You can be a whore.
Yeah,
we want to. We can leave our friends behind.
I'm just saying.
If you're not more than a friend of mine.
Not that I'm trying to lure people away from anywhere else, but I miss you. I miss you, Kurt.
W-H.
And Kurt's had some vulnerable moments tonight. He needs a hug. He needs a good
and
stream.
I'll tell you this much
hug.
also. Whatever time you spend on my stream, you actually have more free time to talk because it's less crowded. So there's just more availability of space. Plus, your co-host here should be
so
there
much
also.
Space for activities.
I am.
Your co-host, and your co-host have getting invites tomorrow, and I expect to see one or both of you most of the time.
Excellent. Very
There's
good.
so much more room for activities, Kurt.
So much more room for activities.
There really is. There really is. You can stretch out. It's like having a king size bed. You're living in a twin right now. You're in a twin, and there's like 7 other people there with
Not
you.
even a twin. The little kid car bed.
King is too much. King is too much. It's queen. It's always got to be queen.
What's the plan there? What's the plan there? Seriously, you must feel like you got Law Talk with Mike's foot, kicking you in the back, and then you get Nate there. His elbow is in your face. And then, Alita's shoving your feet out of the way. And then you got Rob pumping in there and he's flexing while he sleeps. I don't know what's happening there. It's crazy.
And then you got Hogue who's snoring and
yeah. And I got exactly. Hogue is definitely, he's totally a snorer. So I got this whole big king size. I'm literally sitting half the time like this and there's no one. I'm no one for miles. So I'm just mentioning. It's a thought. It's a thought.
Excellent.
we're still friends. So
We're friends. We're all friends.
And wherever you go, I love everyone in LawTube, and there's certain people who are OG who will always be OG to me. I don't know who's gonna be in LawTube tomorrow. There could be like 4 more people in LawTube tomorrow, but you're OG.
Friends, I will be friends with you.
I think it's more
of you and
that's my cue. Anyway, I'm here all week. So
another day,
and I'll see you guys tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. on Good Logic, where I'm streaming with a trial about this is a celebrity or something. They're in a trial, and I'll be doing that at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I hope you guys.
Wait, there's a trial tomorrow?
Yeah, you're invited too. I'll see you guys then.
All right, see you later, my friend.
See you in the morning.
Excellent. Godspeed, my friend.
All right, we got 12 more.
Beauty and her brain, $2. Kurt, did you read my email? P.S. Blue looks good on you. Thank you. I do check my email from time to time. Cigar Texan gave $50. Very generous. Kurt, my guts hurt so bad. You're now my new late night must-watch stream. Excellent.
We'll be here all week.
Zog gets $5 Canadian. Studying for my physics final. You two are aces. Bless. Fantastic. Thank you.
Bless.
Brett Carler presents Philosophy in the Desert.
Ooh.
Did Kamala make you last over 4 hours and send you to the ER yesterday? The world wants to know. I made her last for over 4 hours. Is more like Cigar Texan became a new YouTube member.
Woohoo!
Sylvia,
yeah.
$5.
I said, woohoo! Yeehaw!
Thank you very much.
Cigar Texan.
Sylvia, $5. Had a late night giggle. Thanks to you too. Thanks, gang. You are welcome. Ian Kinzel, $5. Sorry if this was already covered by why was Amber Heard's comment in the 2006 Depo about TMZ such a big deal? The legal significance went over my head. I don't know if it had particular legal significance, except I think she had denied it before. And so her confession that she leaked it and was a big deal in that respect. So just to go show she's a horrible, horrible person. Half good $1.99. Love the dynamic between Kurt and Farron. I am loving it as well. Thank you. Lady Hamilton's 99 cents. Za, Canadian $5. She's hard to read because, in my opinion, she's on heavy sadness to cool her nerves. That could be too. Thank you for the chat. Ekri de Mediki, $4.99. Incredibly intelligent people always seem odd to those who are not sharp. Alexi Maxim. Russell's smart people seem crazy to dumb people. True enough. And $99.99 from Hafka. You're right. There are rights of requirement and exceptions under international refugee law. I was just pointing out the statehood doesn't provide absolute authority to provide entry to aliens under certain circumstances, but keep up the good work, your analysis. I appreciate that. And then I felt the need to correct you, and I appreciate your $99.99 super chat. Okay, so we are, and there was one more, it looks like. Yes, there was one more. Okay. Half cup $4.99. Sorry for the typos in my last super chat. I have a PhD in international law.
What?
Okay. You're wrong.
Wrong.
Well, I'm going to stay on with my guest, Baron, if you stay on for a second after we end the stream so we can just finish up. And I'll just say thanks to everyone who is here, as always. Thanks for the 5 hours 15 to 1,269 of you who are currently here. Nice. I appreciate every one of you here. If you have not subscribed already, please remember to hit that nice red subscribe button so it'll become an even better gray subscribe button. And don't forget to like the video because that helps with the algorithm gods. And did you know for a mere 99 cents, you can become a member of the channel? It's true. It's literally the least YouTube will let me charge you. If you hit that join button or hit the link that the bot just told you about 8 comments above, you can hit that link and you become a member of the channel. What do you get? Well, you get a cool little icon by your name, the scales of justice, and a color representing how long you've been a member. When we do it in OBS, you get your name on screen scrolling. And most importantly, I will like you more. So remember to please do all those YouTube things. I will be on tomorrow with Alita et al. And going through the things. Until later, my friends. My guest has been Fair and Balanced. Please remember to check out her YouTube channel at Fair and Balanced on the YouTubes. I've been your host, Uncivil Law. Until later, my friends, I hope all is well. Cheers and goodbye.
Cheers.